Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome to today's Treaty Principles Marathon. How's my producer Stacey today?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Shoulder's still a bit bung, but we're getting there.
Oh, heck yes, it doesn't sound like a lot of fun. So, you've watched more bills. I mean, I watched some on Friday. It's been an interesting week.
Yeah. I haven't watched any of the new ones. Like since Thursday last, I haven't watched anything that's happened this week, apart from a couple of clips that I've come across on TikTok.
Oh, yes.
But they were a couple of really good clips, and hopefully we'll get to do another one of these so that everyone can watch it.
Oh, exactly. Well, you, the viewers, will sit there and show to us whether we should do another marathon show, because, I mean, this will be a first. We'll be rotating around and get to sit and do it. Now, we've got Wayne, who's meant to be on his way here, but it's Wayne. As we always know, Wayne turns up when he gets here.
Yep, that's the one.
And you know what? The most disappointing thing, this is something that I have found out over the last week.
What's that?
Racist comments and misinformation garners a good number of views.
Yeah, it really does.
It's amazing how, the circles I'm in, I wouldn't say the country is divided, but by what we've read in the comments, I think we are running parallel to the United States, where there is a divide between you support the Treaty of Principles Bill and you don't support the Treaty of Principles Bill.
Yeah, it's... unfortunately, it really is one or the other. And there's, unfortunately, no two buts about it. Which is really the case in every country.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, okay, well, let's get to our first submission, which is Core Health and Urban National Urban Authority. Vimeo, whoever posts stuff on Vimeo needs to actually learn how to edit properly as well. as well.
It's-
Now, to cover as
yeah.
much as we can, we are looking at covering this at 1.5 times speed. And we'll see how it goes. It might have to reduce to 1.25. We'll see how it happens, but hopefully we'll get more coverage. So let's kick it off.
So please begin your submission.
O kia ora koutou katoa kanu te mihi atu kia koutou I tēnei wā, I runga I tēnei kaupapa. Tino nui I wainganui a mātou ngā iwi, ngā hapu, ngā whānau hoki o Aotearoa. No reira tēnā koutou katoa. I just want to let the select committee know that that I have the chair of Te Kōhau Health with us today, and the chair of Waiparera, who are executive members of NUMA, as well as other colleagues that are sitting behind in support of our submission today, including John Tomahere, the CEO for NUMA. Te Kōhau Health and the National Urban Māori Authority strongly reject and oppose this bill, alongside of the 42,000 plus that marched to Parliament from all over this country in opposition to the bill. Te Treaty of Waitangi is the foundation document of this country. It is a compact, an agreement between iwi Māori and the Crown to govern over our own. It is not one country, one size fits all for everyone. We all were an independent nation prior to the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi, and yet we sit and have to listen to a whole lot of people telling us we don't belong here. Replacing the treaty principles with notions of civil government, equality, and historic rights is an attempt by this coalition government to rewrite the treaty in favour of itself in order to retain power and control. Further, it is designed to subjugate, humiliate, assimilate, and oppress iwi Māori. It is simply absurd to believe or even to think that at the time of the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi, that approximately 2,000 Māori ceded our sovereignty to 2,000 colonialists from England. To put the record straight, Māori never ceded sovereignty to the Crown or to Paaka colonisers. The late Moana Jackson described sovereignty as the inherent authority of a people to govern themselves. And that's what the treaty was all about when it was signed by our tipuna all those years ago. And it doesn't matter how you want to dress it up or how you want to minimise it, it happened. The treaty was signed by two parties to look after themselves. Sovereignty can only be ceded through explicit agreement, military conquest, or other clear acts of surrender. Well, none of these conditions apply to the relationship between Māori and the Crown under the treaty. The proposed bill ignores this fundamental truth and perpetuates the systematic denial and oppression of Māori tino rangatiratanga, self-determination. It breaches the treaty by the Crown and successive governments have been the breaches of the Crown and successive governments have been well documented in every report written by the Waitangi Tribunal throughout the 50 years of its existence. Furthermore, it concerns us greatly, and it should concern you too, that this government intends to take away every reference to the Treaty of Waitangi in every piece of existing legislation to nullify our right to justice in this country. These actions and the bill are a stark reminder of the Wiparata and Bishop of Wellington case of 1877, when Judge Prendergast declared the treaty worthless and a simple nullity. The previous principles from the Court of Appeal case in the New Zealand Māori Council and the General Attorney in 1987, the SOE case, developed the 3 Ps of partnership, participation, and protection. The Waitangi Tribunal Howard Report Y2575 in 2019 reinforced this in the current principles of the guarantee of tino rangatiratanga, partnership, active protection, equity, and options. The Treaty of Waitangi is essential in addressing the systematic inequities faced by Māori, not only in health, but in every facet of this society. These principles demand a genuine partnership, the active protection of Māori rights, equitable treatment, and the provision of culturally relevant options. The government's proposed principles completely ignores this, in contradiction to the articles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Article 1, Kāwanatanga. Māori agreed to share governance with the Crown, expecting partnership based on mutual respect and good faith. Article 2, Tino Rangatiratanga. The Crown guaranteed Māori their full authority over their lands, resources, taonga, affirming their sovereignty. Article 3, Oritetanga. The Crown promised to protect Māori rights and provide equal treatment, ensuring equality in all aspects of society. The coalition government's bill disregards the fundamental articles, undermining the Crown's obligations and eroding the partnership that the treaty guarantees. Limiting Māori rights to historical settlements disregards the living nature of the treaty. It erases the Crown's ongoing obligations and silences our voices in matters that directly impact on our whānau, hapu, and iwi. This approach undermines the mana of Māori communities, of the National Urban Māori Authority, and all of those who live away from their tribal regions. It perpetuates racism, white supremacist views, and inequities that colonization has entrenched over generations because of historical and ongoing injustices that continue to be perpetuated. The Coalition's government's bill prioritised a one-size-fits-all approach that ignores these realities in breach of our human rights as Indigenous people of this country and completely disregards Te Treaty of Waitangi and relegates Māori to second-class citizens in our own country. I wish also to acknowledge and support the submissions made by the King's Council of this country and the Law Society. In conclusion, the Select Committee must honour the true intent of Te Treaty of Waitangi and reject and oppose this bill. The committee must ensure that the jurisdiction of the Waitangi Tribunal and the courts remain protected from such blatant interference and from this and successive governments. It must uphold the principles of the guarantee of tino rangatiratanga, partnership, active protection, equity, and options. And it must recognise the need for targeted measures to address systematic inequities rather than a blanket approach that perpetuates continuous disadvantage. And finally, must guarantee that Māori voices are central to the decisions that impact our whānau, hapu, iwi, and communities to reflect the true partnership of Te Treaty. Nō reira, anei taku kōrero ki a koutou katoa, tēnā koutou katoa.
That's all the time we have, so just acknowledge your submission. Thank you all for being with us today.
Kia ora.
Well, it's a shame there's no questions with that submission.
Yeah, it's always better when you get time for questions, but when you have a good, solid, well-spoken argument like that, it's reasonable that you don't give people the, I don't know, I guess, chance.
The opportunity to pick it all apart?
Yeah.
Yes, well, we definitely know what happened to Gary Judd on that one.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Wayne, you've made it after getting stuck trying to get through Restream.
Yep. I tried to get it a couple of times, and then the third time I let me in.
Hey, third time's a charm. Look at that.
Yep.
Gee, that sounds like what you call when your chip don't work on your FPOS card.
There's happened to be a number of times. One of the things I found interesting was when it came to oral submissions, with all the submissions made, how did they choose the people that made oral submissions? Because I tried to request a number of different ways to speak orally to my submission, and I was met with a no several times, but there was a group of us that tried to do it as well. So that was one of the things I was thinking, who chooses? Is it a fair process to the people that are chosen?
I've heard, but I don't know, it was something like, it wasn't the first of select committee processes, because these were the ones that typically tend to always be heard at submissions of some sort.
Yep.
But I have heard it was something like the parties were allowed to put up 100 submissions of who they wanted to hear from. So each party got to pick 100 people because there were so many submissions.
Yeah.
And then it was something like the remaining gaps were like basically picked out of a hat, or probably had the name put into a random name picker, and just basically pick 50 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I found interesting about doing a number of submissions is in the last few decades, when it comes to submissions, I think I've taught people to do 3, and it's such an arduous task about getting people to do a submission. But this time around, after the Hickey, and there was a movement to urge people to do submissions, I was really pleased with the amount of submissions that were submitted. It was really groundbreaking. But also, what I found historically is when you had a protest, often everyone got up in arms about the protest, and then after the fact, there was no follow through. And so the result of this having a pre-planned follow through after the fact was really successful. And also knowing that Hobson's Pledge, their goal was to get 100,000 submissions in, that gave us a goal to hit, you know what I mean? So it was good to see how many people were doing submissions. And also I used AI to help me in a process so people could independently do their own submission that wasn't a cut and paste. And I found that sped up the process markedly. Because the people I did a submission with, they were able to go and do 10 or 20 with their whānau. And so it made it way easier after the fact. And so I'm going to be using that from now on.
Yeah, I needed that because I've put in 2 submissions on 2 different bills, and no, I didn't use any AI to write them out, actually. And one of them I'm off to Parliament tomorrow to do, which to orally submit is the Social Security's Amendment Bill, which brings in the sanctions and all that sort of stuff. And I said, and basically my submission is, you're providing solutions to a perceived problem, but you're not actually fixing the real problem that leads to the biggest disconnect. And like a person can't even dispute, like in that way case, a sanction on my MSD. You can't even do it. You have to ring them up to dispute a sanction, but you can't ring up my MSD all the time because the call centers are overloaded.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you sit there and go, "Oi, you got this wrong," and it's like, "Oi, you got this wrong." And then what happens next? You might end up having to repeat what happened in Ashburton. But besides the point, we're talking treaty principles, not Social Security's legislation.
Yeah.
Let's kick off with a next one with our favourite friend from Ngāti Toa, Helmut.
Oh, Helmut, eh?
And I'll invite Helmut Modlik to the table for us. Now, if you give me 1 second, I'll just reset your time so you're not in the minuses there. Good, Helmut, thank you for being with us. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so please present your presentation. But I'll just ask members, bearing in mind that please don't interrupt submitters. As chair, I will judge the relevance of submissions and the relevance of questions, so I'd leave that role to me, and we'll get through this relatively smoothly. So Helmut, I'll hand over to you.
Tēnā tātou. I confess it's difficult to be in this house for this purpose this day. Everything about it screams colonial era dishonesty and deceit that Ngāti Toa believed was behind us. That a national-led government provided the stage for this political theatre is ironic, to say the least. Because less than 10 years ago, another national-led government passed in this House the Ngāti Toa Rangatira Claims Settlement Act that included the following words, and I quote, "With this apology and settlement, the Crown seeks to atone for these wrongs, restore its tarnished honour, and begin the process of healing. The Crown hopes that this apology and settlement will mark the beginning of a new, positive and enduring relationship with Ngāti Toa Rangatira founded on mutual trust and cooperation and respect for Te Treaty of Waitangi and its principles," close quote. The Treaty Principles Bill before us today is in spirit and substance the antithesis of the mutual trust and cooperation and respect for Te Treaty of Waitangi, so solemnly promised by the Crown and frankly also passed unanimously by this House to Ngāti Toa to restore its tarnished honour. Truly, this nation's story is one of repeated Crown failure to act with integrity and honour. Principle 1 of the Treaty Principles Bill claims the Government of New Zealand has full power to govern and Parliament has full power to make laws. Ngāti Toa refutes the legitimacy of their claim and asks from whom did Parliament obtain that power and on what terms. In 1840, Rangatira of Ngāti Toa signed a treaty on the HMS Herald and the schooner Ariel at Cloudy Bay, Mana Island, Te Whanganui Atarash, Queen Charlotte Sound, Kapiti Island and Mutungangara Island. So intent was the Crown on its subjects having access to Ngāti Toa's maritime domain that the signature of our Taniwhāti Rauparaha was sought twice for our northern and southern whenua and the strategic straits that linked them. Article 1 of the treaty signed by our tupuna gifted to the Crown kāwanatanga or governorship over its subjects within Ngāti Toa's domains. Ngāti Toa's tino rangatiratanga or total chieftainship over its people, interest and resources was acknowledged and guaranteed in Article 2. And in Article 3, the Crown beneficially granted equal rights of citizenship to Ngāti Toa. That's it. It is an historical fiction, repeated just a moment ago, and logical and cultural impossibility that Ngāti Toa Rangatira ceded our mana, our sovereignty to the Crown in 1840. Never happened. What right then did the Crown have to establish this Parliament in Ngāti Toa's domain in 1852? None. That it did establish its institutions and laws isn't debatable. However, it was not on any legitimate rule of law basis. Rather, it was by the means used by usurpers and tyrants the world over. Lies, manipulation, theft and force of arms. That is the shameful whakapapa of this government and this Parliament in this land. And that's the truth. Principle 2 of the Treaty Principles Bill says the Crown will recognise, respect and protect the rights Ngāti Toa had in 1840, unless they differ from the rights everyone else has today and are specified in our settlement. Whānau, it's hard to conceive of a more contemptible example of legal doublespeak than that. Te Tiriti o Waitangi makes no provision for unilateral alteration of Ngāti Toa's rights by the Crown or unilateral amendment at all. Te Tiriti o Waitangi is an unchanging covenant between Ngāti Toa and the Crown. We have been constant in holding the Crown to account to uphold the guarantees they made to us in black and white. In response, the Crown has already acknowledged in this House that it has failed to do so, that it has breached the interest of Te Tiriti o Waitangi for Ngāti Toa repeatedly. The Crown has already unreservedly apologised for those breaches, which hurt and prejudiced Ngāti Toa. Crown leaders solemnly stood in this House and sought to atone for those past wrongs, to restore tarnished honour and begin a process of healing. Instead of honour and healing, today Ngāti Toa returns to this House to repudiate a bill that seeks to disempower and prejudice us once again. A bill that sets aside truth and justly affirmed rights. A bill that misrepresents, manipulates and undermines legitimate constitutional foundations of this nation. A bill that is an international embarrassment for this nation and an indictment of its authors and supporters. Principle 3 of the Treaty Principles Bill says everyone is equal before the law, is entitled to equal protection and benefit of the law, and equal enjoyment of the same human rights without discrimination. Ngāti Toa wholeheartedly agrees with those ideas and supports their incorporation into relevant statutes like the Bill of Rights. Ngāti Toa submits there is no contradiction between honouring Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the principles of equality before the law or equal enjoyment of human rights and non-discrimination. New Zealand's laws already differentiate between citizens every single day on the basis of age, income, health, location, prior convictions, etc. in pursuit of equitable public policy outcomes. The conflation in this bill of equality before the law and Te Tiriti o Waitangi is just a shameful race-based dog whistle to the uninformed and bigoted in this land to create populist political support. That's it. That's all that's going on here. This Treaty Principles Bill is a constitutional solution looking for a problem, whānau. To conclude, the biggest questions for every society are who decides and who decides who decides. In this land, the legitimate answers to those questions have been provided by Te Tiriti o Waitangi since February 6, 1840. Ngāti Toa reminds this House, this day, that treaties are for honouring, not settling, and we look forward to resuming our nation's journey of truth and reconciliation with an honourable kāwanatanga partner as soon as one reappears in this House. Toi tū Te Tiriti.
Thank you, Helmut. We've got time for questions. I'm going to start with Ginny Anderson, then Debbie Ngāti Paaka, and then Joseph.
Kia ora, te rangatira. It is unusual that we're hearing submissions on a bill that is not proceeding any further, according to this government. Some might say it makes a mockery or a circus of this institution. How do you think being here today reflects upon the leadership by our Prime Minister?
Hey, that's a landmine you've invited me to stand on there. What? So look, I've been clear there because I have put my finger on National and their responsibility as the leader of this coalition government for enabling this political theatre that's played out in 2024 and which is culminating in this process. And it is regrettable, the call was made, but it is regrettable, at least in one material sense, is that it has surfaced very clearly the dysfunctional ideas that are still embraced by so many New Zealanders that are not based on truth. That at least has been surfaced. So while that's negative, though, I am grateful for it being raised for this reason. It has enabled us to confront, I hope for the last time, those fictions and putting them to bed. It has also enabled a degree of kotahitanga for our people across this motu that's unprecedented, which I think is a good thing. So that's probably all I'll say about that. Kia ora.
Helmut, we'll go a question from Debbie and then Joseph.
Tēnā koutou. My question is, in your submission, you're saying Te Tiriti is not a framework for assimilation, it's a guarantee of partnership. Can you explain why we have this political theatre in front of you and direct to eliminate the fear? How does Ngāti Toa live that partnership for all New Zealanders today?
So two observations. I truly believe that the evidence is clear and that even on reflection, it's reasonable to propose that our ancestors, both from the British Isles and from our tupuna here, our Māori tupuna here, that they entered into this relationship between each other in the expectation that it would be beneficial. Right, that this would be a place where we could combine the best of our respective societies to create something new and beneficial. That vision, that aspiration is still with us today. If you want to see what Te Tiriti o Waitangi in practice looks like, come to Porirua. There you will find the delivery of the range of health and social services, housing, education, etc., that is playing out to bless our whole community. Ngāti Toa are actually a minority in those who are served by those services. And so that is the possibility that is in front of this nation.
So I'm sorry to interrupt that time. I'll just acknowledge your submission and thank you for being with us this morning.
Tēnā.
We're going to move.
I love what he said was it's a constitutional solution that's yet to find a problem.
Yeah.
And I feel like when he said that, it reminded me of, ironically, right-leaning politicians have got a solution to a so-called abuse that is yet to have been proven.
One of the things which I'm wary of is that ACTA are playing the long-term game. And, a lot of people don't realise this isn't their first shot at this bill. They've done it before. And I think it was about 20 years ago when it first came up. Yeah, and this is virtually a copy and paste. And what they know is that they can just keep applying pressure, and then over time, it'll get through. I think the good thing about this was the result of the Hickey is it woke up so many people's eyes to how submissions work that moving forward, I think it's probably the best thing that ever happened because people know how to do submissions now.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, it took me 16 years to talk 3 people to do submission before, you know, and then in a couple of weeks I did 110, you know, and I was like, what? And then all my friends in my network, we were helping hundreds of people get submissions in, and then all of a sudden we smashed the record, and then on the last day we doubled that record.
Yeah.
And so for me, I was like, in 100 years, I would never have guessed that would have happened. And then you've got the follow-on. So what it's opened people's eyes up to is one thing, they can do a submission.
Yeah.
But also the other is that there's submissions going on all the time. So after some of the people that I helped do their first submission, within the next week, they've done 2 other submissions as well. And I was like, what?
Yeah,
and then
when
I read their submissions, because they used AI, because they weren't very, you know, they weren't very well written, but because they just plugged their ideas in and let AI write it, then they edited it after the fact, they realized that by using a simple tool, they could get what they wanted across the line easily, and they could do it all on their laptop. So, you know, I think it's changed the game. And from what Helmut said there was what I liked about it is he called out National straight away, because had National not supported this, because it was obviously part of the coalition deal, if they hadn't supported it, we wouldn't be worrying about it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. We'll be worrying about it as an election 2026 policy, not a bill that's going to be reminded. And I mean, you know, as I sit there and say, racism sells views. Yeah. That's something I've discovered because our over the last week we've had an explosion of views and some very misguided comments on our videos. Particularly, I've seen the mount that always go there. Māori definitely said it's sovereignty. They need to accept it at how it is. And it's just like, if that's like, you know, like it's shown, I believe society is more divided than what it looks like. But I do feel that the vision is being manufactured. Yeah. And there are some people who want to find a fence to be divided on. Well, hey, here's a simple one you do. You find a motorway, grass stripped down the middle with a median barrier. There's events to be divided on. Most motorways, you have northbound traffic and southbound traffic, and you cannot drive across them and sit there and turn the other direction like you did with, was it Feta Cooper sitting there and did a Hickey in 1975.
Yes,
you know, now you won't be able to sit there and turn around on the motorway. As I've seen an old picture of on the Helston Road Bridge of Johnsonville, look at that. That picture feels weird. Now, the picture wasn't about the Hickey feeling weird. It's the fact there's no median barrier, half the trees missing, all that sort of stuff, and the old-fashioned open national speed limit sign, which we don't see these days now because we replace them with the actual numbers of 100.
Yeah. And like Ginny was saying in her question, why are we bothering if this isn't supposed to be making it past the first reading? If it's not being supported any further, then why?
It's political leverage. So I'm going to say, from a political point of view, Chen was very clever because he knew he wasn't going to get this across the line, okay? Because National said that it's only going to support it to the first reading.
Yeah.
But the amount of exposure he's got and the increase in support he's got from it, politically, it was worth its weight in gold.
Yeah.
That is the bottom line of why he did what he did.
Let's get on to our next submission. I think it's Te Puna Ora o Matatua?
Matatua.
Yeah. Dr. Chris Tuli.
I will be exiting while this is on, so I'll say my goodbyes now.
Okay.
Sweet as, Wayne. Catch you later.
Shall do.
Dr. Chris Tuli. If Dr. Tuli can join us. Dr. Tuli, thank you for being with us into the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes if you can begin your presentation.
Morena, tēnei au te tuaki nei ki te me kia tātou kua taimai. Ko Chris Tuli talking ingoa, I'm here on behalf of Te Pūnaoro o Mātātua. My summary comments are in 4 parts. Let me say from the outset that the starting point for a conversation around Crown Māori partnership should be the text of Te Tiriti, rather than around conventions of principles. The text of Te Tiriti is the only starting point. Let's be clear, existing principles such as partnership, participation, protection and so forth have been forged in the Kawanatanga system where Māori have not participated as treaty partners. Existing principles have been forged in Parliament where Māori have not participated as treaty partners. Existing principles have been forged in the courts where Māori have not participated as treaty partners. When we consider the treaty clauses in legislation that enshrine the existing principles, both in scope and in weighting, they have never been defined upon the basis of Te Tiriti, but instead in relation to the political expediency of the day. However, existing principles do provide some form of recognition, and it's in this context that Te Pūnaoro o Mātātua joins with Te Ao Māori in opposing and condemning this bill. The Waitangi Tribunal, Te Matapono, overwhelmingly shows that proposed principles breach Te Tiriti and tikanga Māori. However, the proposed principles have no legitimacy anywhere. When we think about executive and public service conventions, when we think about international and national jurisprudence, when we think about historical, sociological and cultural texts, when we think about economic relationships, these principles have no grounding. They have no correlation to any intellectual discipline anywhere. I would like to draw your attention to Clause 9 of the bill. It states that nothing in this Act amends Te Tiriti or Waitangi. This is false and deceitful. The Crown does not uphold Te Tiriti or Waitangi. It only gives recognition to Te Tiriti through Convention of Principles. Therefore, to seek to change the only current form of recognition by the Crown is to fact rewrite the Crown's only application of Te Tiriti itself. This bill can only be described as a simple piece of fiction that only has the intent of colonising Māori. This bill is a unilateral attempt to hijack and overthrow the constitutional development of this country. This bill is a de facto form of nationalism. Now, as a health provider, some comments in relation to Hauora Māori. While not perfect, existing principles supported the establishment of Te Aka Whaiora, the Māori Health Authority. It offered both form and function for Hauora providers in expressing principles such as active protection and equity. The disestablishment of Te Aka Whaiora breached Te Tiriti, as outlined in Y2575, and will soon be heard in front of the High Court later this year. But under these proposed principles, it would prohibit any future initiatives like this to be considered in the first place. Any health reforms, policies, as the health sector has already experienced, would be conditioned by the principle of equality, as proposed in this bill. Inequality in healthcare for Māori has arisen because of repeated approaches by the Crown that favours equal treatment over equity. History shows from around the world time and time again that equality does not work, nor does the needs-based doctrine ever work. To treat unequals equally is to simply reproduce and redeploy the existing power structures and privilege across society. And the Minister this morning could not answer the question around equality. The Minister this morning could not answer the question in relation to how this bill impacts upon health providers. Across the healthcare system, equity adjusters such as clinical, cultural, rural and deprivation have had the biggest and largest impact in addressing long-term systematic inequalities suffered by Māori. But this bill will upend those models of care. Lastly, context is important. This bill is only one of a number of many other bills that breach Te Tiriti and are assaulting Māori across a number of fronts. Let's remember, during confidence and supply agreement negotiations, this government took steps to try and withdraw from the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which enshrines the right to self-determination. While legislation and policies might be different in name, sponsored by different government parties, they are all underpinned by the same structural objective: to eliminate the status of Māori in the public sphere as treaty partners. Te Pūnaoro o Mātātua not only opposes this bill, but will also actively oppose any further attempts or bills like this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tuli. We've got a couple of questions. The first from Debbie Ngāne with Paaka.
I'm aware of the mahi that you've done with Tāpita in the United Nations Declarations of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Can you share with us what, and quickly, I'm looking at time, part of the constitutional review that happened with NETS and the next steps?
Yeah. So look, when Pete and Tari came to power, they wanted to have a constitutional conversation. And collectively amongst that caucus, they could have easily rewritten a constitutional framework themselves. But we were very well aware that we were within a space of kawanatanga. And so we had a duty of care to enable this country to come together in a kotahitanga environment, in a process in which we could have a conversation around the constitutional review matters. And hence the Constitutional Advisory Panel was established and a 2-year process took place. The right of kawanatanga to make sure that they are enablers in relation to any discussion around constitutional matters, rather than simply imposing a doctrine upon this country unilaterally without any kind of constitutional discussion across this country. Now, when it came to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Pita came into office, and we had already seen that Indigenous peoples and Māori from across the world had consensus in relation to this declaration. We were aware that the United Nations had already ratified it, and so it was our duty to endorse it on behalf of government. However, it was not our responsibility to then go away and prescribe interpretations in relation to the articles of that declaration. Again, the principle of enablement meant that in this particular environment, at that particular time, we invited the Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples from the UN to come to this country and to provide independent advice and an independent process to bring about how we would then go about implementing the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And so there is a duty of care that this government has failed to implement in relation to being leaders of this country rather than leaders of a political party.
Thank you, Dr. Tuli. We'll take a question from Steve Abel, and then if we've got time, Duncan Webb.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your excellent submission. You articulate strongly how Māori inequitably experience poorer health outcomes than non-Māori. Can you please explain to the committee how, in your statement, inequity in healthcare has arisen because of an approach that favours equal treatment over equitable treatment?
So across a number of health and social policies, when you fund for outcomes exactly the same in relation to populations that are very different, you get different outcomes. It is quite simple to fund, say, a whānau based in Auckland compared to a whānau based in Mātātua. You get completely different outcomes. Their resources, their access, their deprivation, their location, all the different equitable kind of markers that any one whānau would experience, their access to that outcome and how that outcome is achieved is completely different. And so when you supply funding or you supply opportunity equally to unequals, you're simply going to exacerbate the existing disparities within society.
Thank you, Dr. Tuli. That's the end of our allocated time. I appreciate you being with us this morning.
Thank you.
We'll now move.
Well, that's I like that submission.
Yeah. I like most of the submissions that we're covering. Most.
Oh yeah, I mean we'll have ones that we don't like, but I mean it's just how it goes. I mean, thank goodness we did Gary Judd Casey last week.
Yes.
So we've had more
Exactly.
positive ones so
There
far.
are going to be a few more like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, let's keep it moving.
Let's go.
We have a submission from Carwyn Jones. I'll invite Carwyn up to the floor, onto the table. Thank you, Carwyn. Thank you for being before the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning if you'd like to begin your presentation. And apologies if I've mispronounced your first name.
Te tiamana ngā memo te committee nei, a tēnā koutou, o tira tēnā koutou katoa. O he mipo tēnei he mihi mai aha kia koutou. Carwyn Jones tōku ingoa, he uri ahau, no ngā kahununu ki te wairo. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm strongly opposed to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill, and I urge the Select Committee to recommend that the bill proceed no further, but also to reject and condemn the approach proposed by the bill and recommend that the government commit to honour Te Treaty of Waitangi and the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, amongst the steps needed to address the harm that's already been caused by the bill. Just to provide some context, I should note that my analysis of the bill was based not only on the fact that I'm a uri o ngā kahununu, but also on my work as a legal academic in which Te Treaty of Waitangi has been the primary focus of my research and teaching, and particularly its legal policy and practical application. Now, it's clear that the bill is flawed in both process and substance. So first, a few brief points about the process. The bill proposes to change the legal meaning and effect of a treaty without discussion with the other parties to that treaty. There's been no policy work to properly identify the problem that the bill seeks to address, let alone any work done to identify what might be effective policy responses to any problem. And given that the bill seems certain not to pass, the whole exercise has been a colossal waste of time and resources, not just ministers, MPs and officials' time and government resources, but the time and resources of the hundreds of thousands of people who have taken the time to express their views on the bill by writing submissions or participating in the Hickey and other ways. The fundamentally flawed process has contributed to the many substantive problems with the bill. The lack of policy work and consultation contributes to the fact that the bill's effect would be in direct contradiction to its stated purposes. The bill would create significant and costly uncertainty about the application of the principles of the treaty, where there is currently significant certainty. It has already undermined our ability to have an effective national conversation about the role Te Treaty plays as a foundational constitutional instrument by promoting a false interpretation of Te Treaty. And the minister responsible for the bill is fully aware that the bill is a distortion of Te Treaty and that it will not achieve a stated purpose. He's been advised by officials and he's had the benefit of a Waitangi Tribunal report to point that out, yet he's continued to promote the bill. And it's shameful that Parliament and the legislative process has been used to try to give legitimacy to this made-up version of what was agreed in Te Treaty and to mislead the New Zealand public in this way. The false narrative that the bill presents is one of the most harmful aspects of it. The principles proposed in the bill are completely detached from reality and would remove Māori rights that are not only guaranteed in Te Treaty but recognised by the international community. And this false narrative has already contributed to significant social disruption and real harm to tangata whenua and tangata treaty, and that is why it's so important that this bill go no further. And say, in order to start to undo some of the harm already caused by the bill, we urge the Select Committee to not only recommend that the bill proceed no further, but to unequivocally reject and condemn the approach proposed by the bill, and also recommend that the government commit to honour Te Treaty of Waitangi and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Sure, Carwyn. We've got time for a few questions. We're going to start with Joseph Mooney, then Ginny, then we'll go Marty.
Yeah, kia ora, Carwyn. Just in terms of Article 2 of Te Tiriti, do you think that Tino Rangatiratanga means sovereignty?
I think Tino Rangatiratanga represents the expression of the way in which Māori, iwi and hapu exercised their autonomy, authority and self-determination. Sovereignty, I think, is probably a close equivalent European concept, but Tino Rangatiratanga is grounded in Te Ao Mā.
Just one supplementary on that, just in terms of the guarantee of Tino Rangatiratanga, it was to rangatira, to hapu, and to individuals, i.e. Tina Tangata Katoa Tirani. What do you think that meant to the individuals?
Well, so I mean, you can see through that guarantee that it is guaranteed to those communities, to those political communities of political authority. And so what that means in the context of Te Tiriti is that you have a relationship that's established where you have those political communities entering into a relationship with the British Crown, whereby they allow the British Crown to exercise authority over their own people who are here in Aotearoa, and their guarantee of Tino Rangatiratanga, their own authority, is maintained and will continue.
Thanks, Joseph. We'll go to Ginny Anderson and then Marty Minokapke.
Thanks, Carwyn. I always sort of try and put myself in other people's shoes to understand situations. But from your background and experience, what is it that you think is so difficult for the Assimilation Act Party to comprehend around status as tangata whenua? Where does that come from?
So I appreciate that you might try and put yourself in other people's shoes, but I find it very difficult to understand why it is so difficult about this. Partly because, as I say, I know some of the information that the Minister has been provided with, the explanation and articulation of what the impact of this bill would be, and so I can't understand why he is refusing to listen to not only the official advice, not only the report from the tribunal, but the vast majority of historical, legal evidence and expertise that we have built up around Te Tiriti over the course of over 180 years.
Thank you. Maria Mino and then Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does this bill, in your mind, how does this bill risk invalidating established legal interpretations of the treaty?
Well, so because the bill is proposing a set of principles which are not connected to either Te Tiriti itself and what the agreement in 1840 says, or to the 50 years of the tribunal's work, or the nearly 4 years of the work that the courts have been engaged with treaty principles, it will overturn what those established principles are. It will create significant uncertainty, therefore, because we'll need to go through again a process of figuring out how to interpret and apply what these new principles are. And it is, I think, the really dangerous elements about it is that these principles intend to remove Tino Rangatiratanga from the equation of the treaty. They remove the treaty as a mechanism which provides human rights in itself, and they, in fact, remove the identity of Māori as a people.
Thank you. We'll go a question from Dr. Webb.
Kia ora, and thank you online. Thank you for that really thoughtful submission. Stepping outside a little bit, perhaps, David Seymour presented to the committee today and talked about, he suggested that where rights for Indigenous people do not reflect those of the other citizens, that, bad things happen. And I know you've referred to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Can you talk to us about how internationally the rights of Indigenous peoples are respected in a way that's consistent with broader human rights?
Yeah, well, I think the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is really important in that regard, because that declaration doesn't intend to create new rights for Indigenous peoples, but rather it is an expression of what is required to give effect to the statements of universal human rights which already exist within the United Nations framework. So the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, like many other international conventions and declarations, reflects the fact that in order to recognise and implement the same rights and for people to enjoy the same rights, that you need to take different measures sometimes in order to be able to do that, to reflect the different contexts in which people are in.
And does that work in international settings? Can you give us, because the suggestion is that it doesn't, right?
Well, I mean, this is a well-recognised principle of the way in which the human rights system works, well-recognised by the international community, and it's essentially the way in which the UN system operates. So we have, of course, particular recognition of the rights of women, children, people with disabilities, all kinds of different communities who, in order to fully enjoy their human rights, are required to be recognised in particular kinds of ways.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you for that.
Thank you, Carwyn. Unless there are any burning questions, we might take the opportunity to reclaim a little bit of time from our schedule. So, Carwyn, thank you for being with us this morning and for presenting your submission.
Thank you.
Well, that was
actually extremely informative.
Yeah, I was going to say informative but uneventful.
Yeah, but putting it into an international viewpoint rather than just New Zealand. Like, yeah, trying to remove us, like New Zealand as a country, from the UN Declaration for Indigenous Peoples. Like, that's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting.
Big as well to do that. Yeah. Okay, let's get on to the next one. I think it's Spencer Sculler.
Schooler.
Schooler. That's how you say it.
Okay, was an ab submission from Tangata Tiliti Aotearoa in person. Oh, sorry, no, I apologise. It is Spencer Schooler. Come to the table. Sorry, Spencer. On the wrong page. So welcome. Thank you for being with the committee and for providing your very interesting and unique submission. So I'd just like to invite you to start your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for inviting me here today. I'm Spencer Schooler. I'm leading private electorate treaty materials, and I oppose the bill. In the first report of the Paparati Otaraki inquiry, the Waitangi Tribunal thoroughly examined what Rangatira consented to. My purpose today is to present what the British Crown consented to. I first explain why the British Crown needed to ratify the treaty signed by Hobson. Then I demonstrate through 5 key documents what was ratified. These documents are discussed in my written submission and are numbered 1 to 5 on the flowchart on page 3. My key message is that the British Crown effectively consented to only the English text of the treaty. While the British Crown ratified both texts, they ratified the treaty with the reservation that its translation is the English text of the treaty. This has significant implications for the treaty principles and treaty relationship. For the past 50 years, most people have implicitly assumed that the treaty-making process ended with the signing of the treaty sheets by Hobson and Rangatira. The complication is that the treaty was not an agreement between Hobson and Rangatira. It was an agreement between the British Crown and Rangatira. Under the law of nations, Hobson could only bind the British Crown if he acted within the terms of his commissions and the extent of his power. The British government authorised Hobson to negotiate with Maori for sovereignty in New Zealand. Under the law of nations, sovereignty is indivisible, which means there can only be one sovereign. According to the Waitangi Tribunal, at Waitangi, Waimati and Manunu, Rangatira did not cede sovereignty over their people and territory to Britain. However, Hobson did not have the authority to enter into an agreement where Maori did not cede full sovereignty. Furthermore, Hobson delegated negotiations with Maori, even though he did not have the authority to do so. Even if these issues were not problems, there are other reasons why Hobson's agreement with Rangatira did not bind the British Crown. Hapu, who held the rights in land, were not included in Article 1 of the treaty, and there was no provision for the ratification of the treaty. And Hobson did not correctly execute 8 of the 9 treaty sheets. Since Hobson did not act properly, for the agreement to be a valid treaty, it had to be ratified by the British Crown. Regarding the ratification, in July 1840, the British Crown ratified the English text of the treaty. 9 months later, the British Crown ratified the treaty with the reservation that its translation is the English text of the treaty. In effect, the British Crown only consented to the English text of the treaty. I will now present 5 documents, one by one. The ratification documents are originals, and the linking documents are copies from the originals at National Archives, London. This first document here contains the ratification that bound the British Crown to the English text of the treaty. It's one of 4 known copies. The second document is the official record of the treaty from October 1840. After the collection of signatures, there were 9 treaty sheets. Since the British government expected 1 treaty, all but one of the treaty sheets were combined into this official record on a long roll of parchment. At the top centre of the record is the word treaty, under which the Maori and English texts are put side by side. The signatures, witnesses and certification on the parchment have been cut off and lost. The third document is part of the official record of the treaty. It is the certified copy of the Manukau Kawhia treaty sheet. This certified copy was forwarded separately by Hobson to the Colonial Office in May 1841. In August 1842, this document was ratified with the reservation that its translation is the English text of the treaty. This fourth document is the back translation of the treaty into English. It was certified by Henry Williams on about the 15th of February 1840. Although the procedure used by Williams for back translation is usually argued to be invalid, these arguments miss the point. Williams was the commissioned expert. While anyone else may have provided a different translation, we cannot alter the fact that this is the only certified translation received by the Colonial Office. It was the official translation of the treaty into English. Since the Colonial Office lacked expertise in te reo Māori, they relied on the certified translation for the British Crown's ratification of the treaty. This document, which is another original, and this page, it refers to the ratification, is the ratification of the treaty by the British Crown, printed by the House of Commons. Unlike the long parchment over here, where the text was side by side, in the printed version, they put the Māori text before the English text, and then they added the word translation between the 2 texts. This meant that the British Crown ratified the treaty with the reservation that the translation is the English text of the treaty. Everyone in this room, and many people around New Zealand, have a passion for the treaty. We're all muddling through what the treaty means for New Zealand. From my perspective, I reiterate, I do not support the bill. I'm not here as an advocate for either Pākehā or Māori. I'm here to advocate for the treaty documents. I recognise that transparency about the ratification of the treaty is likely to have political, social, legal, economic and constitutional implications for New Zealand. Nonetheless, the key issue on hand is the documents show that the British Crown ratified the treaty as being the same as the English text. Therefore, they effectively, the British Crown consented to the English text. I believe it's important to the committee to understand this consent of the British Crown when they consider the treaty principles. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Thank you, Spencer. Fascinating submission and a fantastic collection. I'm sure there may be some interest in people maybe wanting to inspect those documents. With your permission, I'll ask that to take place in the hall outside the conclusion of the submission. I've got a series of questions, first from Duncan Webb, then Takata, then Steve.
Kia ora, thank you for that very interesting submission. You've given a long analysis, and I've read your submission on the British Crown's approach to the treaty. I'm particularly interested in how that corresponds on the other side of the fence with the Māori's approach to it. You say the British Crown agreed to the English version only. There's a strong argument the Māori agreed to the Māori version only. And of course, the law around treaties of cession from Indigenous peoples and around that time is quite complex. Where does that lead us?
The Waitangi tribe did a fantastic job in terms of what the Maori Rangatahi consented to and what I present here, what the British consented to. And my analysis suggests that there may not have been an agreement. You go through the different articles and look at them and compare what the two were saying. There's a clear difference between what each party expected out of it. It also explains what's happened over the last 180 years in terms of misunderstandings, potentially as people agreeing to different arrangements.
Thank you, Spencer. We'll go to Takata, then Steve, then Joseph if we have time.
Tēnā koe, Spencer, and thank you for your submission. It really alludes to the complexity of it all. And when you have a sort of surface level discussion about it that's devoid of a clear understanding of the complexity, then you end up in muddy water. So I'm just wondering, given there's two parties and one party might believe one thing and one other party might believe another, there still exists the international laws within which the treaties are declared. And so a part of that law is a thing called contra preferentum, where the language of the receiving partner to the treaty will be the language that the treaty is interpreted through should there be disagreement. So given that, what is there a point for all of this argument, or should we just stick to that?
Your question assumes that there was an agreement. If there was an agreement, then there is a tendency to favour the Indigenous people's text. There's a difference in interpretation. But given there may not have been an agreement because we're agreeing to two different texts, that may be where the gap is between what's happening here.
Or just quickly, is it a tendency or law?
Right.
No, sorry, we're out of time. Sorry, Takata. Thank you, Spencer. We appreciate you being with us. We will now move.
That is definitely a very interesting submission. Now, I mean, I'm not going to draw a view on it. I see the submission itself as an education of what's actually happened. And it's quite interesting that you brought up from the UK archives on what's happened rather than the New Zealand archives. And it's quite intriguing just the way, what he's brought up, which is interesting, finding out ratification dates of when things got ratified by the British Parliament and all that sort of stuff, considering, I mean, from the original treaty signing to finally by the time they did the whole of New Zealand, it took them about 5 months. In the same time, they could have just gone to the UK.
Yeah. And actually, when he started speaking about the Crown, it reminded me, King Charles, the face of the Crown currently has come out last year after the Hickey and said, do not touch these documents. I do not authorize you to do anything.
Yeah.
The Crown itself has said, no, don't.
Yeah, and it's a very strong statement. The fact that the Crown, normally the Crown stays out of political matters.
Exactly.
Well, in a public aspect.
Yes.
In a public aspect. I do know privately.
He said, don't touch, hands off.
Yeah.
Leave it alone.
Yeah. But yes, we know what David's like. No. Even when the King Charles says don't go there, he would still put his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, let's get to our next submission before we sit there and
take over.
Yeah.
All right. Tangata Te Reti Aotearoa.
Tangata Te Reti Aotearoa, and I'll invite the team up to the floor. So welcome to the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'd ask you to start the presentation.
Ko Drakensburg te Maunga, ko Te Gala te Awa, ko Indian Ocean te Moana, I tuku ake Africa ki te Tonga, no hira Tonga aho. Kia ora, assalamu alaikum, and my name is Ruane Nati. As Tangata Treaty, I understand that we as migrants will only be able to fully participate and honor our position as Tangata Treaty if Maori are able to exercise their inherent and enduring rights as Tangata Whenua. The immigration and education systems have failed to teach an honest history of Aotearoa and Te Reti. Misinformation and disinformation are very prevalent among migrant communities, fostering disharmony and affecting the fabric of social cohesion, who we all strive for. Migrant communities in particular are vulnerable to misinformation from people in power, and that is exactly what is happening with this bill. As migrants, we have strong cultural ties in the countries we come from. Coming to Aotearoa, we seek that point of connection and identity. Tiritiri and connection with tangata whenua helps us with identifying our tūranga waiwai. This bill, with all its flaws, especially distracts from the very real issues of social and economic inequality caused by colonization, white supremacy, Islamophobia, etc. In 25 years of working in our health system, I have seen firsthand how the dynamics of systemic racism has affected our vulnerable communities. This bill sets up Maori rights, mana motuhake, as a barrier to equality when it is inherent racism at the root of racial inequality. It's not one size fits all. The Treaty of Waitangi and its principles are the foundation of our past and our future. It's a foundation on which we thrive, and breaking down any part of that is our threat to our future existence, as would be breaking down the foundation of a well-built house. Being brought up in apartheid South Africa, I have my own experiences of fighting for equality and against discrimination, and have a lifelong and deep understanding of the way legal processes can be legitimized to usurping of power. I would strongly recommend that this bill is rejected in its entirety. There is no referendum for Treaty of Waitangi, and as a nation, we should implement the initiation of the values and models of Martha Moana Jackson's My Tiki Mai report. Aotearoa can only flourish if all of us work towards upholding and honouring Treaty of Waitangi. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou. Nā mihi ki te whare, salam alaikum. Nā mihi aroha hoki ki te whaia tari ana turia. Tā koto mai e te kui. You raise the consciousness of many of us tangata tiriti and encourage us to mobilise. Thank you. We honour your memory. Members of the Select Committee, we tangata tiriti Aotearoa not only implore you to kill this bill, but to do your individual best to dissipate the fog of disinformation that it has manifest. Te tiriti has been cynically cast as a device to privilege one set of New Zealanders, ngā iwi Māori, the first and indigenous people of our shared land. The metrics across all dimensions of well-being in Aotearoa demonstrate what an absurd lie that this is. Te tiriti has been pitched as creating a racial divide, whereas race has nothing to do with it. My tiriti colleague and citizen sister, Ruane Latif, has powerfully referenced actual apartheid. Te tiriti is about indigeneity, the relationship of the original inhabitants of Aotearoa with their lands, waterways, and cultural practices, koto Māori. The champions of the bill base their stance on the principles of libertarianism, yet a core tenet of the libertarian philosophy is that one cannot assume the property of others without consent and fair compensation. Thus, the premise of the bill is hoist on its own petard. Ruane has shared her perspective of the bill as a relatively recent New Zealander. Whilst my perspective comes from a longer line of Paaka immigrants to Aotearoa, New Zealand, we tangata tiriti, old and new, are of a shared view. Honouring te tiriti gives us the basis to stand tall and proud alongside our tuakana Māori, tangata whenua, bound by a sacred agreement made in good faith. The first Māori person to speak in this House in only our fourth Parliament was Tariha Tamananui. Tariha said that our peoples are similar, but not the same. He said that the power of good is stronger than the power of evil, and that all you members of Parliament need to focus your powers upon is to do that which is good. Today, we ask you to follow that seminal request. Ono mano tangata, kiri whero kiri mā, iwi Māori Pākehā rupeki katoa. Nei te tono kōna he, mau e whakaahu ke, ki ora Māori e Aotearoa.
Well, folks, thank you. We're going to start questions from Debbie Ngāle Paaka and then Steve.
Thank you for your submission. Enjoyed reading the submission, the fact that you highlighted the bill fails to include Māori and multicultural perspectives on and its impact on social cohesion. It's almost the opposite to how the bill's being sold at the moment. Can you please share with me, how do you view that this bill will marginalise Māori and multicultural communities?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. How does this bill marginalise Māori and multicultural communities?
Well, it says that it's equality for all. To have equality for all, we need to all start at the same starting point. And we are not. It's clearly visible in our communities. For those of us that work at grassroots level, we can see that it's not an equal starting point. Some people are starting 500 meters away in front of the starting point, and a lot of us are starting at least a kilometer behind the starting point.
So just to follow up, supplementary.
I'll go to Steve and then I'll go to Todd. Yeah, sorry.
It perhaps expands on that point, but the author of the bill says we have a system which is that the privilege gives privilege to one group at the expense of another. In the context of your understanding of where privilege actually lies.
And I would like to answer that question from a health perspective.
Yes.
You know, this bill is saying that, we'll all, at the moment, Maori are having preference. I still have to see that in action. I cannot see, so I'm a midwife, and with that context, I cannot see, and I will have not seen where a non-Maori with an extremely high risk situation, for example, a non-Maori that's having preeclampsia or high blood pressure is not given that preference, or a Maori who's having a normal delivery is given preference over somebody that needs a cesarean section to save their baby's life. I have yet to see that in practice.
Doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen.
We'll go, one question from Todd Stevens.
Quick question, just to take you to the bill, and we're looking at clause 6, where the bill, and again, we can disagree about whether what it puts in as the principles reflect the articles, but do you think it will be legitimate for this Parliament to actually, because what it's attempting to do is actually say there's 3 articles of the treaty, and the 3 articles of the treaty should be represented by these 3 principles. Do you think it will be a good way to move forward to get some agreement on what the actual articles of the treaty are?
I think we've spent years talking about it, and I think moving forward, the recommendation would be to apply the principles of Mai Tiki Mai.
Thank you.
The treaty is a relational document, and relationships develop, contexts change, and we should keep on the same track that we have been on for the last 40 or 50 years.
Thank you, folks. That's the time for the session. Just like to thank you for providing your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, I like that submission. It's it's quite interesting when you see how all these different approaches come across. It's quite fascinating.
Yeah. And I like that Ruane specifically says that putting Māori healthcare before any other culture's healthcare does not happen.
No. It just happens to people who want to believe it happens.
Exactly.
Okay, our first hour's up, so let's get ready for our next round of panelists. See you guys back in a couple of minutes.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, News Guide, The Order Paper Podcast. YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, News Guide, The Order Paper Podcast.
And welcome back for hour 2, and that is literally sliding right in, literally in the middle of the opening credits. It was just like, what? Like, how quick it is.
Fantastic timing.
Yeah, and I have to say, happy birthday, and thank you for doing this on your birthday.
Thank you. I completely forgot, but I'm here.
Okay. So, how was Waitangi?
Not very accessible, but otherwise I enjoyed it. I mean, I always love going up that way. It's always reminds me about the beginning of our country as the modern country we know now. It always reminds me of the sacrifices our people made, what they understood. It's the foundation, and I love it. Every ethnicity goes there. Everybody I know, I see every year. I meet new people. I meet, Pākehā. I meet Africans. I meet Asians. I meet people from every background, and there's no hate. And I find it really odd that the media goes on and on about the hatred of Waitangi, but there isn't any hate. And one of the best ways to protest is to turn your back on somebody. When they've been told time and time again that people don't want to hear their lies anymore and they keep talking, you think the hint would have been there by now. But
Oh, no. The hint will never be there when you're David Seymour, who doesn't seem to sit down and understand. I mean, put it this way, the one thing I found quite disrespectful is the fact, like, I think when he mentioned his wedding announcement, I think he got it. He announced it 8 days too early. It should have been announced on Valentine's Day. I mean, put it this way: on the BHM podcast, in their Discord server, I said, "Oh, David Seymour's going to announce that he's engaged or something on Valentine's Day," and people are like, "Oh my god, oh no!" And then people are like, "Does he actually have a girlfriend?" And he was
I actually didn't think it was possible, but clearly somebody loves him, and good on them, because he'll need someone in the years to come when he starts unraveling. But and he will, because he's got one agenda only, and he doesn't listen to anybody else with other thoughts and ideas. So good on her. I think she's got a tough task ahead of her, and she's going to need all the kindness that apparently she has just to survive Seymour, to be honest.
Oh, I wonder if she's a Green Party supporter.
Well, his sidekick sure was, but I can't say that she's looking at him with deep, lovey eyes anymore, even though she does. I kind of thought she was hoping she would get in there, so I'd say she'd be a bit disappointed. But
Okay, well, let's continue. Well, we're still waiting for Ray to come, and I'm not sure. I hear these, was it Stacey did type in there's headphone issues and all that. I did ask swapping computers, considering Stacey's computer's still ready to go, but as we say, if we say let's bring in Stacey, we'll bring the empty chair.
there you go. You see, it's better than nothing.
Yeah. So
it's a little bit like a symbol of our current government. It's not really there. They're there, but they're doing their own thing. But the rest of us are waiting to see them do something for all citizens of Aotearoa. So that can be the representation of this coalition.
Okay, let's get off to the next part of the submissions. The next submitter is Graham Edler. I'm not sure how this submission goes, but let's kick it off.
We're going to move now to our submission from the New Zealand Māori Council, who will join us by
No, hold on a moment. We've already done the Māori Council because we did that last week. Let's just jump the gun to Graham. Okay.
Graham, welcome back.
Thank you for having me, Ken.
We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you.
I always like to submit on election laws, and of course, this is one. And so, I think one of the things I should possibly say is the thing that you will have many submitters, and perhaps few will have focused on that. And so I'll start with that. I think it is not important that the referendum requirements be passed before you pass or look to further progress this bill, but I think the legislation providing for what any referendums would look like, and indeed this may not be the only one you have this term of parliament, with the term of parliament being another referendum that might come up, that bill should at least I think be introduced before final decisions are made, before perhaps you get to a second reading on this bill, so that when you're discussing, should this bill be passed, you know what the end result of having it passed would look like, and that might affect, how you draft, for example, if you're going to redraft the proposed principles in here. Because one of the other things I suggest is that, my particular concern with this bill is, and there are at least a couple of principles in it which I strongly support. In particular, I would say equal protection of the laws. So as a distinct from equality, equal protection of the laws is important, and it is something that could have more explicit recognition in New Zealand law. There have been sort of recent things in the US with the 14th Amendment. It's generally agreed that that section of the US Constitution is its most important because of the way it protects everyone. And if there is a concern that equal protection isn't fully recognised in New Zealand law, writing that and putting it somewhere, could be the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act or the Constitution Act or the Senior Courts Act or half a dozen other places, even a formal written constitution or something like that. Those sorts of things are appropriate. At the moment, I look at this and that's not really a treaty principle, is I think my concern with this. And if there are people who have concerns with what the treaty principles are, or have concerns that other aspects of the law, respect for property rights or whatever it is like that, those are things that I think are addressed elsewhere. And you have the particular problem with a treaty principles section of if you're defining these as treaty principles, and the Act is saying, and use these treaty principles when interpreting laws which say have respect for treaty principles. Well, equality before the law, equal protection, the other principles that we describe here, I would have said, if they're important all the time. Not the sort of the 20 or 30 bits of law which have a treaty principles section. It's important when you're looking at all of the legislation and all of the decisions government and local government makes when there isn't a treaty principle involved at all. And so you have someone charged with under the Criminal Procedure Act or something like that. You very much want equal protection of the laws for people facing prosecution, but the Criminal Procedure Act and the Crimes Act don't have treaty principle sections, so this additional guarantee of equal protection will
add nothing to protect people who are affected by the strongest imposition of state power, prosecuting someone. There's a bit more in my submission. I have some suggestions of if you are going to have something like this, and I think it is important for you to at least have a look at how these principles, if they're going to stay in this way, are introduced. Because even if this bill does not pass, and this Parliament, through this legislative process, decides we're not going to have that referendum that this legislation promises, it is distinctly possible the other election laws we have, the Citizens Initiated Referendums Act, might be used to have it. And so having some, no one, I think a lot of people who are opposed to this law do not like these principles. That will not change, and certainly not as treaty principles. But they could be introduced in a different way so that if someone is to start that petitions process to try and get 10% of New Zealanders to force the government to hold a referendum, that, do you want it to be held with the principles introduced in the exact way they are introduced in this legislation, or could they be slightly ameliorated? So if someone is going to force a vote, it's a vote on something which might be a legal fiction, but is less of a historical fiction. I think that's probably what I've got to say. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take them. We do have a list of questions. The first one's from Debbie Ngārewa Paaka, then Todd, and then John.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the submission. Your whole submission, I shouldn't say the whole, but it effectively talked about the risks and the potential conflicts. And I'd be really interested in a couple of questions. How does this bill, from your perspective, create ambiguity in interpreting treaty-related legislation?
There's a couple of things, and sort of the Section 7 report, which I think you've probably looked at. We have no idea what the courts will actually do with this. And this is very much a bill aimed at the courts and telling them, when you're looking at those bits of law which have treaty principle sections, how should you apply them? And we have a sense of how that happens now. We have no sense really of how that would change. And so that's why I think if you're looking to have greater protection for property rights, you add property rights to the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. If you're looking to have equal protection or equality, put that somewhere else so that the context in which it's used is better understood by courts. Courts know how the Bill of Rights works and applies in all these sorts of contexts. And so if you have that sort of thing in Section 5 of the Bill of Rights about justified limitations on property rights or whatever, that's a process that courts are good and have experience at using. This one is trying to take something like that and put it somewhere, mostly where it doesn't belong, even if it is a really good principle. And that one in particular, equal protection, I think is. It's why you have the 14th Amendment generally thought to be the most important part of the US Constitution.
Thank you, Graham. Todd, and then Justin.
Thanks, and thanks for your submission. Very interesting. At least one submitted this morning actually said that Article 3 of the treaty actually only offered equal protection or equal rights to Maori. Do you think that would be, and you're actually saying equal protection should be actually a higher level, higher order protection. Yes. So do you think only providing equal protection, equal rights to one group of people based on ethnicity would be appropriate?
Part of the reason sort of that happens, the same reason we have sort of the UN Convention on the Rights of Women, the UN Convention on the Rights of Indigenous Minorities, is that every so often that doesn't happen and someone has to say, and we mean them too. You have the important requirements or protections of equal protection, but then you look at what has happened in the world, a number of countries, Afghanistan or whatever, with the rights of women, all sorts of things. Lots of countries, including historically New Zealand and even obviously to an extent today New Zealand. Putting a section like that, the reason you have that is not to say that Māori have greater equal protection, it's to just underline. When we said everyone has equal protection, we meant them too. We meant Māori too. It's the 14th Amendment. The US Constitution has no sort of provision for different treatment of races, certainly very early on. But you looked at it and lots of that was not happening. You had sort of during the South, during the pre-civil rights era. And it's like the 14th Amendment was, and we mean former slaves too. When it was passed. And this can be very much, everyone has these rights, but sometimes you have to underline, yes, everyone has these rights, and actually that hasn't happened, so we mean them to. I've said it, I think, 4 times. So.
Graham, we've got a question from Just Moon.
Oh, hello, Graham. Thank you for that submission. Look, this point around Principle 3.1, the everyone is equal before the law. Just, I asked a question before, but I'll sort of ask it again, slightly rephrase it. But just this principle comes from the Magna Carta back in 1215, and importantly, it sought to prevent the king from exploiting his power, placing limits on royal authority by establishing laws and power in itself. So the important point that the king and his government are not above the law. When I look at Archdeacon Henry Williams' letter to Bishop Selwyn, where he said he thought this was the Magna Carta for the Aborigines of New Zealand, and I look at Article 3, which said that the Queen of England imparted to them all rights and privileges of British subjects. Would you accept that this was intending to impart that key principle of the Magna Carta to New Zealand, particularly for the Aborigines, as they framed it at the time?
Of course, the reason that Article 3 gives those rights to Māori or to New Zealand, as it was known then, was that British subjects already had the rights of British subjects. So no reason to give them to them in a treaty that you're signing with someone else. That's about extending the rights that other people already have. And so that's, I think, particularly why, and it's a better answer to the question from Stevenson earlier. It was like, why are we giving Māori those rights? Well, they didn't have them before then, but British subjects generally did. I don't know that I really think of the treaty as sort of that sort of Magna Carta type thing, with the difficulties that a large number of iwi didn't sign it and all those sorts of things. And I think very much, but it does serve that purpose of saying, British subjects have a lot of rights. We're going to make sure that everyone else has them too.
Thank you, Graham. Another very good submission. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
It's a very interesting submission. Like, I can't tell is he for or against, but it's mentioning so many things wrong if you go ahead.
I actually, he was trying to give a balanced nuance around the impact of what is equal rights and does it only go to Māori, does it only go to Paaka, all of that. What people forget is that Te Tiriti is between Māori and the Crown. Every citizen sits under the Crown. Therefore, every citizen has equal rights under the Bill of Rights Act, the Human Rights Act, and all the different legislation. We already have in law equality legislation. The difference being that Māori and the Crown had a direct partnership agreed and guaranteed under Te Tiriti. We never ceded sovereignty. It was voluntary on both sides. Māori believed that the gentleman's agreement, so to speak, was going to be upheld. Why? Because the British had over 600 years of international law knowledge behind them. And international law back then and today stated that every treaty signed has to be upheld from the indigenous language within which it is written, not from the foreign language, but from the language within which Māori understood. So when we look at that, it means that the Crown are trying to retranslate the Māori version and trying to emphasize the English version, but we have to go back to the Māori version. The other thing there too, it was designed to give Māori equality with the British subjects, which is what he highlighted. We never got it. Within 10 years, we went from being the majority through disease and other methods, we became a minority. And that was filled with disease, deaths, muskets being introduced. We all know the story.
Yeah. And we seem to have had Huhana freeze.
I was going to say, I wasn't aware of that being international law to be upheld from the perspective of the Indigenous person.
Yep.
That was kind of excellent.
Law, but international law has had a long standing that it always upholds the Indigenous version ahead of the British version.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
That's how I would do it.
Let's see how the next one called the facts. God, this feels like it could go in two different directions, this particular submission.
So we're going to move to our submission from the facts, and we've got Jeff Neal joining us online. Jeff will have some PowerPoint presentations as well, so we'll just get those fired.
Thank you, James, members, and everyone else that's tuning in today. We did 8 written submissions, and we're going to do a visual submission today rather than an oral submission. So I'm going to go over the key insights and recommendations from the 8 submissions that we've done, and welcome questions at any time after the submission. I know we've only got 10 minutes. Can you see the screen okay?
We can, and we can see you as well, Jeff.
Fantastic. So let's start with what we agree with, and that is that we all want unity and prosperity for the whole country. But we also know that there's huge division right now. This isn't something new, and it's not something caused by this bill. The best polling we have on this, if we look back, is the Essential Guardian polling from just before the election, and it showed that 77% of Kiwis felt we'd become more divided, and only 3% said we'd been less divided. So this was our first submission. And before anyone says, what about the TVNZ racial tensions poll? That was very misleading for dozens of reasons that were put into that submission, if anyone's interested. This social division that we have, it's backed up by this Hero Donata poll done a year earlier. So this covers 2020 to 2022, and 2/3 of Kiwis felt we'd become more divided. Some political commentators will suggest that this isn't a big issue. Only 8% care about this, but this is simply not true. Māori/treaty issues are now the number 4 most important issue for Kiwi voters. This is just behind health, and it's now ahead of crime, environment, education, and other issues. And of course, we've had more than 300,000 submissions. So I'll start with an early recommendation here. Given the importance of social cohesion for our country, we need Stats NZ to run some measures on how is it going. Is it getting better or worse? We've got some other challenges. Our MMP and media systems reward factions for creating that kind of division, so we need some solutions for that. A great starting point would be the new Human Rights Commissioners and Race Relations Commissioner calling out all uses of racism, but we also need politicians, media, academia to lead by example on terms like racism as well. And whilst we're a numbers-based organisation, we've done a lot of word analysis here. I'm not going to go through it, but it's here as a reference. These are the leading resources in the world for what is racism, and there's 4 key aspects. You might be particularly interested in the UN's. So if we have this social division, who do we turn to? And it's caused by, a lot of it's caused by the treaty. Who do we turn to? And Horizon and Human Rights Commission have done some research, and sadly, barely 1/3 of us trust the Waitangi Tribunal, and it gets worse. We get most of our information from politicians and the media, but only 7% of Kiwis, way down here, trust MPs, and only 6% trust the news media to provide accurate treaty information. That's below friends and family, below advocacy groups like many of those giving submissions, and it's just right there amongst social media too. So this is not a great situation. So we've got this division, and we can't trust organisations. We have to go to polling. And let's start with the polling that we can't look at, because there's been a lot of politically biased polling. And I know a lot of media are tuning in, but we can't use the stuff or the TVNZ polling.
Neither of them, this is all about the treaty principles, it's about the words of those principles. And neither Stuff nor TVNZ actually even tested the words, which is crazy. Stuff, I know you're listening, you had an incredibly biased question. You can't lead with a political leader and a party for a fair question and research. And TVNZ didn't even include the question or the preamble in their broadcast. So that leaves us with Curia. And I know some of you will think that they're right-leaning, but they have provided really accurate and fair polling so far. I've looked at all of their research design. And back around the election, there was very strong support, 3-1 overall, and strong support across all parties. Green voters were split. New Zealand First and Party Māori samples were too small at that time. Fast forward a year, and we have a lot of political parties being very active in their opposition to this bill. We have the media as well, with all of their coverage, and we have some slightly reworded principles. Now, ACT support really dropped. Nationals remain 4-1, voters in favour versus opposed. New Zealand First is even higher at 5-1. ACT's support dropped. Labour's tanked from 6-1 to 1-1, and one can only presume that's probably because of the stance taken by the party. Greens remained 1-1, and even Te Party Māori at the time had 15% supporting the bill and 44% unsure. 2 months ahead, back to December, and the third and final publicly available poll shows that consistent 2-1 support carrying on. So this is also Curia, ACT paid for it, but we've got 2-1 support versus opposed, and 4-1 for the final principle. Again, a lot of the results remain the same. With the reworded principles, ACT support went up, and Te Party Māori's support went down, especially after the Hickey protest. Labour and Greens remain 1-1. What's fascinating is this poll also asked for do you support the bill without showing the wording, and the support dropped from 2-1 to 1-1. So this shows just how emotionally, I guess, and politically charged this debate has been. A lot of people who don't support the bill, it's got nothing to do with the wording. It's got to do with what they've been led to believe or how they feel about it. Stuff and Curia, they've also asked about referendum. It's easily the most preferred method to, and I know a lot of people are going to be talking about the judiciary, and they've worked on this for 50 years, but the judiciary is the least preferred method by voters to define the treaty principles. And on that, I've got a full breakdown by party in the submission 3. And even probably more important statistic is that 38% of us would rather avoid the debate so as to not upset others. We've really failed as a nation to foster healthy democratic discourse when we've got 1/3 of us sort of too scared to talk about it. Some other related polling that is helpful for the debate. Kiwis want less co-governance. We want a referendum on co-governance, and we want hemispheres communications from the government. Co-governance was never explained well by the government, by the Labour 2020-23 government, despite the promises from Chris Hipkins at the time. A huge percent don't understand it, and many more only have a basic understanding. The majority of New Zealanders would like New Zealand to be called New Zealand, and only 10% Aotearoa. This is just one of those other wedges that I guess is dividing us a little. Our fifth submission was very short. There was a lot made of the KC letter, that 38, actually 42 KCs signed in total, but there was no coverage that 103 KCs didn't sign it. So 3/4 of KCs didn't sign that letter at all. And if you think about the retired KCs, only 4 signed it, and about 60 to 70 more did not sign it. And later today, you're going to hear from Common Grace Aotearoa. They're going to tell you 440 Christian leaders signed a similar letter, but they're not going to tell you about the many more thousands of Christian leaders who did not sign it. So
what are active KCs?
On to media bias, because we just sort of talked about that then. 2/3 of journalists self-identify as left-wing. Only 1/3 of Kiwis trust the media. We're in the bottom 3 in the Western world for media trust with the US and UK. The number one cause is political bias and a lack of facts. And we saw that come through this whole debate. Whether it's the Hickey promotion, bad polls being promoted, good polls being hidden, the coverage of that KC letter. And Harold, I know you're tuning into, but you deleted comments on 5 different treaty stories. No other stories, only treaty stories, and you deleted all of our comments. It gets worse. Only 6% of us out here, citizens, trust the news media to provide us with accurate information about the treaty, Te. And perhaps this is because 77% of journalists think that the treaty applies to all or most stories. Private media can do what they wish, of course, within the laws of our nation. But the state media has an obligation to the taxpayer. And we have One News as the most biased state media outlet. They're rated 15% left-wing by voters. But their complaints have doubled from 1,000 to 2,000 per year, and they now only uphold 1%. The real problem here is the Broadcasting Act or Code of Broadcasting Standards. And a lot of people who are watching this will be shocked to know that it is specifically written into the code that media, state-owned media, is allowed to be politically biased with their taxpayer funds. And there is the exact wording there. So the solution is we have to remove that. We have to fix that code up. We also need state-owned media to reflect the views of citizens, and we need to legislate against social media suppression of political opinions. On to ethnicity race data. We've seen away dozens of OIAs. We actually have no race data at all in New Zealand, and we have very flawed ethnicity data. So rather than go through all of this in detail, I encourage anyone to look into the submission number 7 to see what all those flaws are. But
just letting you know, there's about just under a minute left.
Yeah. We have all of this data. We place all this importance on ethnicity, but we don't place the same importance on how we measure that or gather it and verify it. We've done some work that estimates that 9% of the country is made up of Māori ancestry. We'd love Parliament to review this important piece of work. Finally, we have elected representatives who aren't even representing us, whether it's a treaty, not even their own voters on the treaty bill, 3 waters, Māori awards, citizens-initiated referendums, haven't had one for a decade. We had 5, but national ones ignored the results. And a final summary slide here. For the treaty principles, the status quo, it's not working, it's not defined, judiciary is not preferred. We either define these treaty principles in legislation, we remove the treaty principles from legislation, which is National New Zealand First policy, or we elevate the Bill of Rights Act. Thank you very much. I know there's a lot here, and I'm willing to share a lot more and answer any other questions with politicians or media after this.
Thanks, Jeff. That's the time for this section today, but we appreciate your submission and your detailed information as usual.
Great. Thank you, guys.
So we've got now submission from Carl.
Which, it's a shame we can't have questions. But yeah, it is interesting some of the things that have been brought up in that submission. For of active KCs, I give Huhana probably would be able to answer it better. Those who are actively practicing law are not retired, because I give a KC as kind of like
it's a lifetime. Yeah, they don't. Basically, a KC is a KC once appointed until death. So till they're unalived, apparently is the phrase they use these days. Can't even say death without people having a fit. But it's the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter if they're working or not. That even if they're retired, they bring them out of retirement sometimes to take on roles. So they're always a KC.
Remind me, what does KC stand for?
King's Council. Or, if we want to be, I'd love it to be changed to Queenie's Council.
Surprised I haven't heard of it.
Unfortunately, they used to be known as QCs.
Yeah. We've had QCs my entire life because she became queen.
Yeah.
When she died, then the king becomes the king. They automatically become KCs.
Roger.
So it goes from QC to KC.
Makes sense.
It does feel weird when we had, 70 years of QCs. So a whole generation was brought up with only ever knowing QCs as the thing.
I think there's numbers, though. What's problematic is it's not the bias of the media. Yeah, that is an issue, but I would say News Talk ZB, whatever, is probably one of the worst, most biased ones I've ever seen. But it's the misinformation. It's the deliberate attack on valid research, on valid information that is now brought to the point where people no longer trust academics like myself. People who've actually got the skills and the knowledge are being attacked and being mocked and being abused, while the people who have opinions but no facts behind them are the ones being raised up high as the experts. And this is why we're in the mess we're in. If you ever saw that movie, Don't Look Up, it's a comedy.
Oh, excellent.
But it's absolutely factual when it comes
goosebumps.
When it comes to people. We've got war about to break out. We've got distrust around the globe. And we're seeing a repeat of the lead up to World War II. And yet what are we doing? And this is the thing. We are buying into this misinformation. I mean, Elon Musk does 2 salutes and the world is mad, and yet he's getting into their treasury everywhere around. And yet America has suddenly become a completely inept country. China is stepping up and stepping in and putting its little tentacles everywhere. And we're looking at the next superpower, possibly. And what we've got is a whole bunch of people faffing around, arguing about vaccinations. We've got the rise of
how many. Or like there's one that's here. I have had people tell me, because according to them, I'm delusional. I need to be sectioned under the Mental Health Act because I keep saying and have shown dash cam footage of at AM Peak, the Newtown to CBD cycle lane filled with cyclists. And some people say, no, you're delusional. Well, if you're going to keep saying that, you need to be sectioned under the Mental Health Act. Now, that is a very, it is sad that people have to use that legislation threat to have against someone because they disagree with you with facts that back them up.
But this is the modus operandi. I mean, Seymour, I was warning people 10 years ago about his euthanasia stand, that he would extend it to disabled. Look at the breakdown of our health system. Look at the fact his submissions went through. No one said a word, and he's about to extend our Euthanasia Act to disabled. That happens in Canada. A homeless person who was disabled asked for euthanasia because she couldn't get an accessible house. We're selling off our Housing New Zealand houses. We're ruining our health system. Look at what's going on and stop these conspiracy theories, and let's look at reality. He is destroying. Now, he called me mad back then because I invoked and said he was going to implement something similar to Action T4, where over 350,000 disabled were murdered by Hitler under the guise of it being good for the country. The same argument Seymour is making here. And this is why we need to be very, very careful, and we need to be listening to the warning signs, or else we're going to see them again. We've got 1 year and 9 months. We had 1.2 million non-voters. We need to get these people voting. 400,000 new non-voters is what tipped it to the right. You know, so that's where the danger lies.
Same again in 2008. I said there were more that did not vote who were eligible to that voted for the party who won.
2011, 2014.
Yep. The minute
that-
you don't vote, you know, they could have been angry, but they could have done a protest vote and maybe shock of horrors, get the Greens
they could
into
have done
Paaka
like-
Māori in.
Yeah, or could have done like what happened in both Wellington Central and Rangatahi electorate, where they went, screw you, Labour, but no National, you're not getting our votes, we're going for Tamafa Paul and Julian Genter.
I mean, even Winston Peters has lost the plot. I mean, Shane Jones is on some power drug over mining. We're going to watch our beautiful resources destroyed. Our country is unique because of its beauty, because of it being Polynesian. Yeah, and the new argument, this is the one thing you need to watch out for. The new argument from the haters of Indigenous is that what they're saying is, oh, but we've all travelled here. We're all settlers. What they forget is that Māori are Polynesian. We've been in the Polynesian areas for thousands of years. We arrived in Aotearoa over in different parts. We didn't all come on the big migration. People have got to stop the bullshit and get real. Indigenous are Indigenous. Settlers are settlers. Let's come together and find a solution, but let's not take away our rights.
Let's kick off with Natasha Hamilton Hart. Okay.
Shane Reid, and hopefully I said Carl's name correctly. So Carl, right to the table. Welcome to the committee. We have you for 10 minutes this morning.
Oh, what happened here?
I think
sorry. Carl Chenery first. Sorry.
So I invite you to start your presentation.
Kia ora. Mr. Chair, congratulations on your recent appointment and the opportunities and responsibilities that come with that, and to all the members for the task before you. My name is Carl Cheney. I'm here as a private citizen. My fourth great-grandfather was in the first Parliament in 1852, and he was in the Parliament in 1855 during the first session saying that the Treaty of Waitangi needs to be honoured faithfully, honourably, dutifully, in accordance with as the natives understand it. That was the language at that time, not in accordance with any extra meaning we want to put on it. So that was the first Parliament. We know now that it was set up without consultation with Māori.
Just write that, and that's a bill.
And we've been going on a journey the last 30 years in relation to treaty settlements too, which I'll talk more about. My submission has a one-page summary. On the second page, it outlines 10 problems with the bill, 8 problems with the drafting, 4 desired outcomes, 8 actions for relief sought. Some of the ones that I would re-emphasise is, in terms of the first problem, is that the proposed principles don't reflect what Te Tiriti says, and the promoter of the bill has acknowledged this on Q&A with Jack Tane. It reflects, as he said, what the party and he wants it to be and what the party think the principle should be, not what it actually says. So that's what I'd emphasise. The second would be that the bill and the proposed principles ignores colonial harm to Māori. To say that all New Zealanders are equal denies our history. It denies the history that's been acknowledged within the historical accounts of all treaty settlements. If we think all New Zealanders should be equal, Māori should get more than 1% of what's been returned through treaty settlements. The 1% is not in dispute. That's as acknowledged in the Waikato Raupatu deed in 1995. And then through the Ngāi Tahu and the continuation of that same policy. It also ignores the Crown apologies to Māori. So there's a one-page summary, there's more detail on each of those points, and then I went through each of the deeds and collected together the Crown apologies. So for those who aren't aware or haven't been involved with treaty settlements or reading them, the sections are much longer. There's a historical account, which is negotiated agreed. There are Crown acknowledgements of past breaches. There's an apology, and the last paragraph of that is an apology and a recommitment to a new treaty-based relationship. Helmut Modlik spoke to the Crown's apology to Ngāti Toa earlier this morning, and I understand you have Andrew Little, who was speaking this afternoon, who's also given those. The other problem I'd emphasise is it's a continuation of past Crown policies of assimilation, integration, amalgamation. Those words might sound silly, but going through our history, those were explicit policies by the government, amalgamating Māori, 1960s, urban migration, intentional policy of Crown integration from the Hun report, 1960s. I've got some references there. And a lot of the rhetoric from those promoting the bill have been that Māori as an ethnicity, as individuals, and completely ignoring the political authority of Māori, completely ignoring the mandated entities that have been established through treaty settlements, even as the political authority resides at the hapu level. The proposed bill, in talking about Māori just as ethnicity, ignores the entities that have been established through the treaty settlement process. Instead of trying to rewrite Te Tiriti, desired outcome is that we have a more broader conversation about what constitutional arrangements are that reflect the agreement that was signed. We can't do that without informed citizens, and so that's where I'd also like you to play a role. One of my specific ask of you as a committee, I've been through the historical records for the Hansard debates for all of the treaty settlements. New Zealand First Party, driven by the National Party, Labour Party, Greens,
when in government, have all signed off the permission for these deeds to make these agreements, these apologies and recommitments, and every political party has unanimously supported these arrangements through Parliament. My specific ask of you as a committee is that you include the collation of Crown apologies and commitments to treaty-based relationships within your Select Committee report. We're not going to be able to have informed decisions. There's lots of discussion in the previous speaker about political views, political bias. I think you could make a meaningful contribution to this debate by including those statements in your report and speaking to those. Kia ora. Thank you, Tara. No, I appreciate your submission. We'll take some questions. First one is from Joseph Mooney, then we'll go Stephen Abel and then Dr. Webb.
Good morning, Reece. Thank you for that submission. Look, I've just reading your written submission. You said in terms of Article 1, that the fundamental feature is that the authority granted to the British Crown of Waitangi was governmental authority in relation to British subjects in New Zealand. Now, I just want to question you on that because Henry Williams translated the treaty to Tiri and he explained it. And Bishop Selwyn wrote to him in 1847 concerned about the actions of the government at that time. Henry Williams shared those concerns in his reply letter, but he also said that he had explained that firstly, the chief shall surrender to the Queen forever the government of the country for the preservation of order and peace. Do you think that creates a problem for the proposition that Waitangi was only in respect of British citizens?
I think it's important to look at the evidence. I think the hearings that were put in place for the Waitangi Tribunal to have the Crown present its view and position on what the meaning and effect of both the English draft and Te Treaty of Waitangi were is important to understand. Also had mentors who were involved in Kaumata and Kui of Ngāpuhi who established an independent panel to go and listen to those hearings and create their own report. And it's very important that we put a focus and attention on what the discussion was, including on February the 5th before it was signed, and that the agreement is between two parties. There have been at least a dozen deputations from Rangatira heading over to England to articulate stand for what their understanding of Te Treaty was. So it may be partly answering your question, but I think it's a multilateral agreement and you need to have discussion between the parties. If you're going to have 30 years of apologies for unilateral actions and then take a further unilateral action to redefine it, it seems to undermine the whole premise of what every party here has supported. Thanks, Carl. We'll go to Steve Abel and then Dr. Webb.
Kia ora, thank you very much, Carl. This bill is predicated on ideas that have been privileged of one group at the expense of another. Can you expand on your point about a denial of the process of colonisation, whereby the privilege that Paaka, for example, enjoy today comes off the back of the acquisition and theft and raupatu of Māori land and destruction of Māori, tino rangatiratanga, essentially through the colonial exercise. And the suggestion that somehow the correction is to non-Māori rights that has to be made, how you respond to that in the context of our actual history.
I think many of us aren't well-resourced to have these discussions. I went to Auckland Grammar School, we sat with Sir George Grey's name on the front of the hall, celebrated, and my first year was 1995 when that Opatu acknowledgement apology was given for the invasion. Those are the words that were used. And there was nothing about that in my school. I don't think we're well-resourced to have those conversations. The most common trope I see in social media is about a gravy train. If you go into the Opatu deed, I might get the numbers slightly wrong here, but $170 million, $14 billion loss, that's 0.9%. Unless leaders like yourselves and others of us in the community are speaking and correcting these tropes, we're not able to have a useful conversation. That's what I'd say. Thanks, Carl. I think it's valuable submission. Thank you for your time and being with the committee this morning.
Thank you. It was another one of those random interesting submissions.
I mean, I know enough to know there's more than meets the eye. I'm glad that pretty much everyone's pointing this out. We get caught up in sensationalism.
We also need to realise that it's actually not the Treaty Principles Bill, because that's not going to pass. That's the real problem. Look at the Regulatory Standards Bill. It's far more dangerous. And that could, this is a distraction. If you look at the Regulatory Standards Bill, you'll see why there's more danger in there than there is on this bill. He knew it was going to fail. He has written it out in the other bill in a different way, but it's sitting there. And the regulatory standards will be able to override treaty claims, treaty rights, treaty voices, claims of any other interest groups. It's much, much worse.
Maybe Sam can answer this. How is that possible? How is it possible that one law can somehow cancel out another agreement in law?
Because it's not entrenched legislation.
Yeah, like the entrenched legislation that's in New Zealand, the most known one will be probably the latest version of the electoral system for MMP. That would be considered entrenched, and the previous one, the legacy part, was the legacy one before that was the population quota system, which was at the time the law enacted was South Island divided by 25, and that's your population quota. Now it's 16 because of the event of MMP, and probably the previous entrenched legislation that of something that's basically foundational constitutional was the law that legislated all election days have to be held on a Saturday, which dates back to 1949. Which is why since 1951, all elections have been held on election day. But they're about one of the few entrenched legislations that are in there. And to have that, you need a 75% majority. And often, certain things, you will not get a 75% majority because people play politics. It's part of the reason why we went to a level 4 lockdown in 2021. Judith Collins and David Seymour said, no, we object to a remote parliament to playing politics, and that's one of the provisions under the business committee is the 75% threshold for it. So we had no remote parliament. We had, they stopped playing that game of politics when Christopher Luxon became leader of the opposition, which is a shame that it took him to stop that stupidity. But these are little foundational principles. It's also part of the reason why Free Waters legislation was not entrenched, because National was not, National didn't want to play ball because they played politics over it.
I know
which muddied the water.
I know that someone outlined just have a referendum. The problem with a referendum is the majority will always win and the minority will always lose. If we had a referendum on same-sex marriage, we lose. If you have a referendum on, something else, some other disabled having equal rights before everyone else, disabled will lose. It's just the nature.
It's the common argument that comes from, say, the ill-informed. They'll say to Huhana, no, you don't need an accessible bus or an accessible train service. You've got a wheelchair taxi. Not knowing the reality lands of, actually, can you get a wheelchair taxi? Because they just seem to think that's normal. Like, I can tell you right now, Uber doesn't provide wheelchair taxis. That has never happened. So you have to go to providers, like in the case of, that actually, I know Cross Country Rentals does a lot of disabled taxi for the school runs in Wellington.
Well, there's only 3 accessible taxis in the whole of Wellington. So when I fly in for meetings, and I've got a constitutional law meeting with the Law Commission coming up in March, I have to book 6 weeks in advance to get a taxi from the airport and a taxi back to the airport, and I have to work it around the school runs. So I can't do it on the day because I arrive too late, miss half the meeting, and I have to leave too early, miss half the meeting, no sense going. And that's the problem. But there's the other problem. We've had trains down for 32 days. The problem we have with wheelchair taxis as well is that many of the community are on supported living payments, and a taxi is extremely expensive to get from A to B. And so we need these public transport alternatives, but they're putting the price up in Auckland. So it's becoming less affordable to be able to actually leave your house for some of our disabled.
I thought that with the total mobility card, the majority of taxi companies would accept that as a subsidy.
You get a 50% subsidy, but if you want to go into the CBD from
it's
Auckland,
still over $50.
Try managing it from South Auckland, and there's huge traffic delays. It's about $160 to get into the city.
Also, like Michelle Willem had this issue taking Elijah from Lowell Bay to Hutt Hospital. And Greater Wellington Regional Council goes, why do you always keep using the bus and the train? Why aren't you using a taxi? And she goes, it's $120 each way because total mobility caps out at an $80 fare. So I have to say that extra $40, or something like she said, it's $120 each way because the subsidy caps out at $80. So instead of $160 taxi fare, it's $120. But that's still a lot of money each way. $240, like that's more than the supported living payment benefit.
Yes.
And that's just to go to Hutt Hospital because in this particular case, that was the hospital that was doing the surgery because that was where their specialty lied.
And as Dave says, and with less disabled people being seen out and about, it becomes easier to oppress an unseen minority. And that's the other issue. I'm about to be back on the Accessible Electoral Commission group, where we're starting to receive, we will be, which means I won't be allowed to do any more political broadcasts until after the election. But we're starting to get it out there, because last election I was on it, and the one issue I had, I didn't know any candidate that was disabled. None of them that we funded, and we don't know their names and who they are, not one single one of them that I see any advertising or campaigning for. We have a problem with our political parties not supporting their disabled candidates to get a seat. None of them want us. That's the reality. They don't want disabled there. And that's what we need to be focusing on, getting disabled into government.
You are completely right, considering I do know the Greens had one disabled candidate who was blind.
Yes.
But her campaign was party vote only in Hutt South, which was Neela Jensen, I think it was. Neela Jensen? I don't know. I'll probably get the last name wrong, but basically...
But the political parties should be behind them. One of the things we discovered is, while the political parties have volunteers that hand up billboards, etc., disabled had to pay for their own volunteers to be able to go out and do that. So there was no support from their own political parties either. I want to see the leaders actually behind their disabled candidates. I want to see them visibilising them until we get someone other than Mojo, who was brilliant. But guess what? Next election, she was too far down the list. We've got to stop this placating and bullshit that goes on in government and actually bring disabled candidates in and sitting in government.
Yeah. Okay, let's kick off with the next submission from, was it Natasha?
I know you didn't get a chance to answer my question, but my request still stands for you to consider that as part of your within your parties. And thank you. We're going to move on now to submission from Natasha Hamilton-Hart, who is joining us by Zoom. Natasha, thank you for being with us. You're on mute, but I will give you just welcome you to the committee and hand over to you for the 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Natasha Hamilton-Hart, and I'm a professor at a New Zealand university. And my thinking on this issue is informed by my academic work in comparative political economy and political institutions, but I make these remarks in my personal capacity. So I want to speak to three issues raised in my written submission. And in brief, they are: one, that the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, as they currently figure in law and public governance, lack democratic legitimacy. And two, that the Treaty of Waitangi should not be mined to generate constitutional principles. And three, that the bill's proposed principles 1 and 3 capture fundamental democratic values that we should protect somehow. So first, where we stand now lacks democratic legitimacy. I think a constitutional revolution has taken place since the 1980s, and many of our foremost treaty scholars would acknowledge that. The insertion of treaty principles references in legislation has paved the way for the courts and the Waitangi Tribunal to generate law that runs ahead of clear parliamentary intent, and this process continues. The guidance disseminated by the Waitangi Tribunal explicitly says that the principles will continue to evolve, but apparently without any parliamentary input into what they are. And this is a blank check that is handed to the most unaccountable and least democratic institutions of state. I would like to remind the members of this committee that the prime architect of this constitutional revolution back in the 1980s, Geoffrey Palmer, intended the legislative references to the treaty principles to be such a blank check precisely in order to bring about changes that he did not think Parliament would consent to. Now, we'll just briefly quote from his 1992 book, where he says, "Legislation was used to set up processes and procedures and the principles on which decisions should be based. The initial commitment required was to a process. No tangible outcome was provided by the legislation itself. What should be done was to be decided only after judicial or quasi-judicial processes had assessed individual cases. First, it was necessary to give the courts something to interpret." And that is what he did. Now, this is no way, I think, to do constitutional change in a democracy. If you celebrate the current status of the treaty principles as created by the courts and the Waitangi Tribunal, then I would ask you to have the courage to ask voters for their consent. Secondly, in my view, the treaty should not be mined for present-day political purposes. And here I disagree with the authors of this bill. The treaty is important to New Zealand's history, but it is a document of its time. And there was a time that ushered in a period of intensive colonial rule around the world. It was a racist time when it was commonplace to ascribe personal characteristics to whole groups of people based on their ancestry. It was a time when the nascent colonial state didn't really run a tax system, let alone take nearly a third of national product in tax, when the state itself did very little beyond attempts to secure order and property rights. And it was very obviously a time when the state made no pretense of being a democracy. So what I draw from this is that the treaty does not provide us with constitutional principles for running a multicultural democracy, which is one where ancestral lines of many families are richly intermingled, and the state runs, as I think it should, ambitious programs to promote public health, welfare, and education. Thirdly, The principles 1 and 3 of the bill have great merit in reminding us of the importance of parliamentary sovereignty and the bedrock principle of legal equality among citizens. And this is consistent in spirit with Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which begins, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. This is a good principle. I think it captures the spirit of shared humanity that has sustained our most progressive achievements as a nation, and I would include in that the construction of the welfare state under the leadership of Michael Joseph Savage. So many opponents of this bill say that we have an urgent moral duty to reduce poverty and other inequities. And they note that Maori people are disproportionately represented in almost all areas of disadvantage. The playing field is not level. And I agree. But my question is, what does it take to generate the political will and capacity to make the investments to address these injustices? Now, my academic work for the past 3 decades has been on political institutions in post-colonial societies. And one very clear takeaway from this work is that countries with inclusive political institutions do a far better job of generating solidarity necessary for shared prosperity. The so-called consociational democracies, where race or religion shape the terms of political engagement, produce profoundly inferior outcomes. Now, several submitters today have said equality does not work. However, when it comes to core legal rights, political and civil rights, I think they are mistaken. I think inequality is what does not work. So if we base our constitutional framework on the idea that we are separate peoples transacting according to contract, we diminish our sense of shared nationhood. I think a nation, as put forward famously by one of my former professors, Benedict Anderson, a nation is an imagined community in which, whatever our differences, we are one people. Now, today we have heard many submitters making the case that we are not. That Maori are a distinct people with claims not just to cultural autonomy, but political nationhood, sovereignty, tino rangatiratanga, self-determination. Now, that is an aspiration shared by many colonized peoples, and the treaty principles as they have evolved over the past 40 years represent an attempt to placate this aspiration. I don't think they ever will, because sovereignty cannot in a practical sense be shared, and especially not sovereignty in a modern, democratic welfare state. We have work to do in this country to make the investments needed for inclusive flourishing, and I believe we can best do this work on the basis of equal citizenship, not division by ancestry. Obviously, many in this room and outside believe differently, and maybe a democratic majority will be persuaded that those who want to embed the treaty and its two peoples' approach to citizenship as superior law, maybe they will be persuaded, but maybe not. And I think it would be reckless to gamble on this issue going away. And I want to make a final point, is that we rely on the law as a core institution that enables civil, fair, and prosperous society. But all law is anchored in and depends on a political order. And the political order and the political authority is not acquired through law. It makes law possible. And to be sustainable, law needs to be politically legitimate. And it is your job as parliamentarians, you are the public's representatives entrusted with making law, to foster a civil and inclusive discussion of what our constitutional order should look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. We've got a couple of minutes for questions in order from Joseph, Takata, then Tom.
Good morning, Natasha. Just in your study of these colonial states, did you see any others that extended the rights of Magna Carta to the Aboriginal peoples at the time of their founding, particularly the principle that the King's government were not above the law?
So there are references in a lot of treaties that the British and the Dutch signed across Asia to having the rights of subjects. Right, this is this is not an era of democracy, and I haven't come across any explicit mention of the Magna Carta. But they do very explicitly in that period of time envisage a system of indirect rule. That is how the British and the Dutch ruled their colonial territories. So they struck agreements with local rulers who, at the beginning of the colonial period, they did envision as governing their people. The British state didn't want to get involved, right? They just wanted to extract colonial wealth. But this actually proved completely unworkable over the next centuries.
Thank you, Natasha. We'll probably take a final question from Takata Ferris.
Kia ora, Natasha. Hey, you mentioned like the country not being able to thrive due to division by ancestry. Is that something that you think the treaty promotes, division by ancestry?
I think it does. Not intentionally. I don't think anyone wants that. But I think it is the inevitable result of trying to carve up sovereignty and allow for meaningful tino rangatiratanga.
Nah, rubbish.
Thanks, Natasha. Look, we'll probably end this session there. I just wanted to acknowledge your submission and thank you for joining us this morning.
That was a weird, jumbled up submission.
I mean, she said a couple of things that would have sounded good, but when she started fleshing it out, she's not a lawyer. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. The Magna Carta is the leading document for the fact that Māori were the first peoples that the English signed a treaty with is significant in that in the past, they never saw Indigenous peoples as equal, and things were changing in the UK. So they were outlawing slavery. They were outlawing a whole bunch of things. There was William Wilberforce brought in the first animal rights legislations. So there was a conscientizing. You're talking Charles Dickens was out there telling stories. So they were starting to awaken to what poverty, inequality, all of that stuff means. And it is significant to note, this is the first time they ever signed a treaty with an Indigenous peoples. And now we're trying to get it interpreted. But what she's talking about is the past way that they that they were behaving around colonizing. But when they came to Māori, they knew they couldn't do the same thing. So they had to sign a treaty. Plus the Spanish and the French were on their way over and they didn't want them taking it. So this is why they agreed to what they agreed with. Māori predominantly signed the Māori version and or they signed He Whakaputanga, the declaration, which enhances Te Tiriti o Waitangi and further emphasizes why we never ceded sovereignty. It doesn't make sense that a peoples would come to you, the majority country, and say, oh yeah, hell yeah, come on over, dudes. You can take over our land. We want that waipiro, that alcohol. We want the tobacco. We want the flour, the sugar. No, our people didn't say that. They retained and believed that they could retain the governorship of their people. The key point of the treaty is that it was for the British to have governance over their own people who were unruly, breaking laws, and Māori didn't know what to do with them anymore.
Yeah. Now, we're in that difficult boat of we start another submission, we go over time sort of territory. So I think we might hold off, considering by the time we do it, we will be going over. And the other thing is the fact that we are swapping hosts. So more of what are some good bills that are out there that that you've come across, Huhana, that are not bills, submitters that are worth sharing?
Oh, gosh.
Who have you found to be quite good on that?
I watched day one. I couldn't watch day two, but day one, oh my gosh. Jane Kelsey, Marilyn Waring. Oh, she was amazing. But also Anne Salmond is a brilliant person. I didn't watch her at all. I don't know if she did. But I know Jane and Marilyn Waring were incredible. What can I say? I guess I'm showing my bias. I absolutely love Te Hunga Roia, our Māori Law Society presentation. From people who know, until the 1980s, very few Māori had delved into law. And 1980s, there was the rise of tino rangatiratanga, of sovereignty movement. And from there has come a lot of qualifications. All I can say is our people are now standing up because they've got the same skills that was denied us for over 100 years. And those people, our young lawyers, they're speaking out. They are making the difference. Te Tiriti is, Toitu Te Tiriti is led by lawyers, academics, young rangatahi with the full tikanga, kaupapa, te reo. They know what they're doing. Everything I learned out of Waikato Law School because it was the first law school based with New Zealand law. We've got some very, very good Māori lawyers, and any of their submissions would be brilliant.
Yeah.
It was a vast difference to listening to the people like her, academics, and sadly, they get stuck on this one thing, but they haven't actually they haven't researched in this area.
Yeah.
They haven't studied this area, but they go on what they think they know. And of course,
this got brought up here from Paul, the other one, is that she saw the book, well, mostly she's a business lecturer at Auckland University, not a constitutional or legal lecturer. So that actually raises, an interesting point is, the lack of the fact that, her basis behind it isn't based on a constitutional basis, it's based on other
business interests. And what does that remind you of? Peter Thiel, Seymour, all the billionaires that want to come into Aotearoa, turn us all into cheap labour and look after them while the world goes to shit. It's, there's so many rangatahi that are brilliant submitters, and TikTok is brilliant for that. A lot of the young ones on TikTok were giving their accounts. I fell in love with them, to be honest. I feel hope for our future because of them.
Yeah.
In some ways, you have an advantage because you might say you had to work harder, or any Māori to speak for Māori had to work a lot harder than the average other Joe, and you just
But yeah,
everyone
they
on your
probably
side.
don't know the hard work that goes into it.
Oh yeah, I didn't
Putting-
get in on
Taking
quota
the big
either.
picture and putting it into something that people can understand. I saw a couple of, when they were covering the Hickey, some people
Yep.
were like, I don't know a lot about what this is about, but I know that I need to be here with it. And you're like, yeah, because your leaders do. And every year it changes and expands and complicates, and they can still condense it into a harmonious vision that just makes my soul sing every time.
Yeah.
And I think, it's difficult. Like, I run trains, so I'm in the public eye. I have to be politically neutral in a way and just stand for my company. But really, I think that a Māori voice is worth like 8 times in this country.
I feel I have hope in the rangatahi through this movement. What I saw down there, and I was there for the apology 2 days later, but my partner was down there with a French friend of ours, and which blew the French woman away. She was just so enamored with what we were doing that she got very passionate about it all. And I have faith in the future through our rangatahi, and that's our Māori and non-Māori, our tereti partners, our tangata tereti, and our mana whenua. And it's just, our yeah, you know what I mean. I'm sorry, I'm very ADHD and very tired today, but, and so I go off topic. But, I just find our rangatahi really give me hope. I know I'm not going to see it in fulfillment in my lifetime, but I do know that my kids and my grandkids are going to see it, and that gives me hope.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's this hour's up. Thank you, Huhana, for joining us. I'll be handing over the car keys, or should we say the broadcasting keys, to Laura, who will be taking over for the next hour. And Ray, have fun with my co-host.
Sure. I have support. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
So good to meet you, Huhana.
You too.
Hard-hitting questions where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. 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 Where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question, because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions.
Hey, tēnā koutou katoa, welcome back. I'm the co-host, Laura Kiwi-Birb. Just about gave out my actual last name there. No, I don't share that one on the internet. But yes, howdy everyone. We are back, and I'm joined here with my other host. This is Biggie. and we're going to be continuing on the Treaty Principles Bill submissions. How you doing, Ray? This is my first time meeting you.
Hi, Laura. Yes, I'm good. I'm okay. I'm happy.
Sweet.
It's nice and
You
warm
holding
here.
in there?
I'm just hoping for coffee now, if Stacey can hear me.
Yep, coffee is good.
Very
Okay,
good.
so because this is my first time, guys, I'm going to be tinkering around with buttons and probably pressing all of the buttons to figure out which one does what. So that ought to be fun. Okay, so I've got screen share and I've got half screen picture-in-picture thumbnails. All the good? Yes, your mic sounds fine. I can hear you. I'm pretty sure chat can hear you as well.
Very
We'll
good.
soon find out because I'll start
Yeah, no
complaining in the
worries.
chat. Okay, cool. So share panel. All right. Okay. Let's have a look at the options. Show time, cover shift, half screen, picture-in-picture thumbnails. Okay, right. Right. Let's do share screen, shall we? Okay, fantastic. Everyone can see that. Cool. Right. Okay, shall we continue with this? Okay, 220.
It's going to be all right.
Yep. You're good. Okay. All right, let's go, everyone.
Do you think the treaty promotes division by history?
I think it does. Not intentionally. I don't think anyone wants that. I think it is the inevitable result of trying to cut sovereignty and allow for meaningful tino rangatiratanga time.
Thanks, Natasha. We'll just want to acknowledge submission of you for joining us this morning. We're going to move to a submission now from Reece Jones. Reece Jones is joining us online.
Okay.
Reece, thank you for joining us. I'll have you 2 minutes.
Kia tātou, me ngā mihi mai kia tātou. Ko Reece Jones tōku ingoa, e tēnei o Ngāti Kāminu, ki te Waitangi. I'm a public health physician and associate professor in Māori health at Waipapa Tangaro, University of Auckland. And thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. As you all have noted in my written submission of the bill and urged the committee to reject it, I just wanted to highlight main points in my oral submission. First, irrespective of whether the bill progresses further, the process itself being calm. Second, enacting the bill would actually have significant adverse impacts on the legal framework that's pro-equity approaches. And third, to address the existential crises facing us, we need Indigenous worldviews, knowledges, and leadership. This bill takes us in completely the opposite direction, really significantly constrains those possibilities. So firstly, the process itself is doing harm. On one level, it feels a little bit surreal to be sitting here, take part in this, feeling compelled to oppose something that really has no basis in evidence or rationality, and whose principles bear no resemblance to the treaty itself. The whole process would be laughable. And I'd refer you to Sanjana Hatatua's submission that really clearly establishes a link between this bill and violent anti-Māori discourse.
Just working out the details. Tidying up the airwaves, combobulating the decompressor.
Do I need to jump in? Or are we just teasing out the issues?
That doesn't appear like it will improve.
It might just be you've got to share the audio on the shared screen.
I was wondering what was going on.
So my tab is always.
I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah, so I've always ticked that box because it's automatic on my computer, but yes, your computer's doing it for the first time.
There was audio for a bit. It's just needed buffering.
Yeah, and it's because, whereas I let it sit there and buffer. So play at 1.25 and then give it. It should take about 10 minutes, and then we'll go to 1, and you can jump back up to 1.5.
Yeah, so yeah. Get it stabilized.
What do you need me to do? Because my computer is like dying.
Do you want to do the shared screen, Ray? Since
I'll do that. And then you can just. I know. I have to pause. Give me 10 seconds. Display, show, extend.
Wait, there's a Stacey on Ray's computer, and there's Stacey with an empty seat.
Oh man.
Yeah, you got it.
Yes, Stacey saved me.
All right. New.
So yeah, go shared screen, and then select the Vimeo clip that was sent in the link with the thing in there. I can resend it right now.
Oh yeah. See it.
And then basically, and then when it goes to a thing, you make sure that the shared audio box thing is towards the right, not the left, which means it shares the audio from the tab. All these fun technicals, we thought we ironed out.
Also share system audio. Oh no, I want to share window audio. That should be fine.
Yeah, the window audio or the tab audio.
And now I need to go. How do I send that? I've got it.
You've already got it. I've one of us have got to put it in there. There we are.
Oh yeah.
Okay, sweet. And then you just got to put the audio transcript on the side as well, so you can work out the.
Which is
down the bottom.
Sorry, I'll just turn my monitor. Transcript. There we are. Very good.
Now.
And audio.
No audio should be going unless you head the thing to the left, not the right. Yeah, no audio's coming through.
Where'd Stacey go? What did I need to?
So when you go to the share the tab, on the right hand side, so under Chrome tab.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've got to share, and you want to, so you share Chrome tab, you share the link, and then you want to make sure there says also share audio tab. You want that to the right.
Yeah, because otherwise I was going to loop the audio by sharing the screen. Cool, I'll just share the tab. No worries.
Yeah, because then you can do other things on your computer. No one sees it.
Roger. All right. Yeah. Okay. And try that.
Division by ancestry.
Perfect.
I think
got it.
It does not intentionally. I don't
Just
think
go from
anyone
here,
wants that.
or skip ahead to.
But I think it is the inevitable
2020.
result.
220.43.
Sovereignty and allow for meaningful.
220.45. There we are.
All right, where'd it go? There we are.
So I'll now sign off.
And it's just not just a theoretical concept. Online.
And we can reshare this at 1080, I think. Oh yeah. 720 it is.
Was submission that really.
Where'd it go? What was that 22? Oh, it's 2020. Sorry. Okay, host, take it away. You are my host, please.
Joining us online.
Yes.
I am behind the scenes.
Kia ora tātou. Kia ora. For joining us, I'll hand over to you for 10 minutes.
Kia ora tātou. Ngā mihi mai kia tātou katoa. Robbie Jones tōku ingoa, i te tēnei o Ngāti Kahungunu, ki te Wairoa. I'm a public health physician and associate professor in Māori health at Waikato, the University of Auckland, and thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. As you will have noted in my written submission, I strongly
oppose the bill and urge the committee to reject it. I just want to highlight 3 main points in my oral submission. First, irrespective of whether the bill progresses further, the process itself is doing harm. Second, enacting the bill actually have significant adverse impacts on health by removing an important legal framework that's pro equity approaches. And third, to address the existential crises facing us, we need Indigenous worldviews, knowledges and leadership. This bill takes us in completely the opposite direction and really significantly constrains those possibilities. So firstly, the process itself is doing harm. On one level, it feels a little bit surreal to be seeing here taking part in this process, feeling compelled to oppose something that really has no basis in evidence or rationality, and whose principles bear no resemblance to the treaty itself. The whole process would be laughable for the serious harm that it's doing. Even if the bill doesn't pass the second reading, its intentions and impacts are malignant. And I'd refer you to Sindana Hatatua's submission that really clearly establishes a link between this bill and violent anti-Māori discourse in society. As research identified a sharp increase in anti-Māori and anti-treaty discourse observed online on social media. And it's just not just a theoretical concern. It has serious material impacts. Racism is a powerful driver of adverse health outcomes. There's a huge body of evidence that shows the association between exposure to racism and high risk of morbidity and mortality. So the mere introduction of this bill and the associated incitement of racist violence is having predictable health impacts. It's making people sick and killing people. And I would say that those enabling this process, even if they don't plan to support the bill to the next stage, are complicit in that. Secondly, enacting the bill will have serious adverse impacts on health. And the negative impacts I'm talking about on healthcare and outcomes particularly affect Māori, but are actually adverse and negative for all New Zealanders. Even with the existing treaty provisions that we have in the health sector, Māori can continue to receive poor quality care across the board. The pro-equity provisions that we do have, based on existing treaty principles, mitigate that systemic racism to some extent. Admittedly, a small extent, but at least it's something. Without those provisions, we would take an important mechanism to counter the structural inequity within the health system. Māori rights to health and healthcare would be further undermined, even more of our whānau would be sick and die. But it's not just Māori who suffer. So, treaty-based approaches are good for all New Zealanders. We only need to look to the COVID-19 vaccine rollout back in 2021 to see, the initial phase of the rollout was, for Māori at least, was abject. Pathetically low vaccine coverage in those early months because the government and ministry held on to that power and control instinctually. But once Māori providers and communities were unable to lead the delivery of that vaccine rollout, we saw it turned around from an unmitigated disaster to a relative success. So the treaty principles, those existing principles, may be a pale imitation of what was guaranteed in the TTT, but at least they help to mitigate the most extreme impacts of colonial racism. And with the bill's proposed principles, even those minimal provisions would be undermined with devastating consequences for Māori, but actually for all New Zealanders. And my third point is around the broader social, humanitarian, ecological crises facing us, and the way that actually Indigenous worldviews, knowledges, and leadership are critical in responding to those crises. So, as an example, climate change is widely recognised in my field in public health as the biggest threat to global health we face this century. In my research, I examined some of the factors driving the climate crisis and crises, and some of the impacts on health and equity. And it's clear that colonialism is a fundamental driver of climate change and global ecological collapse. Indigenous ways of knowing, doing, and being offer a really important antidote to that. So the response we need is really clear. We need decolonial approaches that seek solutions and Indigenous worldviews and knowledge systems. That means Indigenous people having full expression of rights, including self-determination, to enact those values and knowledges. So it means this bill takes us further away from that vision and from those possibilities. So yes, we need to have a constitutional conversation, but this is the exact opposite of the conversation that we need to have. And I strongly oppose this bill, as I said, urge the committee to reject it in its entirety.
Sure, Dr. Jones, we'll go to question questions. First is from Stephen Abel, and then we'll go to Debbie Ngaleo.
Kia ora, Reece. Thank you very much for your advocacy. It's good to see you here. I wonder, to sort of simplify your point, would you say this legislation is fundamentally racist? And would you say, in terms of the malignant nature of it, a parliament which allows it to advance even as much as it has, enshrines and locks in inaccurate representations of history and further exacerbates those inequalities we have in our society under the myth of addressing equity and equality?
Yes, I think there really is no policy rationale for the bill, and
Give us 2 more seconds because it was tight. I could just turn my phone off.
we look beyond its stated or purpose as written, we can see that actually its purpose is to sow division, to create some of that, incite that division and racist rhetoric, and to further erode the fabric of our constitution. And I think that's the impact of having this bill out there in the public arena, enabling and emboldening some of that racist rhetoric and discourse, and contributing to ideas around the fact that the treaty and those bare minimum responses to the structural inequities that we have in society are somehow reverse racism or enabling Māori privilege. It's allowing all that discourse that takes us further away from the solutions that seek to address those inequities. And so, yes, I believe it is racist.
Thank you, Tuli.
Reece, thank you for the submission. It's good to hear your voice on it as well. You critiqued the lack of Māori consultation during the drafting process in your submission. What steps should the Crown take to advance from this, to meaningfully engage with Māori on legislation that so adversely affects them?
Yeah, well, I think absolutely. I think an important step would be to immediately reject this process and to move to a meaningful process of a different constitutional conversation, as I said, and that really means engaging with things like concepts like mai tiki mai Aotea or vision for constitutional transformation that I think take us in a really much more positive direction in terms of enabling the best of both worlds and what we have in Kāwanatanga and the Tino Rangatiratanga that can take us forward. So I think it means a completely different approach from government rather than overriding its treaty partner to engage, to build that partnership and move forward.
Was mai tiki mai inclusive for all New Zealanders?
Yes, absolutely. And so including views from all New Zealanders, and I think it highlights some important options for the ways we move forward and a real good basis for that constitutional conversation that, as I say, we really need to have.
Sure, Dr. Jones, thank you for your time with us this morning. We appreciate you being with us. Okay, let's move on now to another session online from Tom O'Connor. Tom to join us, I think, by audio only. Just having some issues on Zoom, but I can vouch for Tom's existence. I know him. Picture of full beard and appears difficult. So, Tom, hopefully you can join us very shortly.
Sorry.
No, sorry about the technical problems, guys. We are trying to figure this out. I know that the audio buffering is very annoying for everyone. It's annoying for us too. We're over here sweating, trying to figure out, okay, what the hell's going on with our connections?
Right.
So I'm trying to download the video. We're getting there. And really, we should have probably tested all of this stuff out before we started streaming. Okay. So talking on the submission, he seems to be implying that the Treaty Principles Bill is going to have a negative impact on the environment, and it's going to, and it's bad for Māori relations. I agree with both points. This bill was written without the cooperation of iwi and hapu. Hold on a minute, what's Ray saying?
Sorry to distract.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm distracted by the fact that we're buffering. Yeah, so Ray, do you have any thoughts? Because I know that you're reading the transcript. I was busy trying to figure out what we could do to improve the stream.
And I was slipping into being the technician as well. I'll just have a scroll over it. I don't know, man. I'm still adjusting to even speaking about this publicly, because there's such emotional topics, and especially as Huhana was saying, we don't trust a lot of our news sources, the scientists who are maybe being paid. I'm having a hard time keeping up. You know, we were all sold the American dream.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest problem that I have with this bill is the fact that it was written without the participation of iwi and hapu. It makes the bill dead in water, in my personal opinion.
As you say, to assess potential impacts and conducting transparent reviews, to uphold inclusivity and fairness by bypassing these steps. So it's saying that's what it has been doing. It is a breach of the treaty, which creates the platform of active collaboration. Yes, we need to be promoting active collaboration rather than just it's too painful.
Yes, that's the partnership aspect of the treaty. We should be promoting collaboration. Rangatira were guaranteed tino rangatira under Te Tiriti. They did not cede sovereignty. That in of itself implies that a partnership needs to be built between the Crown and rangatira, because it is an agreement between two governing bodies, not necessarily two races. The fact that they happen to be two races is a completely separate thing. That's just by coincidence. So we've looked at other examples of shared sovereignty as well. The European Union is a good example of shared sovereignty. That's a modern example. So there's not much. So you can share sovereignty between two governing groups of people, right?
It just has not been done, or it's been fought every step of the way.
It's been fought every step of the way, yes.
Every time that it is, they actively undo progress. So, you know, I was reading before I wrote a submission and running out of time because I hadn't even heard about this because I stopped watching TV 20 years ago because ads offend me. But you know, I'm reading through the submission and the summary and stuff, and there's a lot of things that look good. They look great, but with that inherent distrust, and I know the way politicians can spin things, I'm like, that's not actually it. And why are whole sections of Stacey might have to fill me in. I don't know, the Māori Perspective wrote their reply and it was redacted. I'll bring up the document while I gather my thoughts.
Well, I would advise the people who are skeptical of the media's reporting, and they have every right to be skeptical of the media's reporting, is take a look at the impact statement documents for a lot of these bills that are being written.
Yeah,
because you're getting opinions straight from the horse's mouth, right? People who work in the department that's going to be dealing with implementing this bill, that is going to be carrying out all the stuff that's in the bill, and it's also the department that's going to be impacted by the bill. So yeah, it's important to go over the impact statements when if you're skeptical of what the media is saying, you want to double check stuff, go over the impact statement. I recommend doing that for every bill.
And I did, and large parts of it were redacted, and I wonder why.
I did link the article in the chat for, some of the stuff is redacted, but I'll have to go back in my history. But the tribunal actually wrote a report on how this bill is going to impact treaty relations. So that is definitely worth reading through, because you're actually reading from academics. You're not reading from a biased media source. You're reading from people who actually work in the field, who have dealt with cases that this bill is going to impact in future cases. It's going to impact the future cases as well. So yes, I would recommend reading the Waitangi Tribunal's report.
Very good. And just on the term on making politics accessible, I appreciate being able to have our say, even though we would have been taught this through school on how to get involved in local politics. There's even a joke in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy film. It's like, yeah, we had it we had the fact that we were going to obliterate Earth for a superhighway posted on the national thing for 10 years, but it's not our fault you couldn't read it. It's that sort of thing. So anything to do to make the process accessible, and because there's so many voices, and, by the sounds of it, a lot of us want the same thing. So let's work together.
Yeah, I mean, that's where co-governance comes in. That's the whole idea of co-governance, is working together and ensuring that the assets remain in public ownership, right? So
oh, go on. I was going to say, I thought that's what we were already doing, but go on.
Yeah, that's what we should be doing. Like the whole debacle over Three Waters, right? You've got people that are panicking that Māori are going to own all the water. And I'm like, no. Māori are going to be sharing the assets that are going to be built on Māori land with the government and with the Crown. Like the water stations and the sewage plants and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah. I say let them own it, but because they'll know better what to do with it. And they would share it for needs. They consider things properly rather than with political and personal bias.
Mm-hmm. So rather than instead of like the state selling it off, Māori can effectively step in, or should we say iwi and hapu? And people say Māori because it's like, oh, it's a group of it's a collective group, but we really should be saying iwi and hapu, because when we look at the historical context of how Te Tiriti was signed, it wasn't necessarily a contract between two races. It was a contract between two governing groups of people. So it's rangatira, the chiefs, and the crown. So we probably should be saying, instead of Māori, we should be saying iwi and hapu, so people that are actually in positions of governance.
Roger.
And by the way, the people on iwi and hapu boards, not all of them are Māori. Some of them are actually Pākehā. So people often forget that.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. I'd love to see it just like put every other ethnicity, because I don't like saying the term race either, because of what it denotes. But
okay, so I've downloaded the video. I'm going to see if this way is going to help with buffering. Let's have a look. Okay, right, let's try it, shall we? Okay, let's go to the timestamp. Where are we now?
I think it was
speed it up. Almost there.
30.
Can everyone hear this?
No sound yet.
No sound? Okay. Is there a feature on Restream? This is the height of professional. I agree, Dave X. I 100% agree. This is us at our peak professionalism. Okay, so
in the share screen button on Restream, there was also a tick box for if you're sharing your entire screen, it's share system audio. If it's a window, then share audio. Tab
I got screen sharing.
You might just have to do entire screen, because I don't see an option for sending audio on a window. Tabs work, screen works.
Audio input, audio output. Hang on, let me just This is not going to plan. Okay, can I share the audio,
Oh, no,
please?
you can't. Yeah. No, because you're putting it on.
Well, that's a whole different view. If you want, I've got it sorted at my end. It should be working. I can run the screen share for you.
Please, Stacey, save us. I do not know how Restream
okay.
works.
Close your screen share.
This is like Sam's nightmare. I'm sorry, Sam. What are we doing, Ray? We're getting we're getting a room full.
I haven't done this before. Oh yes, here are my crystal balls. I don't have my cats here.
Yeah, tech support in real time. Stacey,
Okay.
please.
Let's find out.
All right, come on, Stacey, come on. Third time's the charm, folks. Let's do this.
There actually isn't any sound on the video at the moment.
We got no audio.
No. It's just.
You can't see anything happening on our end, so we're just waiting for Tom.
Hold on, I think we've got a miracle, guys.
Take two, make sure that also share tab audio. Yes. Go.
Okay, if someone can give Tom a call by phone and give him some instructions on how to join.
Holy shit, I think we could
skip that part.
Tai Opi are in the room. I'll invite you guys to come forward and just state the submission slightly earlier. And then the committee staff can work on getting Tom to join up as well. So thank you for waiting patiently and for joining us this morning. We've got you for 10 minutes if you'd like to begin your presentation. And can I just start by thanking you for the work that you all do on behalf of our young people? I really appreciate it.
You ready?
We're ready.
I ngā mane I ngā reo e raurangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko wai au, he mokopuna a hau o tai rāwhiti, taranaki munga me ngaitahu iwi. No te hapu o tūwhaki iriora, aro whenua awaroa, a raukuku hoki, no koterana me airani o Pūtipuna, o Tyler Ngātai o Pūngoa. My name is Tyler Ngātai, and I am Māori, Scottish, and Irish descent. I live in Ōtautahi Christchurch, and am the current practice lead for Arataiohi.
Ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Ko wai au, no tēnau ahau, he tangata tiriti ahau, ko James and Totoka Wingua. My tupuna rest across the globe, predominantly in Cornwall and Wales, and in more recent times, my ancestors rest here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I honour and acknowledge Te Treaty of Waitangi as my turanga waiwai, my place to stand in this nation. And I am here today resting on the mana of those who go before me, and the mana of those I represent as the CEO of Arataiohi. Thank you for the opportunity to present to this select committee. We would like to acknowledge the huge number of people, particularly young people, who have submitted their views on this bill. Today we speak on behalf of our entire sector, thousands of people who work day in, day out with young people and whose practice is grounded in Te Treaty o Waitangi. As the peak body for youth development, the vision of Arataiohi is to create an empowered ecosystem of youth development where rangatahi thrive. We should not have to go through this process. It is a dangerous precedent that a party that represents just 5.55% of the electoral vote can disrupt the foundations of our country. We have been concerned that speaking today would in some way be used to legitimise or justify this bill and the calls to undermine Te Treaty. However, it is because the Treaty Principles Bill is so fundamentally undermines the ethical practice of youth work and risks the well-being of young people of Aotearoa that we feel compelled to speak.
The practice of youth work in Aotearoa is explicitly founded on a commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Our structures and mahi reflect the relationship between tangata whenua and tangata tiriti. This partnership and the work that flows from it strengthens how we engage and support young people from across Aotearoa. Arataiohi a kaitiaki of Manataiohi, an approach of positive youth development informed by international best practice and te ao Māori, as well as the Code of Ethics for Youth Workers. Manataiohi and Code of Ethics are Te Tiriti in action, taking our lead from an Indigenous perspectives that have shaped our young people for generations. Te Tiriti is the foundation of our ethical practice, our professional association, Korowai Tupu, and our youth work qualifications. Research, evidence, and experience consistently reinforces that this practice approach results in better outcomes for young people, whānau, and communities. The mere introduction of this bill undermines our practice, questions the identity of youth work and tangata whenua.
Youth workers come from an incredibly diverse background and work with beautiful and unique young people. Experienced and emerging youth workers work in a Te Tiriti context, and it is central to our identity as practitioners in Aotearoa. Each journey is unique and challenging. Pākehā youth workers, especially those who start their journey from a monocultural context, repeatedly report that understanding te tiriti is personally and professionally transformative. It enables them to better connect with all young people and to journey with young people whose behaviours are a natural consequence of a system that continues to oppress them. It is naive to think that this bill, were it to proceed, would not change te tiriti. The proposed principles would fundamentally affect how te tiriti is interpreted and the place it holds in our society. It would significantly disrupt how youth is understood and practiced in Aotearoa, and it would be a step backwards for us as a sector. There is a misconception out there that this is a Māori issue. Every New Zealander has a place in te tiriti, and it cannot and must not be changed unilaterally. It creates a partnership and relationship that allows us all to grow and succeed. Today, in preparing our remarks and speaking for all our members, we have reflected on the journey of creating and thriving within a te tiriti organisation and sector. This haerenga has been hard fought and full of difficult moments. We have learned what it is to listen. We have learned what it is to unpack ingrained ways of being and doing that harm. We have compromised, we've had wins and we've had losses, and we've had many, many misses. We have so much more to learn from each other, and we are stronger because of it. Mana taiōhi is an example of what is possible when we approach an issue through the lens of te tiriti. Prior to the creation of mana taiōhi, our previous principles were good, informed largely by North American research that highlighted strengths and relationships and connections. But we can be proud as a nation that our new principles weave these international views with te ao Māori. It has resulted in a more holistic and transformative practice that works for young people, whānau and communities. Should this bill proceed, we will see this transformative and world-leading way of practice systematically eroded.
Our identity stands in te tiriti. We strongly oppose the lack of due process and the exclusion of iwi, hapu and youth voices in the development of this legislation that directly impacts young people and their communities. The bill, developed solely by minority interests, fails to recognise the critical importance of including those most affected in this decision-making process. The robust legislative process involves engaging with impacted communities, seeking expert advice to assess potential impacts, and conducting transparent reviews to uphold inclusivity and fairness. By bypassing these steps, this legislation silences the voices of Māori and rangatahi. It is a breach of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, which creates a platform for active collaboration, shared decision-making, and the safeguarding of rights and well-being for all. It also ignores international obligations, including those in the United Nations. The voices of young people are paramount in shaping the policies that will determine their future. Rangatahi have unique experiences, perspectives, and aspirations that are critical to creating an effective, equitable society, including their input and the input of those who work with them, not only fails to uphold the rights of our rangatahi, but perpetuates systemic inequities. Decisions made without the insight of young people often result in ineffective, one-dimensional policies that fail to address the complexity of their lives. There are many examples of youth-led initiatives supporting both youth workers that empower young people to be active contributors to their world. It is our responsibility as people in positions of power and influence to provide a platform for young people to shape policies and programs that resonate with their needs and aspirations. These initiatives underscore the transformative power of involving rangatahi in processes that directly affect their lives and those young people to come.
This process has been extremely damaging. Challenging settled relationships and partnerships creates a sense of anxiety for our whole society and, most importantly, our rangatahi. This is an attack on the rights of tangata whenua, particularly mokopuna and rangatahi Māori. This bill is part of a wider movement to undermine the role that te tiriti plays in our legislative framework. Since the introduction of this bill, sadly, we have heard too many stories of young people who have experienced a rise in racism and who feel their identity is being stripped away. The predictable consequence of this will be increased trauma, grief, anger, and pain. This costs us. This costs communities, not just financially, this costs us lives. We call on this committee not only to recommend that this bill is withdrawn, but that future constitutional discussions are centred in our participatory and inclusive process. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for your presentation. We've got time for one question, and that is going to be from Debbie Ngāle.
Actually, I'm going to hand it to him. Oh, that's okay for Chair.
I'll check with Duncan. No, I think it's appropriate. I'll go to him.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks for that. Look.
No, sorry.
You're not rangatahi.
Sorry, I think, Duncan, just given the submitters, I'll go to Tamitha, and if there's time at the end, I'll give you a chance, but hopefully it's...
Kia ora, I'll get straight to the question. What can we do to make it easier for rangatahi to submit? Obviously on this one, we know where this bill is going, but in future, for all of the decisions that influence rangatahi, what can we do to make sure that their voice is powerfully heard and listened to?
I think I would start by saying before a bill is introduced, look at the processes that already exist, both in communities and within government, that enable youth voice to be part of what goes even that far. That will mean that what is presented when it gets to the legislative process, when we get to subcommittee processes, et cetera, and there's been a large number of rangatahi that have submitted at this stage, but it will ensure what they are submitting on is actually building on youth voice right from its foundations. I think the principles of mana taiuhi that we referred to before, if those are embraced, we'll see more rangatahi empowered and able to participate in democratic processes.
Sure, guys. Thank you for wrapping up very succinctly. Thank you for your submission, Dave. Appreciate you being here, and again for all the work that you guys do for us. We'll now move on and see if we.
And a big thank you to Stacey for saving our bacons. Seriously. Yeah, I'm sorry about earlier, guys. That was not good on my part. Okay, so can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. Okay, just double checking because now I'm nervous. I'm like, whoa! It's like doing live IT and tech support in real time. Okay, right. So this submission predominantly was about youth development and how the treaty principles are going to be interpreted in the future by the government is going to impact young people. And I think a really good bill to refer to for this one is the repeal of Section 7AA. And I don't know if everyone saw last week's stream where I absolutely blew a foo-foo valve going over what Karen was proposing. But yes, effectively, that bill, Section 7AA, which was promoting participation between the Crown and iwi and hapu with Oranga Tamariki, focused on strengthening partnerships and support with iwi and hapu to keep kids out of state care. So the treaty principles, as they stand now, the 3 Ps, which are partnership, participation, and protection, are really important, not just for Māori people, but also for people who are not Māori. So it gives them a practical basis on how to implement and how to respect and honour te tiriti in a way that promotes equitable outcomes for everyone. And I really liked their recommendation at the end of that, at the end of their submission. Improving public consultation. And I think we need to also include youth when we think about how can we improve the consultation process, because kids are impacted by bills, whether we like it or not, right? So it's important that we educate kids at school in terms of how can they submit on something, because even though they may not be old enough to vote, right, that doesn't mean a bill is not going to impact them. They should be able to have a say if a bill is going to impact them. So yeah, another thing I'd like to say too is that this is my first time watching all of these submissions. So usually every week when I do the show, I like to have lots of notes prepared in advance. I'm literally just typing out points as I'm watching the submissions coming in. So you're getting essentially my 2 cents as I'm seeing the footage. Any thoughts, Ray?
Again, it's like leave it to the experts. I've read the impact statements. Maybe my recall isn't as great as it used to be, but there are already systems in place, and they're just not being honoured or respected by those that want to change things to suit their speculation nation, but to suit their private interests, not the interests of the people they supposedly govern.
What do you think of the question, though, that was asked by Tabitha Paul when she said that, what can we do to include youth? What's your opinion on that? What do you think about that question?
Well, even just cutting some of the gameplay of politics is so much game playing, and to the point where it was really exciting to see a different chairperson telling somebody to sit down and essentially be quiet, because they're so used to interrupting everyone and not being pulled up on it, because it's a game to them. With a little less of that, you can speak more or less plainly. You don't have to dumb down language for young people. The more you respect and treat them as an adult, the more they can grow into it. They respect you. They understand that relationship. You have their attention. They have your attention, and that is as valuable as what you write on the paper. when a young person knows that they are truly heard, they'll speak their mind, and it might be something you never even knew you needed to hear. So what systems are in place, I'm not entirely sure. My mission this year is totally to get more involved in community. I've decided I don't like the idea of community service as being a punishment. It needs to be a service. Like most of the, I'll just say this, so to speak, this type of government's rhetoric is about you don't get, nothing's for free. Everyone has to work. I got here by working hard, etc. And for those who are in job seeker support, possibly can work, give them 10 to 20 hours of community service if it's available. It's good for us all. It builds their confidence. They feel like they have achieved something. And I've got some friends who are starting community groups for things like victim support, and there's a lot of good things happening. I'm inspired by this conversation that needed to happen, and it's good to see the youth out there. So I'll do my research when I'm not busy
doing tech support.
Tech support, trade support, or just I get so upset sometimes. They'll be like, "This is happening," and then I was actually just crying yesterday afternoon hearing about the potential for we're going to remove genetic engineering labels on food and patenting of seeds. And I understand that this isn't just conspiracy theory, because some of these companies that might be involved have done it.
I think that's a really good point you bring up there about community service, and that's where the 3 Ps of the way how the treaty is currently interpreted could really come into play. Helping to support our Māori rangatahi participate more in society and to be a contributing positive factor, and not just for Māori youth, but also for Pākehā youth, working together and upholding those 3 Ps, because it doesn't just apply to Māori, it applies for everyone. Partnership, participation, and protection.
And so I'm 36 now, and in my schools we learned proper practice of with harakeke and all sorts of things that you don't hear much about now. If somebody has to double down and go live on a marae for a year and really get in touch with, speak to their tipuna, then that's great. But I'd love to go live on a marae until I knew the language.
I'm quite interested to know what chat thinks if they want to participate in this conversation. Any thoughts, guys? I'll just give you guys a minute or so. Any thoughts?
Think away.
Hopefully I haven't scared everyone with the bad beginning of the show.
Well, so the other weekend I did step in on your, what do you say? You went off about
Karen Shaw.
And that kind of helped, because I thought, we want this to be very official TV show and mind our language, mind our personal opinions, etc. And I'm like, well, if we're not too worried about you speaking your mind there, then I should be all right.
Yeah, no, it's sometimes it's important to just be blunt and to the point, especially when we're looking at bills that can have really big consequences for society. It's like just let it out. Maybe don't go as hard as I did, but let it out. Okay.
Yeah. Well. Anything from chat? Because it's also all these fast track bills. There are bills designed to change things, to allow things to ignore due process. I can see some legit benefit in that, but it's always being used, blah blah blah. So I want to make sure that we're following process, respecting process. Change it if you can.
So we'll go into the next vid. Stacey, take it away.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Tom, we can. We've got you. So I'll hand over to you for the next 10 minutes. I'm just hoping I'm not feeding back through the sound, but I think that's fine. Okay, Tom, take it away.
Look, thank you very much. My apologies for this. At 80 years old, I haven't got my grandchildren here to help me fix my computer. But just a little bit of introduction about me. So I was one of very few I believe, partially bilingual journalist, Paaka journalist, way back in the 1960s, and I took an interest in the treaty issues then. Since that time, I've written 9 books based on New Zealand history, and for 12 years, I wrote a history column for Fairfax and later for Stuff. And in 2019, I was humbled and honoured with the membership of the New Zealand Order of Merit for that work. So I know something of the subject matter. And it grieves me that I have had to witness the enormous power of misinformation. And we didn't need to do this. The treaty, as I have read it, and there are a few documents and diaries and journals that I have not read over that time, the treaty did not create 2 classes of citizenship. And it did not create a partnership in the governance of the country. Those are misconceptions. And understandable misconceptions when they're constantly repeated. But if we want to understand what the treaty set out to do, we need to read the proceedings of the Conference of Kohimarama in July of 1860. And tribal leaders there, in excess of 200 of them, made it very clear that they most certainly did understand that the law would apply to all people equally. They did want, and did for some time, apply British law to their own people in their own way, but that only lasted about 8 years. But there was no great division, and the divisions and the fear and the accusations of racism are most unfortunate and really didn't happen, or really should not have happened, and they've come from people who didn't want to have this conversation. But basically, we're the only country in the Commonwealth and Western democracies I'm aware of that has anything like a rule or a regulation or a principle that requires people to act in a certain manner that's not defined, that's not written down, and that is illogical, and we can't allow that to happen. The bill, as I read it, is an honest attempt to bring certainty where there is none. Whether it's well written is for others to decide. I think it's a good start, but it needs to be built on. The other thing that's most important, that if we're going to have principles of the treaty, they can only be the principles of common law. Nothing else is acceptable in democracy. So those principles must be common law. In my view, we should also add the principles of civil law. The principles of common law are that huge body of precedent-setting decisions made by our courts and interpreting the laws made by the Parliament. But our courts must not ever be allowed to make law. And that's what we've allowed them to do and required them to do when the principles are cited in litigation. And because those principles are undefined, we put judges in the difficult position to actually make that definition. It's not their role to do that. The principles of civil law are simply the rules by which disputes are settled. And I think that needs to be added. I'm going to make a comment now that probably will upset some. It's certainly not my intention to do so. Maori did not cede sovereignty, simply because there was no sovereignty to cede. They were fiercely independent of each other, and on symbolic occasions still are, as were the tribes of Ireland and Scotland. So there was no overarching sovereignty. Had there been overarching sovereignty over the nation, they most certainly would not have surrendered it to a 21-year-old girl on the other side of the world they had never met. Their own personal mana would not have allowed that to happen. On a personal note, I know that Maori were treated abysmally by authorities after the signing of the treaty. Even though they were British subjects, they were denied their rights as British subjects. My family knows about that sort of suppression. My Irish ancestors tolerated 700 years of it. We know about oppression. But that's not an excuse to have unwritten principles to a treaty. If we're not going to have principles to the treaty, and there's a reasonable argument that we should not, then all reference to principles of the Treaty of Waitangi must be removed from the statute book. The status quo is simply untenable. Now, in my youth, I grew up with 2 languages. Some of my mentors were senior members of the Kingitonga. Ako reo tuatahi te reo Māori, tua reo tō Paaka. So I grew up with 2 languages and 2 sets of mātauranga, of folklore and knowledge. They are not strange to me, and I'm not a stranger here. People like me, I refer to myself when I speak on the marae as Paaka, and that's who we are. We are in fact Pacific Islanders. There's nothing in law or nature that says a Pacific Islander can only be a Melanesian or a Polynesian or a Micronesian. I am a Caucasian Pacific Islander. I am Whakata Whenua, and that treaty belongs to me. The Treaty of Waitangi is not a Maori issue. The Treaty of Waitangi is a New Zealand issue. And the treaty and the laws that flow from it are mine. They belong to me and my children and my grandchildren. And I think we need to see the treaty as simply the envelope by which the law arrived here. And it's no more than that. And you can read anything you like into it, but that's the facts of the matter. So, that's all I have to say to you, sir. I'm sorry about the technology. I like to meet people face to face, but this is all we have. So, kia ora tātou, he pāpai. Any questions for me? So to translate, if you've got a question, please question me in English so everybody else can understand. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Tom. Thank you. Now we've got about 2.5 minutes left. I've got a question from Todd Stevenson.
Hi, Tom. Thank you for your submission. In your submission, you actually talk about 2 additional principles you would put forward. Can you talk to those?
Yes, these are the principles of civil law, and they would be principles that require the parties to a dispute, be that the Crown and Māori, to act towards each other with the utmost good faith. And the second principle of civil law was for the government to ensure that those bringing actions against the Crown are adequately resourced to do so. The Crown is an enormously powerful beast and a very difficult beast to have as an opponent, and I think it's, in terms of equity, would be quite proper to ensure that those who are bringing an action against the Crown to settle a dispute are adequately resourced to do so.
Thanks, Tom. Members, any more questions for Tom? Type to Ferris, last question.
Kia ora, Tom. Tēnā koe o kōrero. I'm just curious about your idea that there was no sovereignty to be ceded. In Article 1, it's pretty clear that the Crown, Article 1 Paaka version, the Crown is asking for the individual chiefs of the individual territories that they are sovereigns of to consider ceding it to them. So I'm not sure how you landed. What do you mean there's no sovereignty to cede? It's right there in the treaty, in the English text.
Thank you. I was waiting for someone to ask that very awkward question. It depends how you see sovereignty. When they wrote, the people who wrote the English version of the treaty referred to sovereignty as the rule of a sovereign over a nation. When we talk about sovereignty in Māori, we talk about sovereignty, and indeed it is, but it's only sovereignty over their takiwā, over their people. There was no overarching sovereignty for the nation for them to cede. There was an attempt to create that with the Declaration of Independence, but most people didn't even know about it. It was not a success, and if they had known about it, they would not have signed it. So there is a difference in understanding of what sovereignty means. So if we talk about personal self-determination, you can call that a form of sovereignty, but in terms of treaty, in terms of law, certainly in terms of Western democratic law, sovereignty means the role of a sovereign.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's the time we've got today. So I just want to acknowledge your submission. Apologise for the technical issues and just thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Well, he was eager to move on pretty quick, James. Yeah, so...
yeah, I wish we
right,
were
I just had myself on mute.
Time.
No,
I heard you.
Much professionalism. Okay. Yeah, so... Okay, so what have we got here? Tom is 80. He's a journalist. He's written 9 books. I don't know what those 9 books are about. He worked for Fairfax and stuff. He's bothered by misinformation. And Te Tiriti did not create governance between 2 groups. Apparently, that's misinformation. I do agree that we need defined principles, but does that warrant creating a bill without the participation of iwi and hapu, considering they were signatories to the treaty? So that's the first question I would have had for Tom. And you look at his definition of sovereignty, right? Tino rangatira, right? That was what the rangatira understood as having authority or mana over the assets, collective ownership of the stuff that's on the land. And in my own submission, I actually wrote about my own ancestor Iwiko, who was the first of the rangatira to sign Te Tiriti down in the South Island. So he was the first guy there. I actually tried to answer the question, did he understand what it was he was signing? And yes, the evidence that I found after he signed Te Tiriti upholds the fact that he did understand the concept of tino rangatiratanga, what it meant to have authority and sovereignty, because he was very selective about the people that he wanted to sell land to, and also because Te Tiriti did not have in it provisions that we're talking about the Māori version, not the Pākehā version, the Māori version, right? Like the Crown could say, yep, we want to buy this land from you, but in Te Tiriti, he had the right to refuse. So he could have sold that land to someone else that wasn't the Crown. They didn't have exclusivity under Te Tiriti to buy the land. Now, so no sovereignty to cede. I think that's a pretty clear example of how Māori understood sovereignty, because that's the other thing too. We have to look at the idea of sovereignty, how rangatira understood it. You can't just look at it from how the Crown understood it to be. Our ancestors were not stupid. They debated this issue for days before signing the treaty. So they were having this back and forth. So again, I don't quite understand where Tom is coming from when he says that they had no sovereignty to cede, because when we're looking at the idea of sovereignty, we're looking at mana and what it means to be a rangatira or upuku ariki, which is kind of like what the Crown was asking to be in the English version, at least, of the treaty, to be the upuku ariki of the nations. And we look at our rangatira, and most of them signed Te Tiriti, which still gave them authority over their stuff and didn't give all of it over to the Crown. So Te Tiriti just gave the Crown the ability or the right to establish a government here. So that's what it gave them. It gave them the right to be the first in line to buy stuff. It didn't give them the authority to take stuff. So what are your thoughts, Ray? Sorry for the really long monologue, guys.
No, that's fine.
Okay, Stacey wants us to move on, so let's move on.
I actually want to watch his submission again. What was his surname? I'll get that information later. Tom, because that...
Tom O'Connor.
Yeah,
Tom
I'd like to
O'Connor.
hear that again.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll jump in with you for now, Laura, because Jordon's having some troubles getting in. Ray, you are free to go if you want to. It is 6 o'clock.
I'll probably hang out. I mean, yeah, that I like even just listening to that. You know, when I hear the history, I've got tears again. What are you doing?
I don't know. I just found Tom's submission to be a bit odd.
Fair. All right, well, we'll throw on the next one. Oh, you were going to say something, Ray?
No, it's good. I'm gaining clarity on what it's all about. It's sort of I almost wanted to say, isn't the treaty itself can stand as its principles, but I suppose you need to like a few summaries and leave it to the people that have been discussing it for 50 to 100 years and passing on that knowledge to decide what they are. You know, like rather than just let's do this and make everyone argue about it.
Yeah, fair. Agreed. All right, here we go.
Yes, that's it.
But I will be RB, so kia ora.
Mr. Finlayson, good morning. Thank you for being with us. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning. You're currently on mute. I'll allow you to unmute and I'll hand over to you.
Unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your guidance and technical expertise, and congratulations on your elevation. As Dr. Webb will tell you, such honour passes reasonably quickly. I've got a very brief submission to make on behalf of the Bar Association, which is, if you like, the independent bar version of the Law Society, has about 1,200 members. You have the submission. I don't intend to refer to it at any length, simply to make the point that above all the bill is misconceived. Because it endeavours to raise a number of principles that simply do not reflect the relationship of the Treaty of Waitangi between the Crown and tangata whenua. Frankly, they're principles that could possibly go in a written constitution, although they're not particularly well drafted, or possibly be included in the Constitution Act, but they don't belong in the Treaty of Waitangi Principles Bill because they don't accurately define the treaty relationship between the Crown and tangata whenua. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. I'm sure Duncan and I will make sure your South Island passport is in the mail already. I'll go first to Dr. Webb, then we've got one from Jenny Anderson.
Kia ora, Chris, really good to see you and hear from you on this forum. Really interested in, we've had some discussions around parliamentary sovereignty already, and you used quite a nice phrase, Parliament sovereign but not omnipotent. I'm just really interested in you just giving a minute on what you mean by that, and in what ways do you think Parliament's power to do whatever it wants is in some way constrained?
Well, it's a topic that comes up from time to time, Dr. Webb. You will recall, of course, what the late Lord Cook said, that there are some things that may be beyond the competence of Parliament, like abolishing the judiciary and so on. So there are obvious limits. And one such limit is to start to interfere with the Treaty of Waitangi, which stands quite apart from parliamentary sovereignty. So, as I say, the Parliament can legislate to provide that the earth is flat and so on. It doesn't make it flat, but this is an issue where it is arguably beyond the competence of Parliament to start interfering with the treaty which was signed between the Crown and Maori in 1840.
Thanks, Chris. Jenny and then Takta.
Kia ora, nice to hear from you. Some submitters this morning, we've heard that this bill is required because our judges are not democratically elected as opposed to us politicians. I'm interested to hear your views on that, specifically on whether or not that undercuts some of the key separation of power doctrines that underpin our system.
Oh, but you hear these comments every once in a while. When the first Ngāti Apa decision came out in 2002, there were all sorts of screams about activist judges and so on. In actual fact, the decision was in line with ancient principles of common law. So I don't pay too much attention to that kind of debate. And the last thing we want in this country, Ms. Anderson, is a politicisation of the judicial appointments process, which has worked incredibly well, regardless of Labour or national administrations. Attorneys General I have known over the years have always done their best to appoint judges who will do justice and administer the law. And the last thing we want in this country is sort of confirmation hearings like happened in the United States Senate with Brett Kavanaugh. So I pay no attention to those sorts of comments because they're meaningless.
I say one, and when you're in a soundbite, what advice do you give, and how do we accurately communicate to the New Zealand public the importance of that, and get around that sort of dogma that it's a left-leaning judge giving light sentences or being activist?
Because from time immemorial, both administrations, centre-left and centre-right, have appointed people who will administer justice according to the law, and I've never had any doubt that if a judge may be of a left-wing or right-wing persuasion, they won't end up doing justice for the people before them. We have the best system of appointment of judges in New Zealand. We have a judiciary that is extremely talented and hard-working, and we don't want to go down that path of attacking the judiciary as happens in the United States. We're too good for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We'll go to Takata and then Joseph.
Tēnā, Chris. The principles have been talked about a lot, and in my view, they're being sort of painted as the bad guy and helping to generate all of the discussion, and which is largely misinformed. Now, I'm probably a little bit privileged in that I've had a very clear explanation of where and how the principles come about from Tai Hakure. So I'm just asking, I want to ask you if you can give us some clarity on where and how and why principles come out of Te Treaty of Waitangi.
Well, there aren't many principles, and they're all reasonably benign. To act with dignity towards one another, to properly consult tangata whenua, to protect their treasures and so on. I don't want to send you away to do your homework, but many years ago, Doug Wallerton, the New Zealand First MP, introduced legislation to delete the principles of the treaty from the legislation. And I was in opposition at the time and gave what I thought was quite a good speech summarising the principles. And so you may want to go Hansard in 2006 and dig those out. But look, they're pretty innocent principles. They've been interpreted in a very conservative way by the judges over the years, and this really is a case of much ado about nothing.
Thank you, Chris. We'll go a question from Joseph Mooney.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
In the written submission, New Zealand Law Society has said that Te Tiriti is what it is, a treaty using particular words between the Crown and the chiefs who signed it. There's been quite a bit of discussion in the public domain about wānatanga and tino rangatiratanga. I just would like to get your thoughts on what tino rangatiratanga means in terms of, in the Te Reo Māori version, it's guaranteed to the chiefs, the rangatira, the hapu, and te kinatanga katoa. And if I look to Henry Williams, the translator of the treaty, who was commissioned by Captain Hobson to interpret and explain the treaty, not allowing him to sign it until he fully understood it, said in a letter in 1847 to Bishop Selwyn that he had explained that as meaning the Queen of England confirms and guarantees to the chiefs and tribes and to each individual native their full rights of chiefs, their rights of possession of their lands, and all the other property of every kind and degree. Do you think that is an accurate reflection of what tino rangatiratanga means?
Well, the way I look at Article 2 is rangatiratanga it gives protection to the taonga of the chiefs, the iwi and the hapu, and that's played out and been played out in cases over the years. But essentially, it's we recognise the authority, the stewardship, the leadership of rangatira, and the right to protection of their taonga.
There's a supplementary I could, Mr. Chair. Do you accept that is also extended to the individual?
The individual who?
The individual native, as was framed by Henry Williams, Archdeacon Henry Williams in his letter in 1847.
Oh, I've given you the answer based on what I consider to be Article 2 of the treaty, glosses on letter that may have been written in 1847, which were referred to by the New Zealand Law Society. You can ask them.
Thanks, Joseph. We've got a final question from Tim Paul.
Kia ora, Chris. Quick one. For someone who is not a lawyer, aka me, what does this mean for settlements, and what does this mean for jurisprudence if this bill were to come through via second reading or via a referendum?
Oh, that's actually a very interesting and very lawyerly question with respect, because one of the issues that may be raised is if there are certain rights which are confirmed on settlement, and I refer particularly to the Ngāi Tahu Claims Settlement Act 1992, be very careful what you wish for, because it may give Ngāi Tahu a lot more authority in and over Te Waiponamu than Mr. Seymour and his cohorts intend.
Thank you.
That has been the subject of some comment in recent times, but it's an excellent lawyerly question, and you should go and see the commentary that's been written on that.
Thank you, Chris. That's the time we've got. I'm not sure something called lawyerly is often a compliment, but in this instance, it definitely is. So appreciate you being with us this morning and wish you the best.
I really like the submission from Chris. Yeah, he puts it so well. I agree with him. The bill is misconceived, and it does not reflect the relationship between the Crown and tangata whenua, and that's because it wasn't done in participation with iwi and hapu. And I'm going to try and keep this monologue a bit shorter. So, tino rangatiratanga, right? This wording here alone, and I'm not a lawyer, but this wording here to me as a reader tells me that this is an agreement between two governing parties. It's not an agreement between necessarily races, but between rangatira, the chiefs, and the Crown. So it's right there in black and white. And what it does is it gives full rights of chiefs and protection of assets. And this is why, I say that this is not a right that you would necessarily give to the average Joe. This is a right that you would give to someone who is in a position of governance. So yeah, protecting the full rights of chiefs, again, it's right there in the translation. It's not saying the full rights of Joe down the street or Hone, so it's not a contract necessarily between races, but between governing parties.
Yes, and it was amazing to see the chasm of opinion between the Bar Association and council who are speaking out on their own, like Gary Judd.
Yep. I really liked that submission. That was good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, shall we go to the next one then?
Absolutely. You're in charge.
All right. Well, yeah, technically you are.
You've got the video.
Running about 9 minutes behind, which is pretty good for the length of the morning. Kia ora, Ari. Thank you for joining the committee. You've got 10 minutes with us this morning, so I'll ask you to go ahead and present your submission. You're just online, sorry, sir. Sorry, mute. You are online, but you're on mute too.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou, ngā me mō te komiti. Tēnā au he uri o Ngāti Kaupata, o Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga, o Ngāti Haua e mihi atu ana. I won't read my submission, obviously, because that's taken as read, but I've got a few points that I want to follow up on. Can I just point out that what a privilege to follow the Honourable Christopher Finlayson. The point I want to make about that is that when you've got people like Chris Finlayson and Eddie Jury, two of the great legal minds in the history of our country, sort of opposing this bill, it says a lot about the state of this bill and the constitutionality of it and all those things. I think it's quite wonderful to see diverse experts on the treaty from all sorts of different political perspectives coming out and opposing what is essentially a significantly flawed proposal. I was compelled to submit on this purely because I was following the commentary in the news media and on social media and really concerned about what that is doing to the fabric of our country. And while I respect David Seymour's right to make a proposed legislation like this, I think what's fundamentally happening here is a misunderstanding of the role of Parliament, the role of the Crown in relation to its engagement with Māori. As many people have already said, the treaty is a partnership between the Crown and Māori. So it's not for the Crown alone, it's not for the government alone to determine the rules that impact our people. You know, the fundamental flaws in this whole process has been really concerning as a political scientist particularly, but also as an iwi member who's been involved in treaty research for my own people. There's two things I really want to touch on. The first is about this misconception about democracy purely being about rule by the majority. Democracy is about rule of the people for the people, yeah? So here we've got people constantly talking about, well, there should be a referendum so that the majority of New Zealanders can speak to this issue. It's just completely not understanding the principles of the democracy that speak about protecting and recognising the interests of minority people, in this case, obviously, Māori. I live between Australia and New Zealand. My wife's an Aboriginal scholar in Australia. I'm in Australia right now. It's actually the public holiday for Australia Day today, which is a controversial day in this place. We call it Invasion Day or Survival Day, but of course many Australians celebrate Australia Day. The issue is, in Australia they had a referendum last year around a voice to Parliament, a voice for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be recognised in the Constitution, and that voice referendum was doomed to fail because you were having a majority, seeking the views of a majority of Australians to make a call as to whether or not this voice should go through. Well, Aboriginal people, for example, are around 3 or 4% of the population, and Māori, if we're 15, 17, 20% of the population, we're a minority in our own country. So the proposal of a referendum was just really concerning, particularly when you think about what's happened, not just in New Zealand, but around the world, when referendums related to matters that particularly speak to the Indigenous people or the relationship with Indigenous people very rarely get up. But I don't think Mr. Seymour was doing that by accident. I think Mr. Seymour's whole desire with this legislation, with this whole debate, is while he has his own particular strong views about things, he knew very well that this will stir up concern amongst New Zealanders. There are people online, I read just this morning on some blog sites, people saying that the time has come for Māori to be put back in their place, which I find completely ironic given our place is Aotearoa. We are tangata whenua as well, Aotearoa. And the debate that's coming out of this particular proposal is really concerning. The other point I want to make is, and I'm actually friends with Don Brash, which my find I think is funny, but Don Brash used to talk about he iwi tahi tātou, yeah? And the Hobson's Pledge, they had that quote at the start of their submission. There's two things that I want to say about the use of that quote in this context. First, it's ironic that a Pākehā-led organisation like the Hobson's Pledge is using a Māori word, a Māori phrase that a Pākehā person spoke to Māori. It's like, how ironic that Pākehās are telling us what he iwi tahi tātou means in our own language. He iwi tahi tātou doesn't mean everyone is one and we're all exactly the same. It just fundamentally doesn't understand. You can bring people together and have a partnership and a connection, and we can become one for that particular purpose, but that doesn't mean we're all exactly the same. Everything we do is the same. We all should be treated exactly the same. He iwi tahi tātou has been misused and abused, not necessarily deliberately by people like Hobson's Pledge, but probably because they just don't understand. having people who are not fluent in our language telling us what Governor Hobson meant when he said he iwi tahi tātou is just ridiculous. And the last point I want to make is, I think Mr. Seymour should focus on bigger issues around the Constitution. We're one of the countries in the world that doesn't have a written constitution, comprehensively written constitution. There's a world where potentially that's a conversation that New Zealanders want to go on and have. This particular bill around the treaty principles, I mean, not only are these principles, the ones that he's proposed, just completely out of sync with what's actually the treaty is about. There are principles that already make sense in the context of the way our country has been operating for many, many years. And to do what Mr. Seymour is proposing to do, not only disrespects many, many years of lawmaking, but it also disrespects many people on his side of politics and across the political spectrum who have been fighting really hard to ensure that the treaty is honoured in a respectful way for all New Zealanders. Because as people have said, the treaty is not just for Māori, it's for all. And that the lovely guy who spoke earlier and said that he was tangata whenua, I liked his principle, but the reality is you're tangata whenua if you're from the land, if you're a Māori, yeah? And my uncle Eddie always talks about everyone else also has a right to be here as tangata tiriti. So the treaty is for everybody. That's my final point.
Kia ora, Archie. Thank you for that submission. We've got 3 questions lined up. First is from Debbie Ngare Paaka, then Todd Stevenson, then Tracy McLeod.
Tēnā koe hoa, ka pai ki te kiti a koe, and good to hear your voice and to receive your submission. The bill is going to be dead like a duck at second reading. What, in your opinion, in your expert opinion, needs to be the real next phase for a government to consider, not only the protection of te tiriti, but to conclude the division that this bill has created in Aotearoa for all New Zealanders?
Well, the relevant question I've been thinking about, because here in Australia, post the Voice referendum, there's a whole lot of soul searching happening because what actually happened in that referendum was damaging to First Nations people here. And I don't want to dwell on that too much, but as you know better than me, Five, there's a lot of people who have been harmed by this process. The stuff that's written online about our people and our taumata and our pakeke and it's deeply hurtful because a lot of it is deeply racist and harmful. But I think the government, I touched on the point about a written constitution. I feel like there's been so much work done by both government committees, organisations, our people around having conversations about the constitution and where it should go. And I think those should be given some proper weight. And they should be given weight not in line with that idea that democracy is rule by the majority, but rule by the people. Rule by the people, which includes the minority peoples having appropriate and respectful engagement and say in the process.
Jordon.
Thank you. We'll go to Todd and Tracy.
Thanks, and thanks for your submission. I'm just on it's page 1 of your submission, and you've outlined 4 treaty principles as you see them. If this bill just basically legislated those 4 principles, what would be your position?
Well, my position is that the Crown shouldn't be determining these things without consultation with Māori in an appropriate way, outside of this Crown government-led process. The treaty, as I said earlier, is between Māori and the Crown. You've got a government minister of a minority tiny party with no real mandate, actually, to be pushing a major national issue like this, given the percent of support he has from New Zealand in his party. It's not the right place. It's not the right way to go about this. It's an insult to Māori that we go about this in this way. You should be asking Māori first what they want, and then having conversations, not forcing a bill down our throats like this.
Supplementary if I might.
No, sorry, we'll go to Tracy. Sorry.
Yes, Super. Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your submission. We've heard earlier that te tiriti inadvertently creates division by virtue of its mere existence. And this bill, therefore, appears, on the surface at least, to be seeking a solution to that by simply abandoning the principles. As a political scientist and someone I'm assuming would be interested in a more informed citizenry, what do you think we should be doing instead? Because I agree with Debbie when she says this isn't going to go away after this particular process. So how do we prepare ourselves for the next phase so that we come to a good outcome rather than a poor one?
Well, David Seymour should pump a few tens of millions of dollars into a commission with independent experts from around the world, including representatives of tangata whenua, and have a proper conversation then in that space first, and then see what they suggest.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate you spending your time with us this morning. We're going to move now to submission from Professor Bronwyn Hayward. Bronwyn will be.
Pause it there. There we go.
Yep. He's friends with Don Brash, brave man.
Right? Admitting that publicly too.
Yeah. Okay, so he iwi tahi tātou. Does that mean parliamentary sovereignty? No, certainly doesn't translate to parliamentary sovereignty. It basically just means that we're one tribe. So it's like, okay, we're one nation. Basically, it's how we could translate that. So is the treaty undemocratic? No. I wouldn't even argue that even by the logic of this bill. So when the treaty was signed, Māori were the dominant race in New Zealand, okay? Imagine if we were to grab this bill, okay, this current bill, and Māori were the dominant, Okay. How do you think a referendum between different ethnic groups would have impacted Pākehā settlers, considering they were the minority?
It wouldn't have ended well for them. That's what the treaty was about in the first place.
The treaty was about allowing for the Crown to essentially set up governance here in New Zealand, but not to, be sovereign, at least, under the Te Reo Māori version, which is the majority of what Rangatira signed. The purpose of the treaty was to allow the Crown to have essentially tikanga for Pākehā people that Māori people could understand. So it was in a way to improve relations between Māori and Pākehā and to solidify those relations, especially between British people and Māori. And one of the triggers for the writing of this treaty was actually what happened to my own ancestors by the hands of Te Raupraha. The British were so concerned about the massacre that had occurred that they thought, right, we've got to write a treaty. We've got to protect those trade routes. We've got to protect. We've got to we've got to have a guarantee in place for Māori. We've got to be a good partner to Māori, so we have their trust, and so we can continue to settle in the land, because they were horrified by what happened. The fact that there was a Pākehā person involved in that massacre who sailed the ship that carried Te Raupraha and his men. There was outrage over this in Australia, and justice unfortunately was not sought because the guy who provided the boat managed to get away. So that was one of the triggers for writing the treaty, and people don't understand that part of the history.
See, I didn't know that part of it either, so thank you.
Yeah, so that's what happened down at Akaroa with my ancestors, and my ancestors were kidnapped by Te Raupraha. So that was one of the triggers. And so it's really important to understand that this was not a contract between races. I keep harping this on and on again, but a contract between two governing parties to ensure that everyone was protected to prevent these types of outcomes from happening that would have impacted trade with the British Empire and would have impacted Māori's relations with the British.
Yeah. All right. Just let me know when you're ready to move on.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I was just waiting for. I was wondering if you had an opinion or anything.
Fair enough. Jeremy, we'll be wrapping up about 10 o'clock tonight. We have blocked out the entire day, so yeah. Yes, Dave, this will never end. This
will never end, and the technical problems will also never end as well.
That's the one.
And it shouldn't. I mean, if we could be live 24/7, that would be pretty good.
Well, that's true. Okay, here we go.
Like, that might be me sitting online.
Bronwyn, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the committee. We've got 10 minutes with you this morning, so I'll hand over to you to make your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ka mihi mahana, kia koutou. Very warm greetings from down here in the south. Just checking that the sound is working, so I've had a few technical hitches today, but if you can hear me, fantastic. I'm a professor of political science, and I specialise in democracy and also in climate change and environment. The reason I'm presenting on this issue is that one of the areas that I've researched, and I've taught New Zealand politics for over 30 years at Lincoln and Canterbury. I've had fellowships at Oxford and the University of Surrey and the University of East Anglia. But one of my key interests is how can we maintain democracy through big upheavals, whether those upheavals are climate change, economic earthquakes, or in this case, the breakdown of social cohesion. And that's what I want to speak to in this. So I just want to touch on 4 points that I make in the proposal and then just leave it for questions. I'm opposed to the treaty bill in its entirety and to the referenda, but I'm particularly concerned about the framing of this whole debate and the way, for example, in which expertise is positioned as politicised. I'm speaking as a defender of democracy here, not because of any political perspectives of my own. I am concerned that this bill, and I was extremely surprised actually that our national party, as the major coalition party, enabled it, because it's led a small and extreme libertarian view within a party, set policy direction that's now well outside of the position of median New Zealand voters. Back in 2012, Emeritus Professor Jack Nagle said there is one huge risk with MMP, but it would never happen, or very rarely, he imagined, where a small party could exploit a favourable bargaining position to impose an undiluted view of their preferred policy, therefore causing great distress amongst the majority. And if that happened, that power is dangerous to the polity, and it's difficult to defend from a democratic viewpoint. He said, however, it would hardly ever happen because it would be very unusual, and had been very unusual, that governments under MMP had ever enabled a small party to extract such a high price for a block of votes. But I would say that's exactly what happened now. Yeah. And I want to talk about why this is so dangerous for our democracy and what actually is happening in a wider political sense. I know that a number of the ACT Party members will take umbrage at being described as extreme libertarian at the moment. But to be absolutely clear, what this party has done in positioning this bill is to frame it within an international debate that is very strong in the United States, where small parties have tried to paint equality of votes as a very narrow interpretation, where it simply means equality for all individuals, as if we had no history, as if we had no connection. The leader of the ACT Party, David Seymour, asks, where in the world has it worked to divide people up by their ancestry? Now, I would argue that that's extremely disingenuous, because for a start, the treaty hasn't done that. The treaty is a treaty between the Crown and Māori authority. It's a treaty about power and how we live together. But in reality, very many modern democracies, Canada, Denmark, Bolivia, Sweden, Finland, Ecuador, the Philippines, are all enabling constitutional recognition of Indigenous people. The reason that I also argue that this is an extreme position is that the majority of New Zealanders, their core value is fairness, which is something that John Key really well understood. And for the reasons of fairness, the idea that we would have a referendum to determine the future of our treaty is fundamentally unfair. And all of our research is showing that New Zealanders do recognise fairness. They recognise the situation where we have inherited an unequal situation. A referenda, as the previous submitter said, is a very blunt tool, and it's very rarely used by governments to determine constitutional rights for small minorities. And I would strongly recommend we don't go that route. I would recommend we think about other routes. We've seen what happened in Australia, but we've also seen positive outcomes in Ireland, where they've used other forms of constitutional assemblies and discussion, like we've already seen with Matua Jackson around the country, where we begin a different way of talking about constitutions. So I'll stop there and answer questions. Thank you very much for having me. It's a privilege to be here.
Thank you, Bronwyn. You're part one of the tag team of Hayward's this afternoon or this morning, so looking forward to part two. Thank you for your submission. We've got some questions from Ginny Anderson and then Duncan Webb.
Thanks very much, Bronwyn. I've always been interested in your work. I'd like to thank you for sort of framing this debate up in a global context. And I'd like to endeavour to ask you what your analysis of, what is the motive? What's the underlying motive for doing this? From David Seymour, given what you've said in terms of playing out in other countries in the global context, what do you think it is that he's trying to achieve by going through this?
I don't want to personalise it to David Seymour, and I can't speak for what his motive is, but I can speak for what a small, smart party might try and do, is that they're trying to frame their core values as being part of something that's fundamental to a constitution. So they've framed the narrative. The National Party has lost control of this narrative and is risking losing control of the governance of the country. We have seen polls showing increased social discontent. It is doing harm. But by trying to position equal opportunities in a very narrow way as a definition of the treaty, our constitutional document, a small party is trying to create and broaden its position. It's really trying to make itself much bigger and align itself to something that's strongly important to the nation. At the same time, it is exploiting basic wedge politics to do this. It grows the sense of dissatisfaction and anger, and that becomes incredibly hard to manage politically, and it's extremely divisive for the country.
Thank you.
Duncan and then Tim.
Kia ora. Thanks for that submission, Bronwyn, really useful. Interested in some of your statements around democracy, you used the term the democratic viewpoint. One of the threads here is that if you've got a properly elected government, they can take any step that they want to because they've been democratically elected, and that gives them the authority to do so. I'm interested in your comments kind of on that, and does a responsible democratic government mean more than simply that kind of democracy?
Yes, I mean, it's very easy to think a democracy means one person, one vote, but actually we have thousands of democracies around the world. In politics, as political science, we say that democracy means a set of principles. It means that you are an accountable government, you are inclusive, and you are transparent. And you are therefore recognising the rights of your people, and your people are diverse, so that you come to unique ways in which you ensure that your community feels like they're being heard, they have a place, they have a voice and a right to be here. But also, your government has to have legitimacy. And the opening speakers were talking about the treaty as being one of the key things that gives Parliament its legitimacy.
Thank you, Bron. Will, final question from Tim Paul.
Kia ora, Professor. I just wanted to ask you, could you in your oral submission just now, you talked about a number of countries who have special rights arrangements within their democracies, and you named some. Could you just speak to some of what those look like, give a few examples, and how they're kind of based in what they look like in other countries, and how they're completely normal?
My wonderful colleague, Dr. Lindsay McDonald here, has done a whole study on these, but they are completely normal in that all democracies seek to protect the rights of groups and as well as individuals. We aren't just a society of individuals. We have our histories, we have our traditions, we have our religions. Freedom actually means protecting all of those practices, traditions, and cultures. So every society develops particular unique ways, and we have a very distinctive and important way of doing this. And it has a long and constitutional basis, which we should be very proud of as a nation. And we have a tribunal and courts in which we can actually attend to our differences. And that matters hugely for social cohesion and for the health of our democracy. So I really implore this committee to be extremely strong in resisting a referendum. It would be a terrible next step.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Thank you for your time with the committee. We appreciate you spending with us this morning.
Fun.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yes. Okay. So I really enjoyed that submission.
Yes.
You know, she Professor of Political Science, taught at both Lincoln and Canterbury. And she asked some really good questions. How do we preserve democracy? And is the ACT Party's position on this? Is this a libertarian view on te tiriti? I'm a libertarian myself, and I disagree that what ACT is doing is a libertarian position on te tiriti. Because the libertarian position would be to decentralize power and to share power amongst the different, to share power between Māori and Pākehā, to have a partnership. Yep. That would be the libertarian position, because that's how we achieve the small government ideas within libertarianism. It's not about just cutting back central government, and for the sake of cutting back central government. It's about returning that power back to the people, so they have better representation within a democratic society. So again, this goes back to the idea of direct democracy as well, which is a libertarian value. She also brings up a really good opinion about MMP. MMP, as I've noticed, it's flawed when weak leadership is at the helm. And she brings up a really question, or at least, in my opinion, it's making me ask the question, do we need new limitations on what can be negotiated on when a coalition is formed?
That's a really good point, because, things to do with race and things to do with founding documents shouldn't be arguable. I can't think of any other word right now but principles, but I really don't want to use that. When it comes to forming a coalition or even a trade and supply agreement, so that you can form a government and be in power. And you're right. I can't remember who it was. I'm sorry, but someone towards the start of the stream today was saying, aren't ACT supposed to be a libertarian party? They're acting very unlibertarian-like.
They're acting authoritarian.
That's paraphrasing what they said. But yeah.
What did KC stand for again? Was it
King's Council?
Council.
Yes.
See, what I was rambling about yesterday is at this point, do away with the central government, because you'll have your tribunals and councils and etc. to deal with issues people by people basis when they raise them. It's just a lofty idea, but like if it's going to wobble this hard and well, we've realized our worst case scenario in effect. I leave.
Okay, bye. Yeah, but like the problem with ridding any country of its central government is that it gets rid of those national laws, those national protocols, and those national definitions of what you are and are not allowed to do, and which is really, really dangerous for people living on a singular landmass.
Yes. And again, this is, I've always believed that central government, there should be limitations to what they're allowed to cut back on. And I think human rights, cutting back on things like human rights and constitutions, that form the country, are things that should be no-go zones.
Exactly. I am just trying to line us up for the next video, because we did agree in pre-planning that we're not going to cover the same ones as we did last week.
Okay. So no Gary.
No Gary.
No Gary. Oh, no.
Exactly.
Oh, Gary.
Ah. Too far. Too far. Stop it. That'll do it. Okay, right. We got there. Mm. Oh, yeah, but just touching on Bronwyn's submission again, I really love that she brought up international examples.
Yes.
Of how it does work.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Let's go. Next up.
Morning, David. Thank you for joining us. We've got you for 10 minutes this morning, so I'll hand over to you to present your submission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for hearing from me. I'm one of the lucky 0.1% who get to make an oral submission. I'll be as brief as possible, for I think questions are the best part of this. I really just want to make one point and perhaps pose a challenge to members of the committee. The one point I want to make is I do think it would be a very good thing for there to be a parliamentary or legislative definition of the principles of the treaty. The reason for that is twofold. The first is certainty. I think a lot of the challenges we've had in the last 5-10 years are people are uncertain. They are anxious over how interpretations of the treaty impact them. We've seen recently the last government had a select committee, independent group recommend all councils be co-governed 50-50, Māori, non-Māori, as part of the principles of the treaty. Now, that's a big issue. Not everyone agrees with that. People are worried about what this may mean to them. So I think having Parliament come in and say, we're defining or clarifying the principles is a good thing. Now, you can say, let's leave it up to the courts. But ultimately, these are political issues. They're not just judicial issues. You will not get the public acceptability, the legitimacy, if you just say, this is all going to be decided by the courts. And what it will lead to is more like the United States, where if you're going to say the courts are the only people who decide this, then judicial appointments will become political. There will be a litmus test. How are you going to rule on these issues? So I would love to see Parliament actually step up and do its job as legislators and say, these are what we think are the principles of the treaty, because you are the Parliament that's put them in 20 or 30 different acts of Parliament. Now, personally, I quite like the principles in this draft bill. I think the second one has come a long way from the draft act policy in trying to recognise rights of hapu and iwi, but I also recognise this is controversy. Not everyone likes that. I would happily go with principles defined by Parliament that I only partially agree with, 55, 60%, then there be no principles at all defined in legislation, because I think getting them into law would be a good thing. The challenge I would like to pose to, I guess, Parliament members of Select Committee is, if parties don't like the principles in these bills, I would love to see each party put forward, these are the principles we would like to define in legislation. That would allow New Zealand to understand what the different perspectives are, see where there is common ground. There might be very close similarities between Labour, Greens, Te Pāhi Māori. There might be closeness between National and that. We might end up that we've got two different visions of the principles, which would then allow us to have a more defined conversation. What I don't want is just a status quo of we think everything's happy, we don't think there's anxiety over these issues, and we're just going to leave it to the court. So that's effectively my submission. Very keen to have questions.
Thank you, David. We've got 4 questions lined up. First from Duncan Webb and then Timothy Paul.
Kia ora. Don't get too carried away being in the top 0.1%, David. But look, I do have a question, and it's around focusing these principles or freezing them in a piece of legislation, because in your written submission, you identify that over time, the way in which the treaty has been viewed has changed with perceptions of it and social circumstances. You refer to Saparana Nata. Isn't there a risk if whatever principles we choose, that in fact we do our future selves a disservice? Because in fact, as some would say, it's a living document that its understanding changes to meet society's needs as it progresses.
Very good question. Thank you, Dr. Webb. The nice thing about principles and legislations, and the Privacy Act's a good example, is they can actually adapt over time. Our understanding of principles can change. So it's not calling for a statutory text of this is exactly what the treaty means, effectively putting the treaty in legislation. But I think defining principles will still give you flexibility. To a degree, I really think, though, what this is about is almost setting an upper floor or limit. People are concerned about, does the treaty mean that equality of suffrage is something that is at conflict with the treaty? If so, how is this resolved? That's not a question that's going to go away. And that's where I think Parliament can provide some certainty by saying, this is how we interpret the principles so that people can feel reassured. I don't think it would be a straitjacket. I think if you look at the 3 principles in this bill, there's still lots of room for interpretation.
David, we've got a question from Timothy Paul, then Dr. Ferris.
Kia ora, David. Thanks for the one-page submission. Really appreciate when it's nice and succinct. Makes it easier to digest. I appreciate the points you make about certainty, but do you think that this bill actually is far more uncertain than the status quo? Because at the moment, we've got settlements in writing and we've got jurisprudence in writing, and both parliamentarians and lawyers and whoever else can rely on that, whereas this bill is an effective reset button. And so that throws all of that all up in the air and creates far more uncertainty than we have right now. So just trying to understand your logic there.
Thank you for that question. I think the settlement should be unaffected because, as I understand Principle 2, it specifically refers to that settlements can give different rights. In the short term, you are right, there would be more uncertainty. When you ever change, like when the RMA changes, as much as people that like the RMA, you'll have a temporary period of uncertainty. In the medium to long term, which is what I think is more important, I think you would end up with greater certainty. So short term, yes, there would be, you wouldn't be able to rely on the jurisprudence, but I think in the medium to longer term, it would be more certain.
For who?
Well, for government, because I think you have a lot of government agencies trying to interpret what these treaty principles and their acts mean. I think for Crown law, and I also think for the courts themselves. It's quite common for Parliament to say, look, we don't think the courts have quite got this right, so we're going to clarify things further. So I think the certainty can apply to all of those, but it will take time.
Thanks, David. We'll go Takata and then final one from Todd.
Kia ora hoa. I sort of hear what you're saying, but you see, the trouble I have with your view in the submission is that it's sort of built on the premise, or it assumes that MPs understand the Treaty of Waitangi, or that they understand the history. And I can guarantee you that's not the case. There is also no prerequisite for an MP to have such skill sets or knowledge sets. So you will always be on the back foot if that's the approach you take. If we take the status quo idea, well, the status quo is just a maintenance of an ignorant state. So our real problem to move forward in a manner that you are describing, David, is how do we educate our people? And what level of education do we expect of our decision makers, our lawmakers? So what do you think about that? What sort of expectation should we have for MPs and figures of power when it comes to this being capable of deliberating this type of thing?
I'm a bit optimistic here, you might say unrealistic, but I think there is ignorance, absolutely. you can spend months reading the histories of the period and still not be sure what was intended back in the 1840s. But if we actually had the 6 parliamentary parties come out with, here's our interpretation of the principles, that would actually start the knowledge with both other MPs, but also the wider public at understanding there are differences of views, and then being able to have those conversations about, well, what does the historical record say? How does this reflect our value today?
That's the work the tribunal's done, right? For 50 years.
Sorry, folks, that's the remaining time in the session. I'm going to have to interrupt there. Thank you, David.
Well, there we go.
Confusing. I don't think David understands how much work the tribunal's already done or what the tribunal does. Okay, look, we all agree that we need a parliamentary definition of the principles. What we disagree on is the fact that iwi and hapu were excluded from the process.
Yes.
You can't define your obligations to your partner without involving your partner.
Exactly. And I think that's exactly why Takuta was pulling him up on it as well.
Yeah, it's undemocratic to do it that way.
Exactly. It's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. And, and Takuta Ferris brings up a very good point.
Exactly.
How do we educate the MPs? They've got different political biases. How do we, shouldn't we have an unpolitical position and how the treaty ought to be interpreted, aka what the tribunal's already done? Yes. Just because you disagree with their findings, it doesn't make them woke. These are people that have spent years and years studying the subject.
Exactly. Just, like the whole argument last year with school lunches. Mm-hmm. Just because you don't eat quinoa doesn't make it woke.
No. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like saying, oh, that scientist is woke because I disagree with their finding. It's like,
exactly.
No, it's not.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I like what Duncan Webb also said, that the treaty is a living document. Yes, that's why the 3 Ps are really good.
Yes.
That's why I really like the 3 Ps. And I think personally that should be the parliamentary definition. I think what the courts have, what the tribunal has established, that different departments ought to follow. Yes, the 3 Ps. And as a previous person just said, I think it was that ex-national MP, the guy with the Bar Association, but he said that the 3 Ps are already being interpreted conservatively. That doesn't sound woke to me. Woke is progressive.
Exactly. All woke is saying that your eyes have been opened and you are seeing things differently.
Mm-hmm.
Preferably in a better light than you had previously.
Yeah, I just don't think David. I mean, I'm not familiar with David's previous work. People in the chat were saying, "Oh, David." I'm not familiar with his work. His work. All I know is that his opinion, the opinion that he's expressed, just demonstrates he hasn't done much reading into what the tribunal does and their reports. He's the owner of Courier Polling. Really?
Yeah.
The owner? Okay, I expected a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was expecting something a bit more than what he presented.
Right. That's the case.
Okay, I'm shocked. I'm actually quite surprised. David, come on.
Yeah. And kia ora, Kiwi Skirt. It's good to have you back with us.
Anyway, that's my monologue.
Yeah, same here. Here we go.
Thank you for being with the committee this afternoon now. We've got you for 10 minutes. I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Tēnā tātou katoa. I'm a professor of politics at Otago Whakaihuwaka, University of Otago. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this bill. I hope my sound is okay. Is it all coming through all right? Thank you. I've been researching and publishing work about the treaty and its principles for several decades. I strongly oppose this bill. So my written submission made 5 brief comments outlining a few objections to the bill. These were that the existing treaty principles are clear and effective. The bill breaches the Treaty of Waitangi. Parliament is not the appropriate place to decide the treaty principles. Sending the bill to select committee is not a national debate, and a referendum on the treaty principles would be unjust and unconstitutional. So I want to use my time now to elaborate on just the first of these points and discuss the treaty principles as they currently are. They were first introduced, of course, in 1975 as a way for the Crown to respond to Māori demands for the treaty to be honoured without the Crown having to address the guarantees made in the text of the treaty. In 1975, Parliament had the good sense to understand that it did not have the necessary expertise nor the appropriate opportunity to determine what those principles were or are, and that this work should be tasked to the newly established Waitangi Tribunal and also to the courts. So research I've done in the past has traced the work of the Waitangi Tribunal in drawing treaty principles out of the claims that it has investigated and reported on. In its early reports, such as broadcasting frequencies and muri whenua fishing, just to name a few, the Waitangi Tribunal spoke of the duty of the Crown to protect Māori. It talked about the principle of mutual benefit for Māori and the Crown, and the notion of partnership and the importance of Crown consultation with Māori. These principles didn't come out of thin air. They emerged from the historical detail of the treaty breaches before the Waitangi Tribunal in relation to the claims. They supported recommendations that the Tribunal made to redress the real problems at the time. In the 3-volume Ngāi Tahu report in the early 1990s, which addressed the wholesale loss of Māori land into Waiponamu, the Tribunal established a comprehensive framework for the principles of the treaty, which became the foundation for its reports for many years to come. The report identified an overarching principle of exchange, which was explained as the fundamental compact or accord between Māori and the Crown embodied in the treaty. Inherent in that principle of exchange was also a notion of reciprocity, the exchange of the Crown's right to govern for the right of Māori to retain their tribal authority and control over their lands and all their valued possessions. So subsequent reports from the Tribunal drew on these principles, and some moved in different directions, as the facts of the claims required. These principles all have meaning, substance, and application. They're clearly identified, they are certain, and each has an extensive explanation and justification. Now, more recently, my research collaboration with Professor Nicola McDonald, also here at Otago, has investigated the changing nature of the treaty principles clauses in legislation as interpreted by the courts. And that research has highlighted the Crown's control over how the courts can and do already interpret treaty principles. So treaty clauses have been appearing in an increasing number of laws since 1975, first of all environmental acts and more recently in relation to social policy. Our research has found that from soon after the Milestone Lands case in 1987, Parliament has wrestled control of treaty principles back from the courts using elaborated treaty clauses. The Crown Minerals Act is an excellent example of this sort of elaborated clause. The Act has a standard, broad treaty clause in Section 4, which says all persons exercising functions and powers under this Act shall have regard to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. But attached to the Act is a minerals program, which enables Cabinet to set policies and procedures for mining Crown-owned minerals. These programs are issued by the Minister through an order in Council. They're not debated or voted on in Parliament. In the case of minerals, the program elaborates on the meaning of Section 4 of the Act. So the first minerals program, issued in 1995, stated that Section 4 required that the Minister must act reasonably and in good faith with its treaty partner, must make informed decisions, and must have regard to whether a decision will impede redress of a treaty grievance. But by 2013, the revised program had reduced the meaning of Section 4 to mere consultation with Māori. Therefore, despite the Act saying that decision makers must have regard to the principles of the treaty, the elaboration in the program meant that the Crown was only required and is only required to consult with Māori to satisfy its treaty obligations in relation to minerals. So the treaty principles in this case have been limited to consultation. So my point in saying all of this is twofold. First of all, treaty principles are best determined by those institutions, the Tribunal and the courts, with the expertise, circumstance and experience to consider them on a case-by-case basis. The existing principles have provided workable solutions for real challenges. Treaty principles are not a matter of opinion. Parliament is not appropriately equipped and too self-interested as a treaty partner to determine unilaterally what the principles ought to be. Second, treaty principles are a conservative reading of the treaty text, and they are a tool of the Crown and a compromise which already benefits the Crown. Nevertheless, they have provided solutions to real challenges on a case-by-case basis for decades. They are not radical, and they are certainly not a threat to our democracy. As we have seen time and time again, the Court can choose to ignore tribunal recommendations, it can direct the Court's interpretation of the treaty principles, and it can legislate in response to judgments that run contrary to its policy agenda. The proposed bill, with its new set of principles, bear no relation to the decades of work by the Tribunal and courts, and it's a very poor solution where there is no obvious problem. Finally, I want to acknowledge the many people who have worked so hard to try and inform the public about the treaty and its principles since this bill was first proposed. Despite their efforts, this has not been an informed or productive national debate. A responsible government approach to a significant policy proposal such as this would provide the public with impartial and trusted information to ensure an informed discussion. When we made the important decision about our electoral system, for example, the Electoral Commission performed the role of educating the public. It's crucial that trusted and impartial public education is provided for future proposals of this significance. There are many important discussions to have about the treaty and its principles. This has not been one of them. It was a mistake for the treaty to be traded off in order to form a coalition government. Whatever else this coalition government achieves while it's in office, it is likely to be remembered for the unnecessary damage this bill has caused. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, Jenny. Thank you. We've got two questions lined up. First from Jenny Anderson, and then if we've got time from Tampa Paul.
Thank you very much, Janine. I really appreciated how you put this current debate in the context of the wider development of the treaty principles in New Zealand. One of the challenges I find is that trying to have an informed debate on such intricate issues is difficult in the current context when sound bites seem to be more important than ever before. I'm interested to know what your, I guess, predictions of what this will do in the long term for New Zealand's understanding and engagement with the treaty, whether it's going to cause damage or whether it's simply a blip.
Well, I think two things are important. I hope that it emphasises how important it is that we stick with a really substantial history in schools program so that we can bring through generations of New Zealanders who understand the history that we're talking about. But I also hope that it emphasises the need to get away from this kind of flurry of public debate and restore a really substantial discussion between the actual treaty partners for the Crown and Māori to consult with each other far more substantially and effectively and meaningfully, rather than putting these issues out for debate in a whirlwind where you really can't control the kind of information that's being used and disseminated.
Thanks, Janine. Sorry, we don't have time for the last question, but just wanted to extend my appreciation for you being with us this afternoon and wish you all the best for the rest of the day.
Okie dokie. That goes in my top 10 submissions.
Oh, absolutely. She is brilliant.
Get her to debate every single David that supports this bill. But yeah, I mean, she was a fantastic follow-up to David. She makes the point. Parliament's not the appropriate place to define the principles, and in part due to political bias. And she did a great job explaining why the tribunal was established, because the MPs were ignorant and wanted to leave it to the experts. At the moment, this bill effectively would solidify that the Crown is only required to consult with Māori, not to cooperate with them, not to develop stuff with them. They just ask for their opinion and go, okay, that's nice, and just throw it away in the rubbish bin. Another point that I really liked that she brought up is that, again, the current Ps, the three Ps, the current treaty principles, not the one that David Seymour was proposing, but the ones that the courts actually use, is already a conservative interpretation.
Yeah.
How more conservative can you get?
Yeah, which even Chris Finlay and someone else already agreed with in their submissions as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that was a good submission.
Yeah, someone else was. Where's the Bar Association gone? Oh, their name's not there. Oh, that must be Chris Finlay then.
Yeah, Chris was good.
Yeah. They're already so conservative, and it's ridiculous. Kiwi Skirt has said in the comments, there's no problem to solve at all. The only problem that Seymour is trying to solve with this is letting bigwig international corporations come into our land, take our resources, and then take the money back to their countries. We get none of that as a country. As New Zealand, we will see none of those profits. Our landscapes are going to be destroyed for seabed mining, for deforestation, for whatever else it is that they want to bring in. And the only thing we're going to get out of that is that our land is going to be destroyed. I think it was Dave last year was saying we have a $16 billion annual tourism industry, and it's only predicted to make $3 billion, none of which we're going to see.
2% royalties on mining.
That's all. That's all. So, right, we're being told to wrap it up, so I'm going to bugger off and let in the next peoples, and I'll see you later.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive side by side. Urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive side by side.
Tēnā koutou katoa and welcome back to the show. I am your host, Laura, and I'm joined by Nick. How are you doing today, Nick?
I'm doing really well. Thanks, Laura. Really appreciate
Fantastic.
it. Great to join you.
Awesome. Now, hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to run into the same problems as the last segment with IT. Something I've got to do on my end, I've got to get cables and all that good stuff so we don't have problems with glitches and stuttering. Big shout out to Stacey for taking the reins in the last segment. She really saved my bacon, so thank you so much. All right.
Awesome.
So
let's kick it off.
Yeah, let's kick it off.
Is Jordon as well, but we've got you here for 10 minutes. I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My apologies from my chair, he's not able to be here with you today. So for our submission, you have myself, Nicola McDonald, Chief Executive for Ngāti Manuhiri Settlement Trust. I'll take our submission as read, and we'd like to address the committee on two key themes of our submission. The first being that Te Tiriti o Waitangi does not require reinterpretation as an agreement between a sovereign and sovereigns, and two, closer to home, a discussion on our settlement history. It's not uncommon for iwi Māori and hapu Māori to find themselves stating and restating to the Crown as well as to Parliament that Te Tiriti is a partnership in which both the Crown and Māori must act reasonably and with utmost good faith. However, throughout the past 185 years that Te Tiriti has existed, it has only ever been the Crown who has attempted to rewrite, reinterpret or redefine Te Tiriti. We state the obvious, it takes those on both sides of a partnership to successfully change an agreement. A unilateral approach, as proposed with this bill, will not succeed. As members of Legislature, you all have a duty to ensure that partnership is respected. You should not be complicit in allowing the executive to abrogate its duties to those that it has a partnership with, namely ourselves, iwi and hapu Māori. In exercising its duty to report back to Parliament on this bill, the committee should consider how many Māori, hapu, iwi, PSGEs, that is, how many treaty partners have submitted on this bill. The committee should also consider whether this bill and its consultation process has been done with iwi, hapu Māori or to iwi and hapu Māori. It should come as no surprise that the Trust believes it is the latter. Every rangatira who affixed their moko, tohu or signature to Te Tiriti o Waitangi agreed to the Articles of Te Tiriti. No rangatira signed principles. Furthermore, Te Tiriti is an agreement between a sovereign and sovereigns. It was signed on behalf of the sovereign by Captain William Hobson, Crown agents, and sovereign hapu iwi Māori represented by their own rangatira. It has been understood to manifest in a way that entitled hapu and iwi Māori throughout the motu their own unique, enduring relationship with the Crown. Decades of efforts by successive governments to improve the way the Crown upholds its obligation to hapu and iwi are at risk of being undone by this bill. Even allowing this bill to progress at this stage at Select Committee allows those who are not part of an agreement to have an opinion on what that agreement should or could mean. This undermines years of good faith partnership and collaboration by successive governments with hapu and iwi. In proceeding with this bill, we submit that government has shown a preference to prioritising agreements between political parties over respecting, protecting and upholding its obligations contained in Te Tiriti. We implore the committee and its members to report this bill back to the House as quickly as possible with a recommendation it not be passed and remind the Crown of its duties to uphold its obligations into the future. Rather than give validation to the purpose of this bill by wasting words on specifics, I want to share with you our settlement history as a hapu. I do so to emphasise that each hapu has their own unique and enduring relationship and history with the Crown. This cannot be forced into a box just because it makes things more easy or more convenient. The history of how Ngāti Manuhiri Settlement Trust came into existence extends back to the early 1800s. Ngāti Manuhiri did not sign the Treaty of Waitangi or Te Tiriti of Waitangi, but with the arrival of colonial governments, we developed quickly those relationships with Crown officials. In 1841, the Crown purchased an extensive area called Mahurangi, which included much of the lands in which Ngāti Manuhiri held customary interests. We were not consulted about the sale, and the Crown did not conduct an investigation on rights when it purchased this land. By the time the Crown recognised Ngāti Manuhiri interest in these lands, settlers had moved in, and Ngāti Manuhiri were forced to accept compensation. Our people were also forcibly evicted from Te Hauturu or Toi, Little Barrier Island, after the Crown decided it wanted to own the island. By the late 2000s, not that long ago, Ngāti Manuhiri were effectively landless. In 2009, we began the negotiation process with the Crown for the settlement of our historical treaty claim. And in 2012, the Ngāti Manuhiri Claim Settlement Act was passed to give effect to that deed of settlement. We represent our people since then. We are compelled by our duty to our people to state our opposition to this bill. Our mission is to elevate the voices, Hickey te mana o Ngā Tupuna o Ngāti Manuhiri, through advancing the prosperity and well-being of our Ngāti Manuhiri people. Now, we focus on prosperity for our people through strategic initiatives and partnerships that amplify our presence across our rohe, many of which involve partnering with the Crown. Some of these include combating the invasive seaweed kalupa with the Ministry of Primary Industries. Some of these include all mahurangi, powering up infrastructure and roading. In Tamaki, we're one of the first to have iwi partners embedded in this much-needed roading project. We value those enduring relationships, but we want to make it clear the government puts this relationship at risk when entertaining a bill like this. The Crown's own apology to us in our deed of settlement says it wants to build a new relationship with Ngāti Manuhiri based on the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles, so that Ngāti Manuhiri and the Crown can work together to revitalise Ngāti Manuhiri. Given the government's support for this bill through to second reading, it's not unreasonable for the Trust to now question the integrity of that apology. In closing, decades of work to repair and evolve the relationship between the Crown and Māori have been disrupted by the progression of this bill. While as it ultimately the government must sit with its decision, this select committee has the opportunity to do what is right rather than what is politically expedient. The only sensible course of action at this point would be for the select committee to recommend that the bill will not be passed by the House, and we implore the committee to do so with utmost urgency. On behalf of Ngāti Manuhiri, we'd like to express our appreciation for the work that you are doing and for your time. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Nicola. We've got a couple of questions. First from Duncan Webb, then Marimino Kapki.
Oh, I'll defer to Marimino, actually, James.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, Duncan. Ngāti Manuhiri a tēnā koutou e Nicole kauloko muk, kami te mihi kia koutou. Nicole, I roto I tāu kōrero, in your submission, there's a statement the Crown cannot act as a partner while denying us a voice, which was one of the many standout statements. So my question is, what steps should the Crown take to reflect iwi perspectives in legislation?
The first one is to ultimately not pass this bill. I think that it's really important. New Zealand has done, through successive governments, have made such huge progress between Māori and non-Māori relationships. As a country, we should be proud of those strong sets and foundations that have been achieved. And there are many examples which I won't go into, but one of the big examples for Ngāti Manuhiri, being a hapu who had a direct negotiation with the Crown, at that time that was with the national government, has seen Ngāti Manuhiri advance and propel itself forward when just 20 years ago we were landless.
Nicola. Duncan, you've got time for a quick question.
Kia ora. Look, very quickly, I read your settlement legislation. Throughout it are references to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. Do you think that this bill, if passed, would be a unilateral renegotiation of your settlement?
No, I don't see, we don't, Ngāti Manuhiri does not see ourselves renegotiating our treaty settlement. Unless the Crown wants to give us more, then let's open that discussion. Happy to do that, Duncan. That would be fantastic.
Thanks, Nicola. Thanks, Duncan. Appreciate your time here with us this afternoon and for presenting to the committee.
All right, what do you think, Nick?
Yeah, there's a lot in that. I mean, the kind of big takeaways for me were around sovereign to sovereign. And I mean, I think the submitter there was really quite clear that when Te Tiriti was negotiated way back in 1840, it was between two sovereign nations. And I think what we're seeing right here is an attempt to renegotiate with one party having a crack at renegotiating what was put down in 1840. And I mean, I don't know whether people can pick up, but I have a little piece behind me here, which is quite dear to us in disability rights community, says nothing about us without us. And that's kind of what we take to be very dear. And that's kind of means basically, if you're going to do something, you need to involve people and bring them to the table. And I think that's kind of what's really stirring up a lot of anger and resentment within the Māori world right now. Because we've got the Crown saying we want to do something, or not even the Crown, we've got an 8% party saying that we want to effectively renegotiate Te Tiriti, and not even involving or engaging or talking with Māori. And I think that's really quite challenging and offensive, and that's why you're seeing the sort of presentations to Select Committee like this one, and the thousands and thousands of others.
I would like to point out too that because the way how the government is approaching the 3 Ps, the conservative interpretation of Te Tiriti, is going to also impact other groups, other minorities. Like you said, with the slogan behind you, unfortunately it's back to front for me, but nothing about us without us, right? You think of it in the context of Te Tiriti, right? Partnership, protection, participation. So it's not just exclusive to Māori, it's inclusive. That's the 3 Ps. The Te Tiriti is meant to be interpreted that way. It's actually quite an inclusive, progressive document. And I know that might trigger some, I don't know, bigoted conservatives. But yeah, I mean, again, as I keep harping on and on and on, iwi and hapu were not consulted in the writing of this bill. And again, if the government is not willing to engage in partnership with a group of people who signed Te Tiriti, the signatories, the people who descend from those signatories, that should be sending alarm bells to other minorities about what else the government might be willing to do in the future to undermine human rights. I mean, we've already seen David Seymour say that, hey, we want to get rid of the Human Rights Commission because they're woke.
Yeah. I mean, I think fundamentally, I approach this from the position that Te Tiriti is our founding document. It's the foundation from which everything else flows out from. And I think we've got a government here that wants to renegotiate the terms on which our country was founded. And I just think, hold on a second, I think that's really really concerning. And I think that's why we're seeing the thousands and thousands and thousands of submissions, and we're seeing the hikoi which came down the country, and that's why we're seeing people just being really deeply concerned about it.
But this government does not want partnership with the people. They want partnership with corporations.
Yep.
That much is very clear.
Yep.
Okay, all good. On to the next submission.
Tanya, thank you for joining us again.
Kia ora. Hopefully Fiona's with us as well.
Kia ora, I am.
Fiona, thank you for
Sorry
joining us.
about that, guys.
We'll hand over straight away and give you your 10 minutes. Please say your submission.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting Hawara Tai Whenua, the Rural Health Network, to make a full presentation on our submission to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill. I am Fiona Bolden, Chair of Hawara Tai Whenua, and I'm accompanied by Tanya Chamberlain, who is a representative of our Te Tiriti partner, Tupuarahi. I have worked as a rural for 25 years, and Tanya is the Chief Operating Manager of a rural-based iwi provider in the Hawke's Bay. Hawara Tai Whenua is a membership organisation for rural health providers, students and communities. We were compelled to make a submission on this bill because of the consequences this will have for rural health as a whole, and in particular for rural Māori. Hawara Tai Whenua, along with Otago University, compiled the available research on the current state of health outcomes for the 19% of New Zealanders who live rurally. Overall, rural health outcomes are worse than for those who live in urban areas, but this is almost entirely due to the huge discrepancies in health outcomes for those 22% of Māori who live rurally. This is most shocking for those Māori under 30 who are twice as likely to die from disease than their urban counterparts. And this is from preventable causes. For me personally, I've seen with my own eyes the consequences of inequity under the health system in Māori. I came to Paaka from the UK, where the rate of end-stage kidney disease requiring dialysis is 1,300 per million. In Paaka, I had 3 young people within the population of 300 under my care on home dialysis, a rate which equates to 10,000 people per million in the population. This is an example where an equity-based approach to healthcare is essential. The health system is not working for rural, and specifically not for rural Māori. They've not been given tino rangatira tanga over their health, as per the 2nd article of the Treaty. Giving Māori the opportunity to use their own perspectives and frameworks to address their health needs makes a real difference. Tanya will give her local knowledge on how this happens from a Hauora Māori perspective.
Tēnā koutou katoa, he uri tēnei no te waka tapu o Takitimu, no kahinunu, no nai tahu ko Tanya Chamberlain aho. I speak with Hauora Tai Whenua, the Rural Health Network, and as Te Kahu Hautu for an iwi provider in a rural setting, Ngā Te Kahu Nunu ki Tamaki Nui Aroa, both who work relentlessly to address the inequities faced by our rural Māori whānau. I speak also as a Māori wahine and a nan, with over 3 decades experience working in various health settings, who has witnessed countless times how the system has failed us. Māori face the worst health statistics in Aotearoa. We are overrepresented in poor health outcomes, life expectancy gaps and preventable mortality. We are in a relentless fight for equity that leaves us navigating systems that were never designed with us in mind. We are making some progress to improving the health of our whānau, but this bill threatens to undo our efforts and undermines the gains we've made. The realities of distance and isolation amplify health inequities for whānau who live hours away from health services and simply cannot afford either the time or the cost to seek the care they need. They experience a health system that, as a collective, fails to respect the impact and past experiences of colonisation, discrimination, and cultural disconnect. At an individual level, it often falls short of understanding the values and cultural needs of whānau, which often results in them feeling whakamā and often prevents them from following up on treatment seeking help in the future. Services like ours help whānau, many of whom haven't seen a GP for years, not because they didn't need the help, but because they didn't trust the system. By offering culturally safe whānau-centred care, we help them re-engage and achieve better outcomes. This is how Māori-led services make a difference to the lives and health of Māori. During COVID-19, Māori-led services mobilised quickly to protect our whānau and entire communities. We provided testing, vaccination and food supplies, stepping in where mainstream systems were slow to act. We took vaccination rates from the low 20s to up around 60%. Likewise, during recent cyclones, Māori were at the forefront of delivering emergency support to all of those affected, regardless of ethnicity. One of the biggest differences Māori-led services can make is through our focus on the prevention of health issues, working with whānau to identify issues before they arise, and supporting the entire whānau to make the changes they need to prevent things getting worse. Māori-led services empower whānau, allowing them to have mana motuhake over their own well-being. Our approach places the power to make decisions about well-being back into the hands of whānau in a way that is culturally relevant and deeply rooted in our values. When whānau are supported to lead their own care, the results are transformative, improving health outcomes and well-being in ways that the mainstream system has failed to achieve. This positively impacts the wider community and the wider health system. The Treaty Principles Bill poses a real threat to rural Māori-led Hauora services. If this bill proceeds, the equality prevails over equity. Targeted resources that enable Māori-led services like ours will come under threat. It will undermine our ability to provide culturally safe whānau-centred care and leave our rural whānau Māori and non-Māori in rural areas with no choice but to rely on a system that has historically failed them. Without the trust, the relationships that our services can form with whānau Māori, many will revert to not engaging with health services at all. The bill's crown-centric approach threatens the autonomy of Māori providers, and it will strip us of the ability to develop our own solution. Rural Māori will be left more vulnerable than ever.
So we believe that diminishing the articles of the treaty to a set of principles defined by the government alone will undermine the gains and health outcomes that can be made by giving Māori tino rangatiratanga over the taonga, which is their health. Rural Māori lie at the intersection of rurality, poverty and ethnicity, where the poorest health outcomes in this entire country sit. Cultural anchoring is an essential component of designing and providing health services for our people, and this can never be done if we accept this bill. As an organisation, we unequivocally oppose this bill, as we believe it will lead to further health inequity and consequently more suffering and death for rural Māori. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Fiona and Tanya. I'll hand over to the committee for questions. Any questions for Rural Health Network? Paul.
Kia ora kōrua. The minister in charge of this bill this morning talked a lot about how race shouldn't be, well, he kind of talked about how race is used in categories across our society. And I wondered whether you might want to offer an alternative perspective about why knowing that information and applying it to your health services is actually useful.
That's because we've got really good evidence from Professor Sue Kringle's work around that, what I was talking about the intersection of rurality, poverty and ethnicity, that people who are Māori and poor and rural do worse than people who are just poor and rural. And we've got good evidence around that. And that's why we need that information that we can then apply that to how we design health services to change those outcomes.
Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, folks. If there's no further questions, well, thank you both for joining us and for spending the time with us this afternoon and making.
I really appreciated hearing from the British nurse, Fiona. She actually reminds me of my local British nurse. But yes, she's absolutely right. And I'm so glad that she has identified, like my local British nurse has, that expanding services to Māori, who are often a hard to reach group of people in rural communities, benefits everyone. It actually benefits everyone, widening those services. And for Māori, you know, who lost the means of economic production by losing their land, so they were unable to generate wealth, has put them in a position of severe inequities. And of course, a lot of their marae are out in rural areas. Okay, so when you expand those services for Māori, you're actually helping out Pākehā farmers too. Okay, it makes sense to have tailored programs that reach hard to access groups, because you got Māori that work in forestry, you got Māori that work on the farms. If you can reach those people, you also reach the people that run the farms and run the forestry sites. So it's like, hey, you know, I know it's Māori, but do you need healthcare? It's like, you're Pākehā, do you also need healthcare? Here you go. Here's a service for you too. It's still healthcare.
No, you're right. I mean, I haven't ever heard of a by Māori for Māori service, like for example in the healthcare space, that's ever turned away a Pākehā whānau member or a member of the community who happens to be Pākehā from coming into service. So you're right. When you deliver service into the community, everyone benefits. But I found that presentation incredibly powerful and very, very challenging to this kind of growing narrative that we're seeing coming from ACT at the moment, that we really need to strip back this cultural lens and focus just on need, which is very deceptive, because it kind of makes you think that cultural elements don't fit into need, because I mean we had a very clear statement there from I think it might have been that same nurse actually, where she said that we have rural elements, we have poverty, and we have Māori all intersecting in there, and we have evidence to prove it. You know, you can't walk away from that when you've got evidence to show that all of those three factors are intersecting in a exponentially higher need for services. So I mean, I found that really, really challenging one to watch when I watched it through the first time, because it just challenges our understandings around what need is and where it is and how we need to deliver to it. And it's certainly not this kind of elite concept around need. It's really just around we need to back our communities to deliver in a culturally safe way, because I mean I'm still hearing stories this weekend around how our health services are not delivering in a culturally safe and appropriate way, particularly for Māori and Pacific families. I mean, this is kind of an overhang from when we got rid of Te Aka Whai order, which was really hoping to set up an infrastructure to deliver health in a culturally safe and appropriate way. And we started to make some progress in that space. But we've been going downhill since then, and this is now just an accelerating of going downhill even further and faster. But yeah, I really took a lot away from that one. Very, very good.
I mean, take my situation. I mean, I'm part Māori. I live in a rural community. Now, Ika Tahuna, where I live, we have a community-owned healthcare centre that provides healthcare to everyone. It's Māori people work there, Pākehā people that work there. The nurse practitioner is Pākehā, she's British, right? She's very open-minded and accepting of all people. That's what you want in a healthcare system. She'll come out to you. She'll come and visit you in your time of need. She doesn't care what ethnicity you are. She will adapt her ability to care for you if you're scared, right? Or if you're skeptical, and many Māori people are scared and skeptical, especially those of the older generation, of the government and of, you know, modern medical science and whatnot, right? It is the role of the healthcare provider to ensure the comfort of the patient that they are treating. And sometimes that involves taking a Māori perspective, right? Making sure that you're coming down to their level. Same with disabled people. You have to tailor yourself so you can provide care for them. This is not a race-based thing, it's a needs-based thing. That's why I don't understand why he's like going, well, you know, oh, we shouldn't be dividing healthcare by race. I'm like, sometimes you have to have a different cultural approach so you can provide the healthcare that the patient needs. That's just a fact of reality. Sometimes you have to say kia ora instead of saying, oh, hello there. And you know, well, hello there. You know, so yeah, sometimes you have to tailor your approach so you can provide the healthcare. My dad knows this from experience. He was an optometrist. He worked with everyone, different cultural backgrounds. He had people come in from Africa who thought optometry was witchcraft. You know, my dad, being an Englishman, had to reapproach the way how he provided care so they could receive the care they needed.
That is absolutely right. Yeah.
Okay, all good.
All right. What do we got next?
Sorry. Okay, from the Good afternoon. I hope I've got Jill and Dr. Higgins with me. Thank you for joining the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you to present your submission.
Tēnā koutou e hiuhiu mai nei I tēnei rā, and I hope that you can hear us both.
Yes, we can.
Ko Jill Hoki tōku ingoa. I'm the Executive Director at the Christchurch Methodist Mission. Ko Jane Higgins tōku ingoa. I'm the Strategic Advisor at the Mission. So the Christchurch Methodist Mission is a social service organisation of Tahahi Weteriana o Aotearoa, the Methodist Church of New Zealand, and we operate in Canterbury, Nelson, Marlborough and the West Coast. So why do we have an interest in this bill? Well, the early Wesleyan Church actively supported and promoted Te Tiriti o Waitangi. In 1840, the Methodist Mission at Manungu in the Hokianga Harbour hosted one of the largest signings of Te Tiriti. And so the Methodist Church, therefore, has a particular responsibility to honour the faith that those signatories placed in its missionary forebears, and today continues to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi as a founding document of our nation. Over 40 years ago, the Church committed itself to working biculturally, and since that time, all major decisions within the Church are made when there is agreement between the Taha Māori and Tauiwi. So Te Tiriti o Waitangi is an agreement between Māori and the Crown, and to propose this bill without any meaningful engagement with Māori is unacceptable.
For our time with you today, we would like to speak to or from our experience as a social service agency, because we think this has something to offer the discussion. And so we draw your attention to our points 5 and 6 in our written submission. These address the impact of breaches of Te Tiriti. In our work, we see daily the impact of breaches of Te Tiriti. For example, among those that our Housing First team works with, and these are people who have been long-term homeless, half are Māori, where only 13% of the Christchurch or Tatahi population is Māori. Among our social service clients and in our preschool, again, there is significant overrepresentation of Māori. In fact, our only service where Māori are underrepresented is in our aged care facility, and a significant reason for that is that Māori have a lower life expectancy than Pākehā. Similar systemic inequities can be found across the country, overrepresentation of Māori in poverty, housing insecurity and poor health outcomes. We know that these inequities are closely associated with breaches of Te Tiriti, with land alienation and cultural assimilation. For example, here in Canterbury, the Crown's failure to honour Kemp's purchase deprived 5 generations of Ngāi Tahu of their livelihood by taking their economic base from them. The history is very clear on this, the impact is ongoing, and we see it daily.
We have the tools to address this impact through the already existing principles that the Waitangi Tribunal and the courts have developed, in particular principles of tino rangatiratanga, equity, partnership, redress, good faith, active protection and so on. We're gravely concerned that the bill replaces these principles, in fact actively excludes them from consideration where such treaty principles would be relevant. And yet these are the mechanisms by which breaches of Te Tiriti and the impact of these breaches can be addressed. In contrast with the established principles, the principles proposed in this bill cannot address the inequities that we see on a day-to-day basis in our work. And so we'll stop there and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you both. Thank you for your submission. Members, I'll open it up to questions, and the first one is from Stephen Abel.
Kia ora, yeah, thank you very much for your very powerful submission. Going back to that original conversation that happened between Māori and missionaries, is it your view that it was beyond comprehensible that Māori would be intentionally ceding sovereignty?
I'm certainly not a church historian, but certainly I don't think that there was any understanding that Māori were ceding sovereignty at that time.
My follow-up is, in terms of what you talked about, the impact of land alienation and cultural assimilation on outcomes for Māori. Do you think, in a sense, this bill is in that tradition of assimilationist acts of Parliament, insofar as it has the effect of nullifying the Māori right to self-determination?
Yes, I think that puts it very well. I think at the heart of this discussion is, if you like, a discussion about cultural identity. And cultural identity is not a simple thing, but this bill glazes over any sense that we have different cultures, and in particular that there is Indigenous culture in this country. And so in our work, we work really hard to be culturally responsive to people who come to us. And we know that by being culturally responsive, by recognising, in particular, for example, tikanga, that our clients respond very well to that, and that their own well-being is deeply tied up with that tikanga and their cultural identity. So to try to say that everyone is the same in a way that I think this bill is doing great harm to people who are not of the dominant culture, which is essentially Pākehā.
Got it. Thank you. We'll go to a question from Taka first, and then Duncan, if you have one as well.
Tēnā kōrua. Mea kōrua mahi. So thank you for your work that you do down there in Ngāi Tahu land. I'm a descendant of Ngāi Tahu, and I appreciate you referencing Kemp's Purchase and the ongoing economic impact that eventually led to all of the social and health and every other depravity that Māori endure. So my question too is, there's a lot of resource going down the drain right here. So what are some ideas that you might be able to give the government for, maybe it's a better place to direct that resource to get some better outcomes, given that Māori in the South Island have had to suffer 5 generations with no economic base? What are some other ways that the government might deploy its resources to help raise the health of Māori across the board?
Oh, that's a very, very large question, but certainly that conversation needs to be held in consultation and together with Māori. But certainly the things that we're seeing is the need for housing. That's a major issue for us. We know it's a major issue through the country. We talked about, we've got 90 people on our waiting list at the moment for Housing First. So it's people who've been homeless for over a year. They need housing. We really need to be building more housing that's actually suitable for people. So that's only one area right across the board in terms of mental health, good, strong early childhood education. There are certainly places that we could be putting our resources rather than an expensive select committee process.
I think also just to acknowledge that people are experts in their own well-being, and their cultural identity is an absolutely fundamental part of their well-being. And so to recognise that cultural identity and to recognise that people become healthy within an environment that recognises and honours their mana, I think is very important.
Kia ora. Tēnā kōrua. Cool, thank you, Taka. Is there any further questions?
Yeah, I will ask mine if I may, James. It was touched on. Look, there's a lot of narrative around this about having different rights based on ethnicity and better rights for Māori. And some of the stuff you've said today has actually touched on that. But I want to give you an opportunity to talk about the actual work you do and how taking a treaty principles approach gives better outcomes for all of the people that you help here in Christchurch and Te.
Well, certainly if I look at our Housing First service, we really work hard to operate on a bicultural model there and actually recognise that 50% of the people we work with are Māori. And so that impacts on the staff who we employ through things like karakia waiata being very much a part of the work that we do, and for a lot of Māori actually helping to re-engage with whānau, hapu and iwi, who they may have become disconnected with over time.
Thank you both. Thank you, Duncan. I appreciate your time with us this afternoon and for providing your submission. Thank you.
Sorry for the clickety clacks there, guys. I hope that, because I finally figured out that I actually had to mute my microphone from using the program Restream, not from my own mic, because I was like pushing the mute button and I was like, why can people still hear me clicking and clacking away? Okay, so hopefully I've sorted that now. Right, Nick, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was a really interesting submission. I mean, we're seeing a similar theme there around a renegotiation of existing principles and rights, and that any form of new principles or new treaty principles cannot deal with existing inequity. And I thought that was an interesting way to put it. The thing that really captured me though was around how the presenters spoke about that. Well, it was the question of Duncan. He asked the question around how can, through a te tiriti based approach, how can everyone benefit? And I thought that was a really interesting way that the two presenters approached that question through talking about housing. And I think that's a really nice way to look at that question. So yeah, those were the things that really jumped out at me through that one.
Inequity is something that impacts all people, regardless of their ethnicity. The problem here that we've had is the Crown has breached the treaty time and time again. And being Ngāi Tahu myself as well, my ancestors had to sell their land to the Crown below market value. And in doing that, they lost the means to generate wealth, which back then was agriculture, and you needed land to do that. The Māori didn't have these biotech labs back in the 1800s, like we do today, or AI or anything like that, or IT or tech services. They had to learn how to do farming, right, the European way, and export to the European market, and that was taken away from them. At a big discount for the Crown, and the Crown benefited and gave a lot of that land to Pākehā buyers, and Pākehā buyers generated a ton of wealth. Hence why we see today huge inequities between Māori and Pākehā, and people say, oh, why are Maori getting special rights? And it's like, because the treaty, the way how the Crown upheld their obligations, well, they didn't. They just chopped the knees off Māori to be able to generate their own money. So that's why Māori now are in a position where they have to rely more on government handouts. If the Crown...
It goes back to the argument around the presumption within the argument that everyone starts from the same start line.
Yes.
And there is a presumption within this equity argument that Seymour and his supporters put forward, that in order for everyone to receive the same services, everyone must start from the same start line in order to achieve equity. But within that, there's a presumption that everyone starts at the same start line, which we all know is just absolute bollocks, because, it's clear and it's obvious through all of the presentations that we've seen, and pretty much everyone has demonstrated that there's just so much inequity and so much, it's just not true. And if everyone is not starting from the same start line, then you need to change your approach in order to lift people up to even conceptually begin at the same start line. So that's why the approaches need to be different for different communities.
The way how I like to explain equity to people is you can have the same length of track, and you could technically start at the same point. The difference is that one track has got less crap in the way, right? For Māori people, you've got barbed wire that you've got to jump over. You've got a little ravine or a little river, like a gorge where there's a crocodile with his mouth open, waiting to eat you. You've got all these hurdles in the way, and disabled people face this as well, and other ethnic minorities, right? Where the government has not given them the proper care that they deserve as citizens, aka justifying taking land away from Māori, being an example. But yes, so basically you've got all this crap in the way of the track, and you're asking the Māori citizen, run over that. Meanwhile, next to that track, you've got a Pākehā person who's got less crap in the way. They've still got crap in the way because they're not a billionaire or anything. We're talking about the average white person here. There's still crap in the way. There's just less of it. So it's a bit more easier for them to get to the finish line than the Māori person.
Well, and actually they do get to the finish line. And from that presentation, we heard that not every Māori person gets to the finish line because we've heard about the rates of when Māori die, because they die much sooner than the average, so not everyone gets to the finish line. But your point is well made, and it's very true.
Yeah, and some Māori people do get to the finish line,
and they do. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, but the percentage is less.
That's right.
You get some people go, oh look, see, Hone pulled himself up by his bootstraps. Why can't you? And it's like, I don't know. Maybe because Hone's built differently. I don't know. But there's the fact that there are less people getting to the finish line, and there are more Paake people crossing the finish line implies that there's a bit of a problem here. There's no equality there.
And that's where you get back into that whole neoliberal pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Why can't you do it? Because that person, yeah. So and that's just not that doesn't help. And
No.
it's also okay. Let's move on.
Kia ora.
We're going to move on to a submission now from Citizens Advice Bureau New Zealand, and with us in the room is Kerry Dalton. Kerry, thank you for joining us. We've got you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so if you'd like to begin your presentation.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for allowing us to be heard on our submission. It's something that we feel very strongly about. I'm just going to go through a brief overview of the submission and then open up for questions. The CAB provides free, confidential and independent information and advice to anyone. The CAB helps people know what their rights are and how to access the services they need. And we use the insights from clients' experiences to show where policies and laws and their implementation are having a negative impact on people. The CAB works for positive social change and a just society, and we're a universal service for everyone. And as an organisation that supports people to know about and understand and access their rights, we acknowledge Te Tiriti as the founding document of our nation and the rights it conferred on Māori as tangata whenua, the Indigenous people of our land, and to tangata Tiriti. Our opposition to the bill, and we strongly oppose it, is based on our commitment to an honourable treaty relationship. As set out in our submission, the CAB and Aotearoa has always recognised Te Treaty of Waitangi as the founding document of our nation, and this is reflected in fundamental documents of our organisation. We recognise Te Treaty within the constitution of our national organisation and in that of every CAB and Aotearoa. There is acknowledgement and commitment to Te Treaty as part of the volunteer agreement that every CAB volunteer must sign to be accepted as a volunteer. It's part of our membership principles, and we have a kaupapa, Mauri Manaia, which seeks to honour our tohu, our manaia, and give life to that through promoting te reo and tikanga within the organisation. The key point I want to make from our submission is that we consider it to be unjust and wrong that the bill was developed without the agreement of Māori as signatories and partner to Te Treaty. We are deeply concerned that the current government, acting as the Crown, one treaty partner, has developed and proceeded with this legislation without the agreement and involvement of the other treaty partner. Given the history of breaches of Te Treaty by the Crown, we consider that extreme care should be taken to engage meaningfully and in good faith with Māori as treaty partner in regard to anything that has the potential to limit and change their Indigenous rights under the established meaning of Te Treaty. And hearing from submitters today, it was distressing to hear that some of those hapu and iwi who have gone through the settlement process and received apologies from the Crown for accepted breaches are now questioning the integrity of the apologies made by the Crown. The fact that consultation involvement with Māori as a treaty partner is deeply disappointing, and it means that the Crown is acting as if Te Treaty doesn't exist and there isn't a treaty partner. We note that the Waitangi Tribunal says of the bill that it would reduce the constitutional status of the Treaty of Te Treaty, remove its effect in law as currently recognised in treaty clauses, limit Māori rights and Crown obligations, hinder Māori access to justice, impact treaty settlements and undermine social cohesion. A select committee process and a referendum as the means for Māori as a treaty partner to engage with the bill does not recognise and respect their status as a treaty partner. We consider that the government acting as our representative, as the Crown, has not acted in good faith in relation to Māori as the treaty partners of the Crown, and therefore the bill should definitely not proceed. We had hoped that it would not proceed to this stage. As the CAB, we have a vision and work for a decent, fair and just society, and an honourable treaty relationship is fundamental to this. That is the key thing that I would like to emphasise in the submission today, and also to say that as a universal service that has that acknowledgement and commitment to treaty, it doesn't take away from our service being available and accessible to everyone. We're a universal service. Kia ora. I'd like to open up to questions.
Kia ora, Kerry, thank you. We've got time for questions. The first one's from Steve Abel.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your very strong submission. I wonder if you can please expand on the point you make in your near final paragraph that in your Citizens Advice Bill analysis, Māori face significant barriers to access to justice in relation to knowing and acting on their rights. And these issues exist in the context where an experience of inequity for Māori today is grounded in the ongoing impacts of colonisation, structural racism, and the Crown failing to uphold the rights promised to Māori under Te Tiriti. How do you then respond to the author of this legislation, which says it's correcting a privilege to one group at the expense of another, and that group that currently has privilege in the view of the author is tangata whenua Māori?
I say that's misguided, and it's also ignoring the evidence that Māori are adversely affected in most of the areas of social experience. We see Māori overrepresented, for instance, and we did an analysis of our client inquiries from Māori overrepresented in people coming to us because they couldn't put food on the table and needed to access food banks, emergency accommodation, and also in digital exclusion, which is fundamental often, people being able to access government services is fundamental often to them being able to access their rights. And a number of Māori are they are overrepresented in those people who, for various reasons, cannot operate online or find it difficult.
So would you say that assertion of that privilege is really a highly outrageous one, and that in fact for us to achieve equality in this country, it needs to be done through better enabling that expression of Māori self-determination?
I would say that there needs to be an acknowledgement that there has been harm to Māori from breaches of Te Tiriti to date, and while there is a process of redress, that there is also ongoing harm from those breaches of the treaty, which in many cases removed an economic base from iwi and hapu, and that therefore there has to be particular and special consideration given how to ensure equity for te iwi Māori.
Got it. Thanks, Kerry. We'll go final question from Tākata Ferris.
Tēnā koe, Kerry, ngā mihi. Hey, given you've got a real broad catchment of people across the country, does your organisation have a feel for how the public are feeling, or what the bill is sort of impacting them, just on a broad sweep?
What I would say is that we are concerned about this feeding into false ideas and false narratives. The one being that Steve Abel just asked about the fact that the acknowledgement of Māori Indigenous rights somehow takes away from other people's rights when it's an and. And as I say in the submission, it is the basis, acknowledging Māori rights under the treaty as tangata whenua is the basis for a decent and just society.
Yeah, thank you, Kerry. Thanks, folks. That's the end of our time for this afternoon, so just want to extend our appreciation.
All right. What are your thoughts, Nick?
Yeah, I think that was a really interesting presentation. Citizens Advice is one of those kind of institutions that sort of sits there in the background quite a lot, and is always there when sometimes when you need them to provide advice on something. But I think there were some very interesting points made, particularly around that comment around an honourable relationship. I think that's an interesting concept that hasn't really been put forward, and I haven't heard that one being raised before, because it kind of implies that there is a duty particularly on the Crown, to act honourably, whatever that means. But I think that's an interesting concept that should be maybe explored a little bit more. Again, moving forward into the unjust and wrong, it would be unjust and wrong to make any further changes without Māori. We've heard that one come up time and time again. The point around digital exclusion, I think, is a really interesting one, and that will be something that CAB will see coming through their front door, I think, fairly regularly. That's an issue that I know that they have coming to them pretty regularly. So I think that's one that I wasn't terribly surprised to see coming. The point around the referendum, though, I think is really one that hasn't been spoken about an awful lot, and the potentially really harmful and negative impact that a referendum will have on not only race relations, but I think the way that people interact with each other. I think the debate around that could be, if it even gets off the ground, could be really divisive, and it will pull out that kind of that debate that was referred to in the presentation around one group is gaining and another group is having something taken away from them, because I think that will be the narrative that will be driven by those that want to push a referendum through, and I think that's where social cohesion becomes really important. So yeah, I think that's kind of where you look to Australia, where the voice referendum, you look to what happened over there, and it was really quite divisive. So yeah, those are my general thoughts on that.
It's basically this coalition. What they're doing with this bill is pitting inequities against inequities, right? They know that there are people that are Pākehā and that are tauiwi or that are non-Pākehā but not Māori. They know that there are people that are suffering from lack of economic flexibility and their ability to participate, right? They know that these people are angry, and when they see Māori people getting all of these, what they perceive to be special access to things or land back or special rights or, getting money back from the government, a lot of these people they're right to be frustrated that the government is not considering their needs as well. But there's also a level of ignorance. They don't understand that the history behind the inequities that Māori suffer. There is a way to lift both people up, to lift both groups up. And I really don't like the fact that the government is trying to pit inequities against each other as a justification to hoard power.
Kia ora.
We're now going to invite Kendall Clements. If Kendall's here. No. Oh, Kendall, you're online. Thank you. Kia ora, thank you. Welcome to the committee. We have you for 10 minutes to provide us with your submission, so I'll hand over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to have this kōrero with you. I felt I'd said most of what I wanted to say in my written submission, and I'll just summarise a couple of what I think are the main points from that, and then I'd like to invite questions, because I see the only way out of the situation is through good faith dialogue. I think we need to focus more on process, and I think a lot of that to date has been negatively impacted by sort of assumptions of bad faith. And I think there's also a lot of ideology embedded in this. I follow US politics fairly closely, and you can see a lot of great similarities, despite the massive differences in the issues that we face here. And one of the really unfortunate things that I think has happened is the way that opponents of the bill have resorted to ad hominem and intimidation. I mean, calling people racists because they disagree with these fundamental aspects of New Zealand democracy is just completely counterproductive, and is actually one of the main reasons why I think we do need some form of process. But we need to align the many problems that face all New Zealanders, including Māori, with real solutions. And we can't just rely on slogans, name calling, and just sort of make this a naked contest for power. I've said in my submission that I don't think a referendum is the way to go, some form of plebiscite. I mean, the US just elected Donald Trump, and I doubt that many of us on this webinar actually agree that that's a good outcome for certainly the rest of us who aren't many of us who aren't in the States. I'd just like to read a couple of quotes from David Longy's Bruce Jesson lecture, which have influenced my thinking, and this isn't the only document I've looked at. But David Longy, obviously not a paragon of the far right. So I'm just going to read two short quotes. First one is, democratic government can accommodate Māori political aspiration in many ways. It can allocate resources in ways which reflect the particular interests of Māori people. It can delegate authority and allow the exercise of degrees of Māori autonomy. What it cannot do is acknowledge the existence of a separate sovereignty. As soon as it does that, it isn't a democracy. We can have a democratic form of government, or we can have Indigenous sovereignty. They can't coexist, and we can't have them both. And the second one is, here I come to the dangers posed by the increasing entrenchment of the treaty and statute. The treaty itself contains no principles which can usefully guide government or courts. It is a bald agreement anchored in its time and place, and the public interest in it is the same as the public interest in enforcing any properly made agreement. To go further than that is to acknowledge the existence of undemocratic forms of rights, entitlements, or sovereignty. Now, that doesn't mean we don't need to have a dialogue. That doesn't mean that the treaty article should not be honoured. That doesn't mean that that wrong shouldn't be made right. But it does mean that we need to proceed very carefully, because the way this has been handled in New Zealand so far has really generated a lot of negative publicity about our country, and that's bad for everyone. And I'll shut up.
Thank you, Kendall. The time is yours to use UCFAP, so you don't need to shut up, but we appreciate you providing your submission. We've got questions. The first one is going to be from Todd Stevenson, then we'll go Steve Abel and Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. Just turning to the bill itself, in clause 6 obviously outlines the draft principles that are contained in the bill. Do you have any comment on those principles as they stand?
I think that I don't want to go into the details of what's actually in the bill per se. I'm more concerned because I don't think this bill is going to proceed. But what I want to use this opportunity for is to encourage people to engage in good faith. We need to sort of move back from the brink on this. So we need a better way of approaching the problems, because I don't think we can continue down the path that we've been on with the way that the principles have just been not legislated, but developed through a judicial process.
Thank you, Kendall. Go to Steve and then Tracy.
Kia ora, thank you, Kendall. I actually attended that David Longy speech in 2000. It was very disappointing at the time, I can say. The thing I wanted to say was you recognise that in the process of colonisation, that the atrocities committed, the loss of land, the attempts at assimilation and denial of Māori rights and denial of sovereignty are all part of a long history and tradition of colonisation, which is founded in a principle of white supremacy, really. So those kind of tropes of colonisation are inherently racist. And so when we encounter modern day expressions of those tropes, the desire to assimilate, to deny Māori their self-determination or their sovereignty, is it not reasonable and correct that we should point out what underpins a desire to do that to an Indigenous group of people, that it is founded in ideas of white supremacy or racism?
No, I don't. I don't agree with that. I mean, are you suggesting that David Longy was a racist?
No, I'm not, but I'm suggesting that there's a difference between the individual being a racist, and it's not very useful to focus on that, and understanding that the structural concepts that underpin certain things that are being done are coming from a place of racism as a kind of a framework for seeing the world.
I don't see how that is a helpful framework for solving the problems we have in New Zealand at the moment. If you just want to focus on grievance, I appreciate that wrongs were done to Māori. I fully acknowledge that.
I'm trying to clarify whether you acknowledge that those wrongs were done from a place of racism. Do you acknowledge that there was racism in the colonial actions, if not today, in the past?
I think all sorts of things were going on, some of which were racism, some of which are probably just stupidity or greed. But I don't know how that helps us now. Enforcing everything through this lens, I think, is counterproductive.
Thank you, Kendall. Let's move to the next question. We've got a question from Tracy, and then we can finish with Paaka.
Thank you, and thank you, Kendall. You may have already answered this in your response to Todd Stevenson's question, but you did mention a couple of times during your submission about the need to find solutions to real problems that we're facing. So what problem do you think, in your eyes, what problem is this bill attempting to address? And if you can articulate that, how do you think the process, which is another concept that you've highlighted as being important, how do you think that this particular process is done as a means by which to effectively address that problem?
Well, there's a lot in there. I think that this bill was an attempt to address the ongoing issue of open-ended interpretation of Te Tiriti. And as I said, I don't agree with the black and white version of what the law is proposing. I do have sympathies for what the bill was trying to achieve. So my question is, if we don't do something along these lines, what's the solution? Just an endless sort of, at what point would we get to a stage where, as I said in my submission, where all New Zealanders have equal democratic rights and are equal before the law? I'm saying I don't think we're at that point now, but we need a mechanism to get there. I don't think this is the perfect mechanism, but I think it's pointing at some of the problems that some of the other submitters have mentioned, particularly in terms of the way that Geoffrey Palmer framed this originally, which I thought were inherently problematic. But it's not the matter.
Sorry to interrupt. That's the time we have for the session today. So I just want to acknowledge your.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So he doesn't know the history. I'll give him that. He's saying that ideology is muddying the waters. I'll give him that. Yeah, it is. That's why we have a tribunal. And I'm going to say it now that this bill or the referendum are not going to solve the problems of inequities in this country. It will do nothing to address the inequities. We need good policy to address inequity, and that involves working with independent bodies like the tribunal. And also, again, what is with this argument? Oh, we can't have coexisting sovereignties. Yes, we can. Hello, have you seen the European Union? And what's this definition of good faith? The tribunal is an independent good faith body. Like, he can't just make up any old crap like, oh, hey, let me just say to the tribunal, hey, Te Tiriti allows me to, I don't know, own all the ice cream in New Zealand because I'm Māori. No, they're not going to agree with that. It's like, come on.
Yeah, there's so much in that, and I mean, I think Steve Abel really kind of unpacked them quite significantly, but then I think also Tracy McClelland dealt with them really significantly by just saying, what is the problem that you're trying to solve, and how does your submission go anyway to solving the problem that that we've got here. So I think Tracy's question to him was actually really quite effective But I also think it's quite interesting when you see someone who is clearly quite sympathetic towards the bill, getting always the first question comes from Todd Stevenson, which I think is quite amusing.
What I find really strange.
Yeah, it's always a bit unusual. But I think.
Sorry, Nick. I just had a thought that appeared in my brain. What I find really strange, Nick, is that all of these people that appear to be in support of the bill don't come out and say, "I support the bill." That they're very vague about where they sit, and it's like, what side are you on?
Yeah, just own it. I mean, if you want to support, just say, "I support the bill." Just own it. The thing that I found quite unusual was that there's all this argument around around Te Tiriti and as our founding document, and it's kind of sitting in one corner. Then we've got this argument around you can't have separate sovereignty, and I think actually we can have Te Tiriti as our founding document, and we can also have a discussion around separate sovereignty. We're clearly beginning to have that discussion at the moment. It's an evolving conversation. We're clearly at the beginning of that conversation. But I don't think those two things need to be a black or white, yes or no. It could be an and or an and or some type of evolving discussion where we get to an agreed position over time. But I don't think we're ready to just go yes or no. And I think that's been one of the most interesting things around this, the whole process, really.
Okay, so Sam is telling me, sorry, Nick. Sam is telling me we got to do the countdown. So
we got to do the countdown.
We got to do the countdown, guys. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll be back with you in a moment.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars, we breathe rare. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And I can certainly say I do agree with the chaotic musical chairs, considering I was between the start of the countdown and the end of the countdown, I got a phone call from our lovely man diagonally opposite down from me asking how to get in. So how is everyone this evening? And Stacey?
Hot.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Very warm.
Stacey, you did a good job trying to cobble a way to fix things earlier. We definitely know Laura needs to get an Ethernet cable. And tell Ray he has to get an Ethernet cable. You're probably going to need a network switch.
The box is so far away from his computer, he'd need, like, the longest one we could find.
I mean, 20 meters does work quite well. So before we get to the submissions, Helmut, how was Waitangi?
Hot. No, a lot of smoke, not much fire. I actually didn't hang around till Thursday, and so there was a bit of theatre. Obviously, it did warm up after I left, but no surprises. In fact, I thought it was at risk of being a lot hotter than that. So no, it was good. It was good.
So no fire engines needed to turn up because some fires got lit.
Yeah, something like that.
That's good. And how's Blake? It's been a while since you've been on this platform.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah, early as usual, though, Sam.
Okay, and I do like what's been said there, having a 35-minute Ethernet cable. Okay, so so going on my list here, the next person on our lovely submission list as we're going through. Helmut, you made a great submission earlier in today's show. We're absolutely impressed with it.
Thank you.
As usual, I mean, what do we expect from Natasha?
Exactly.
So we got, was it Natalie Coates here on the next one? So let's kick off her submission and then her grilling questions, and then we'll commentate.
For submission and for spending the time with us this afternoon, we do appreciate it. Next, folks, we're going to invite now Natalie Coates up to the table. Natalie, thank you for your submission. We've got you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you.
Tēnā koutou, e te kumoti, ko Natalie Coates, aho. I am currently co-tūmaki of Te Hungaroa Māori, but my learned colleague will be making a submission on behalf of Te Hungaroa Māori on Thursday. I am here to talk to my personal submission that I made as a descendant of Ngāti Awa, of Mā Tātua Waka Whānui, of Ngāti Hine, of those rangatira that signed Te Treaty of Waitangi, and as a lawyer, barrister, who happens to have some knowledge of how Te Treaty intersects with law. So there are a couple of points in my submission that I wanted to emphasise. I apologise for any repetition. I've been unable to watch all of the submissions this morning, so not sure what's already been covered. So the Waitangi Tribunal has said that if the bill were enacted, it would be the worst, most comprehensive breach of Te Tiriti in modern times. That's not an exaggeration. This bill violently strikes at the heart and soul of Te Tiriti, our foundational constitutional document. It's one party to the treaty, the Crown, reimagining it, Te Tiriti, in a completely novel way that strips out the primary guarantees and the promises to Māori, the other party to Te Tiriti. You cannot get any more bad faith than that. I think one of the worst parts of this bill is that it's akin to a taniwha telling you that it is wearing the korowai of Te Tiriti on its back. It draws on certain elements and words of Te Tiriti, but twists and recasts them in a manner that ultimately bears little resemblance to the original promises and the guarantees that were made to Māori. The use of the structure of Te Tiriti and fragments of its language is a cunning way to masquerade Te Tiriti and attempt to legitimate a redefinition endeavour. However, those proposed principles are but a warped shadow of Te Tiriti itself. The rangatiratanga of rangatira and hapu are gone. The full exclusive and undisturbed proprietary rights that Māori were guaranteed as long as they wished to retain them are gone. Beyond general citizenship rights, the only remnant Māori rights that survive these principles are those confined to treaty settlements. Treaty settlements were not designed to codify the Crown's treaty obligations going forward. If iwi had known that, they would never have signed up to them. Treaty settlements, where Māori settle for often less than 1% of the value that was taken from them, are an expression of aroha and grace by Māori to Aotearoa, with a view to moving forward from an ugly past into the future with a more treaty-consistent Crown, as usually promised in those treaty settlements. They do not and were never intended to embody the full treaty relationship going forward. This bill flies in the face of them whilst purporting to try and recognise them, and in doing so will create a legal conundrum and confusion. It also breaches the very intent of what underlies treaty settlements. One of the examples of the trickery or sleight of hand being played in this bill is the clause that says the proposed principles do not alter or amend the treaty itself. That provides no comfort. Sure, we do not have anyone going down to the archives and doing a track change version to our original document, but whenever Te Tiriti is legally relevant in the law, those incorrect principles that are amputated from Te Tiriti itself will replace Te Tiriti. So whilst it says it's a non-altering clause, it amounts to a full legally sanctioned rewrite of the Treaty of Waitangi. A few final points. This bill would also shake the foundations of legal certainty in our country. It would result in obliterating 40 years of jurisprudence and require relitigation across all areas of law where Te Tiriti is relevant. What is proposed here strays into territory beyond what is constitutionally appropriate behaviour by the executive and by Parliament. It's seeking to turn a fiction into legal fact. The bill does not contain a legitimate interpretation of Te Tiriti, nor reflect what an honourable Crown, particularly one that is a party to Te Tiriti, should be doing. What I would encourage people to think about, given some of the rhetoric surrounding this particular debate, is how our democracy can be read consistently with the recognition of Indigenous rights in our founding constitutional document. This is not about special rights for Māori. It's about the recognition of pre-existing rights and the arrival of a new people in power in town and how we can coexist. Democracy can be about us choosing to be a country that honours our history, our foundations, whilst also acknowledging the importance of equality, like we already do through the Bill of Rights Act. There are many countries that do this. Canada, for one, has treaty rights being upheld in their written constitution. Te Tiriti is a beautiful and inclusive document that has a place for us all, and we deserve a healthy constitutional debate around these matters, not one that casts shadows, creates confusion, and embeds misunderstanding and mistrust within the general public and Māori, or that stokes dissent and division. That is what this process has done. I urge the Select Committee to recommend that the bill be abandoned, and that the government continue to work with Māori to honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Natalie. Thank you. We've got a number of questions. I'll take them in order as Ginny, then Debbie, then Tamitha, and then I'll circle back to Duncan. Sorry, Duncan.
Kia ora, Natalie. Thank you for coming along. I appreciate having your expertise here today. One of the things we've heard today is that an argument that judges shouldn't be part of making these decisions. The courts don't have a role in democracy. Democracy should sit with Parliament and politicians. And there's a common misperception in the general public that that's not part of our democracy. That's quite a big thing to try and explain and have a good debate about publicly. Do you have any insights how we get around that difficulty?
I think one of the dangers that we've seen arising over the past year or two has been the undermining of the judiciary. Like, the judiciary is one of the key prongs in the separation of powers, and actually you need a public that trusts the judiciary for power to work in Aotearoa in general. And so undercutting what it's doing, which is legitimately interpreting the case before it and the law before it, which refers to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, is a really unhelpful thing for our democracy in general. It undermines our democracy and its very functioning, and actually a healthy judiciary that does its job separate from Parliament and the executive is key.
Excellent. We've got Debbie and then Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Atina Penelli, it's great to hear your submission. In your submission, you spoke about this bill a step backwards, locking the treaty into a static, outdated framework, and mentioned iwi settlements in the aroha to the nation, their desire for peace. In your experience, relitigating and the risk that this does, in relitigating not only current settlements, but historical settlements, and having a government that ignores Indigenous rights in Aotearoa, what does that look like? What does that look like, particularly for you in your sphere of industry and influence?
Well, what this bill would do would obliterate 40 years of jurisprudence that's built up around this particular subject matter. And so Te Tiriti o Waitangi, as you know, is pepper-potted across a whole range of different pieces of legislation and is relevant across all areas of law that are relevant to Māori, which is most areas of law. What this do would require relitigation of what this all means. Because on the one hand, it's saying let's uphold treaty settlements that recognise an ongoing relationship in accordance with Te Tiriti, whilst also saying here's how you define them. Like, it would just create this extremely uncertain legal landscape that would need to navigate for a long time.
Thanks, Mrs. Tampapol, and then Duncan if we have time.
Kia ora. What do you think about the way that Sir Apirana Ngata's interpretation of the treaty has been used throughout this whole debate over the last year at least?
So, to be careful of that, sorry, Te Apirana Ngata was of course a great man and a great rangatira and a great statesman in Aotearoa, but that doesn't mean his views on the treaty are correct. And I think what needs to happen is that, or I think what's happened is that his words have been taken out of context and weaponized in a way that I think is terrible, actually, and it doesn't honour him as a person either. So it needs to be seen in context, right? So he was writing and made those comments at a particular time in our history where Te Tiriti o Waitangi had been right roundly dishonoured. It needs to be taken in light of how he saw te ara mo Māori, e hari ana ki mua, tōringa ki ngā ko tōringa ki ngā rākau a te Pākehā, ko tō ngā kauke o taonga a o tipuna. He had a particular vision for Aotearoa, but also it needs to be taken in light of the overwhelming amount of work that has been done since that time by historians, by academics, by an independent commission of inquiry, by lawyers, by interpreters,
Thanks,
etc.
Natalie. Sorry to interrupt. We're at the end of the time for the session. So just on behalf of the committee, acknowledge you being with us to present and for spending your time with us this afternoon.
Okay, get to the commentary. Who'd like to start?
Oh, that was a good submission. I actually been speaking to a lot of people that have been speaking privately, and they really enjoyed their experience with the submission. With the submissions, in terms of the submission itself, I thought it was a really good submission in terms of, you know, knocking out all the criticism around and tying up the criticism around the different interpretations. I thought that was really good, especially in her answers.
Yeah, I found the logic of her presentation from a first principles point of view as well as from a legal and constitutional point of view, to be very strong. I was thinking while I was listening to her, it's a shame that we don't ever, and we're never going to have the opportunity for a legitimate and substantive exchange around the strength of arguments that actually are available and are being presented. Yeah, it's a real shame. People are having their say, and the case that has been assembled, certainly from my perspective, unsurprisingly, on the side of rejecting the treaty bill, has been extraordinarily strong. I mostly just felt, damn, I'd love to hear somebody try to shoot down the quality of Natalie's arguments.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And I mean, I've sat there and I've watched comments of the ones we've already sat there and posted on there. There's a lot of misinformation, and it's sad that racism drives viewership and comments.
Yeah, look, if I could just double down on that. So I would go so far as to say that if there was a conversation opened up with a sample of New Zealanders in respect of their understanding of the treaty, its historical context and its meaning, I would suggest that, particularly in certain age groups, but I would suggest it would be very, very low. And the misrepresentation of the whole debate as one about equality and about race is so disingenuous and destructive. It's intentional. It's intentional because that's, let's be frank, ACT are really pursuing this for political capital. There's no other game in town in respect of what they're here to do. But it's just so disappointing that on something so fundamental and important to our values, namely truth and fairness, and justice, that political leaders and others are so willing to deceive and misrepresent rather than just let's have an honest conversation on its merits. Very disappointing.
Yeah. Anything you'd like to say, Stacey, since I know you've been behind camera, in front of the camera, all over the place?
I have literally been here all day.
I know. I got to the bank into the Base Noodle House, and I think Craig Rennie brought food from the Base Noodle House tonight.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Natalie made some really good arguments in her submission, and I was actually talking to Ray while I was off camera in the last hour, and he was saying that he loves the way that this is allowing people to pass on the kaupapa and pass on the kōrero one after another and just keep the conversation going. If we get to see so many, as well as getting to see the horrible racists and etc., we also get to see so many well articulated and well researched and well delivered submissions not in favor of this bill that are waking the entire motto up to this conversation.
Yeah. So should we get to our next submitter, which is how good are you at translating, Helmut? It's Naiwi Otaranaki. And yes, it's got in brackets there, need translation.
Yeah, the whole thing is in te reo.
That's right, we've already done one. We did, so, we've got to sit there and do that because it's, it happens, how it goes.
But we're going to now move to submission of Ngāwi Taranaki to the table. We've got Jackie, King and Emma Gardner to come with us. The team are going to speak in Te Reo Māori, so there is live translation for MPs at the table. There is no live translation for the room. If you'd like to listen to translation, you can go to Subcommittee Room 4 and it'll be streamed. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for being with us. Nice to see you in person. We've met several times. I'll put 10 minutes on the clock and we'll hand over to you to start the presentation.
Kia ora. Katohe au, katohe au. Katohe au ki Taranaki, ki taku kāra ka whakauroi te ai te motu. Etu nei, etu nei. He whakahi ana mātou te piri, he kia nei, ko te principles of the Treaty of Waitangi Bill.
Ko tēnei te tauaki no ngā iwi o Taranaki, ara no ngā iwi o ngā rauru ki tahi, ngā ruahine, Ngāti Maru Wharanui, Ngāti Mutunga, Ngāti Ruanui, Ngāti Tama ki Taranaki, Te Atiawa, Taranaki iwi. Kei tēnā iwi, tō rātou aki rangatiratanga, ko te manako a tōna wā, ka tū motuhake o tātou iwi ki mua i te aroaro o te komiti nei. Kia whakahua i o rātou ake whakaro mo te pirina. He kōrero, whakara popoto noa tēnei i ngā tini raru o te piri. Ko Jackie King toku ingoa, kua riro ngā maua o Emma Gardner, hei whakamoio atu kia koutou ngā āwangawanga o ngā iwi o Taranaki.
Auwe, e tangi tonu ana te piupara. E rua ngā wakaro mātua o te tauaki nei. Kātai, kaore he kiko ki te pire nei. Kā rua, he kōrero o ka tūpato tēnei ki te kāwana, ki ngā kāwana katoa e waiake nei. I te tuatai, kaore he kiko ki te pire nei. Ko te tiriti e wakaitanga o ngā rōpū e rua. Ko ngā rangatira o ngā hapu o New Tirini, ko te kārau nā. Tētaia te rā weke weke i tēnei tiriti, ina puta i ana e te rōpū ko o kaitia. I ngua tonu mai o ngā iwi settlements act, ka aina tia e ngā rōpū e rua ara ko aua iwi ko te kāwana i te puka tupu. He tika me pēnei hoki te tūkanga kia wakarereke ai ngā āhuatanga o te tiriti. Kore he kiko ki te pire nei. Kota i mano e warurau mā ono ana e ngā kupu o te pire nei. Roa ake ngā tu ingarua i roto i ngā kura tuarua. Ko te aurua o te matu, kei ngā explanatory notes. E wakaiti nei te pire i ngā tūkanga o te wharemata, wai hoki ko mātou ngā iwi o Taranaki. Ko te wakataunga o te traipūnara o Waitangi, kaore rawa te pire e eke ki te taumata i te kāna. Ko te wakataunga o te tau o te ture, kaore rawa te pire e eke ki te taumata i te kāna. E ai ki ngā ture o te ao anui, kaore rawa te pire e eke ki te taumata e tika ana. Ko tētai o ngā rūpau, e pau tonu ana ki ngā karere o te motu, ko tēnei mea te ori te tanga. Kaore au mo te waka e i te wakaro mātua o te ori te tanga, e rangi, e hara te tiriti i te wā itika, ei kawe i taua mātapunu. Me aro ke atu koutou ki te ture kāwanatanga, ara ko te Constitution me te Bill of Rights. E no o mātāmu ana ko te rangatiratanga o ngā uri, o ngā wānau, o ngā apu, ara ko ngā iwi o Taranaki. Kāti te rā weke weke i te tiriti. He kōrero wakatūpato tēnei ki te kāwana, ki ngā kāwana katoa e waiake nei. He pau noa te pire, ei waka āraihia ngā tini pire o te kāwana. Ko tātou o Aotearoa e no o pōraru ana. He maa ke mai nei o ngā pire e tūkino nei a mātou ngā iwi o Taranaki. Mātou ngai Māori, tātou katoa o Aotearoa. E ai ki eta i pāti, kaore rawa rātou e o kai ki te pire mō ngā pānuitanga kei te aere. No reira, kaore he take ki te hamahama haere. Tēnei mātou, e hamahama tonu ana. E hamahama tonu ana. Kia mātua mō i o te kāwana, me ngā kāwana e waiake nei, kaua e rā weke weke i te tiriti. I mua i tā maua wakakapi i te kōrero nei. He tika me wakautu ki e te i o ngā kōrero i puta i te ata nei. Ngā kōrero nā tete i tangata ki tua o te taiaka e ki. I wakataurite ia i ngā hara o te pakanga tuarua o te ao ki pērā o ngā matapono o te tiriti. Nā wai kāhua, nā wai kāhua, kaore rātou ngā morehu e hua ana mai e rā kōrero wakaiti. Nāna a nake kāhua. Hei wakakapi. Hei te wiki nei, ka waka takotongia te pire o Taranaki maunga. Kia waka mana ia e te ware paremata. Auwe te mamai. Aha ko atona hoki mamai. E murua tonu tia mātou e te kawana na e nei mai tini anga o te pene. O ngā pire o ngā ture. Ko tēnei pire, ka noo ai kaupapa-tāmi ia mātou. E waka ngū nei ia mātou ngā iwi o Taranaki. He mai tūkino tēnei, e takataka ia nei e tā mātou rangatiratanga. Me aukati te pire e tēnei community nei, e te whare paremata. Ka mutu. He piki mai ku, mare umarangi mai te piukara. He toruriro ngā mona e, re te maunawa. He tai e pati, he ti te tai e pai nā tupuri. E tai e papi, ko mano a, wana te maunawa. Tūki atu tū i mai o kaua neiri ngā ringa.
We've got a question from Todd, and then if we have time from Debbie.
Thank you for coming and presenting today. Just looking at page 3 of your submission, and you actually outline the treaty principles that the Labor government did in 1989 against the principles in this bill. Do you think there are some similarities between some of those principles?
Kore rawa he ōrite tanga. I te tuatai, ko ngā mātāpono e kia nei ko ngā principles of te tiriti kua wāngaihia e te kārauna i ngā rautau kua paure. E pāna tērā ki te wanaungatanga o te kāwana me te rangatiratanga o ngā iwi. Engari, ko ngā mātāpono i roto i tēnei pire, e hāngai tonu ana ki tēnei pō tanga, he wakaitanga i wainga i ngai Māori me ngai Pākehā, engari e hara tērā i te tika. No reira e ka, kaore he hononga i wainga i ngā mea e rua.
Thanks, Emma. Thanks, Jackie. Look, that's the type of the session today, so I just want to acknowledge your submission and for being the last person today. Folks, we're going to go to a submission.
I like the fact that Todd's answer was given in today.
I knew it would be Emma. Emma is a leader from Taranaki, obviously, and as part of Ngā Ruane's, she belongs to response to the behaviour of the coalition in the last year. She made a point of communicating only in te reo Māori, and it's just a way for her to, make the point that there are 2 official languages in this land, and you're doing more than what you think. Anyway, I mean, my only reflection on that is the passion was obvious. She made allusions to the price paid by our Maori community in the war, the broken agreements over such a long period of time. She alluded at the end to the soon to at that point be concluded change in the law concerning Mount Taranaki. So she was referencing coming at them from a number of angles to make the point that the bill was cutting across a intergenerational journey of truth and reconciliation and effort by Taranaki and the Crown to honour the treaty, and came at it obviously passionately and from a number of angles.
The only thing I would say is that it would be great, especially on demand, if the Parliament had the translation for people who don't speak fluently like myself. So that would be good. But again, from the passion, it was a good thing as well.
Yeah, I totally agree, Blake. If you're the average Kiwi who is not 100% fluent in te reo was also able to understand what they were saying, that would be awesome. Fortunately for the people on the committee, they have translation devices, live translation devices, so they do actually know what's being said at the time, which is why they're able to ask questions.
Yeah.
And I probably was, like I usually am when a lot of Māori, it's about an average of 1 in 4 words I can understand or know how to translate.
Bit harder too when it's at 1.5 times plus our Taranaki relations have a smoothed out dialect that also can make it a little bit tricky, but that's another story.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to our the next submitter, Elizabeth Rata.
Now online from Elizabeth Rata, who's going to join us.
Oh my God.
Good, Elizabeth. Let's just bring the next submitters in about 30 seconds before we do the finish. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Elizabeth. Thank you for being with us today. Welcome to the committee. We've got you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'd invite you to present your submission.
Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'll speak for 5 minutes and then I'll take questions. What is the best title given to any New Zealand legislation? My money is on the 1877 Education Act. It's an act to make further provision for the education of the people of New Zealand. So as early as the 1870s, there's a commitment to a united people belonging to and benefiting from the nation New Zealand. Nearly 150 years later, that commitment is under serious threat from those who would replace liberal democracy with tribal sovereignty, and by doing so, will create a racialized society, apartheid. Consider the two words, liberal democracy and their connection. Both give us something that none of our ancestors living in tribal kinship groups had. Democracy gives us a system of parliamentary sovereignty, of law, of regulation. It recognizes that our common humanity justifies equal rights. Those rights belong to the individual citizen, not to the group. The word liberal gives us the freedom to be different, either as individuals and in voluntary associations based on shared interests, which could include heritage, culture, language, sport, politics, religion, music, and so on. That is what makes liberal democracy remarkable. As citizens, we have the same political and legal rights. As members of civil society, we are free to be different. This is an enormously important point. It's the combination of rights, responsibilities, and freedom within democracy's governance and laws that makes the modern world vibrant and prosperous. That's why I support the Treaty Principles Bill, because it provides a coherent and succinct statement capturing what liberal democracy is. It's something we should all know, especially members of Parliament who represent us, the people of New Zealand. First world nations need liberal democracy's creative tension. It's an invigorating tension between rights, responsibilities, and between having the same rights and having the freedom to be different. The bill is the symbolic link to the hope found in both the 1840 Treaty of Waitangi and in the 1852 Constitution Act. 19th century New Zealanders, especially those who had been slaves, decimated by war, of low genealogical birth status, or from impoverished backgrounds, they put their faith in a peaceful and prosperous future for their descendants. In the 21st century, we can strengthen this faith for our descendants by agreeing to the principles in this bill. New Zealand's future may be that of a prosperous first world liberal democracy or a third world retribalized state. Our first world tribal nation is a contradiction in terms. It is not possible. There can be no prosperity without individual equality and freedom. There can be no social equality without prosperity. We are at a very serious crossroads. The value of the bill is that it not only forces us to confront this fact, but allows us to do so within the parliamentary select committee process, rather than through cultural posturing, intimidation, or perhaps even violence. The very existence of the bill is liberal democracy in action. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We've got a few questions lined up. First one's from Dr. Webb, and then Takata, and then Timothy.
Well, good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was fascinated that you used the Education Act of the 1870s as an example of liberal democracy. I'm assuming you've read it and you know that free and compulsory education wasn't available to Māori children until the 1890s, and that act only applied to Pākehā children. In light of that, I'm perplexed with your stance that there shouldn't be any kind of distinction or special duty to Māori, given the fact that the full rights of participating in the democracy were only just given, 100 years ago.
Your question there, Dr. Webb?
Yeah, there was. My question was quite clearly stated. Can you explain, given that Māori weren't given the rights of full citizenship in our liberal democracy, why it is that you seem to say there should be no differentiation in treatment between Māori and Pākehā?
Māori had government-provided education from the 1867 Native Education Act. The 1877 Act included everyone, except there was a provision for those who did not want to be compelled to attend government schools not to go. So you had the tribes of the north, the east coast, south and so on, very keen to establish schools. But that exemption recognised that there were some groups, particularly, of course, Waikato and Taranaki, who were opposed to the government given what had occurred during the land wars. That exemption enabled them not to have to send their children to school until the exemption was removed in 1903. Now, you will be aware, surely, that the 1877 bill had a number of exemptions. There were exemptions for children based on geographical locations, who couldn't get to school in some cases. There were exemptions for children with disabilities. There were a number of exemptions, and what I think that shows is something we see in the New Zealand character, which is an interesting combination of idealism and pragmatism. So throughout the 1877 Act, you will see a number of exemptions. Secularism, for example, there are other exemptions. And I think that is very much part of the tolerance required in a liberal society. There will always be some people who will simply refuse to do what the law says. And the pragmatic part of being a New Zealander is that our laws often have exemptions.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think that's well addressed. We'll go to a question now from Dr. Ferris.
Kia ora, Elizabeth. I'm sure you'll recognise and agree with me that Māori had pre-existing rights before anyone else showed up. So my question to you is, where did those rights fit into the liberal democracy idea? And just secondly, can you identify for us all one modern day colonial society where the Indigenous people have thrived under the liberal democratic idea?
Oh, thank you. Yes, quick answer to your two questions. The first one is that in pre-colonial New Zealand, slaves did not have rights, nor did low caste tribal members. Now, in response to your second question, my answer would be New Zealand. Have a look at the burgeoning Māori middle class. Have a look at the numbers. Right from the 1960s, there has been a steady increase in the numbers of Māori moving into the middle class, who are doing very well, which is excellent.
Okay, thank you, folks. That's the time we've got for the session today. I just want to accept.
I feel, Helmut, you're about to sit down there and...
Now, in all honesty, I would love to have a conversation with that lady, because it's clear that she believes what she's saying. She's informed, she's thoughtful, but there are some things missing from her analysis, which I'd enjoy sharing with her and seeing what she did with them. So just real quickly, I agree with her that liberal democracy is, as far as, to date, it's the best thing anyone has conceived for enabling the kind of Enlightenment values that the West, and including us, it's for the more part as Kiwis, we like. So look, no problem with being a champion for liberal democracy, but the proposition that liberal democracy cannot exist while Indigenous rights and tribal, in our case, rangatiratanga, are being honoured, that's just bogus. I've actually shared with David that the United States made provision in its constitution from the 1700s for the sovereignty of Indian nations, and that they have in very real terms applied that, particularly in recent decades. And is their liberal democracy breaking down? Yes, but got nothing to do with the Indians, Whānau. The other quick observation I'd make about her analysis was the repetitious insistence by her and supporters that citizens have the same rights. Yeah, okay, kia ora for that. So I won't recite the endless examples of provision where, in fact, citizens individually and collectively don't have exactly the same rights. But I will make one observation, because she was very pointed about the issue of individualism versus collectivism, and saying that all New Zealanders have the same rights. Well, what about New Zealanders who are dual citizens? See, I actually, as a 20-something-year-old, my dentist talked me into getting the citizenship of my father's people. So I'm a German citizen and a New Zealand citizen. So I have rights available to me here in this land that any other who aren't Germans in this land, that's been negotiated between the New Zealand government and the German government, isn't available. Is that a problem? Is dual citizenship a problem? No, it's not a problem. It's just about clarity between polities and the rights that exist. Again, I could go on, but I would really love to pick apart her nonsense.
I actually had a former colleague.
One last thing on the Native Schools Act. The Native Schools Act made provision, and I've heard a quote from the minister of the day, to train the Māori, for the boys it is to be farmers, and for the girls it is to be wives of farmers. Nice one for equality there, whānau, kia ora.
Yeah. I did have a former colleague. So put it this way, I'm 6 generations born in New Zealand on my mother's side. It's at least 4, and it could be up to 6 on my father's side. I don't know the full details on father's side, just my mother's side. But I had a colleague who was, half Māori, half British, born in the UK, looked Māori as anything. But he's a dual citizen.
Yep.
And the thing is, his trail was much better than mine. But as I say, his one is, he's a British citizen by birth, he's a New Zealand citizen by descent. And that brings in, just as an other complex arrangement. I don't ask me, how did you manage to get dual citizenship with Germany? Because Germany don't tend to like duals. And one of my friends was up in New Plymouth, Daniela, 40 years in New Zealand before Germany would allow her to be a dual citizen.
Yeah, my dad couldn't get German dual citizenship. In his day, he had to relinquish it, but in my day, apparently they made it possible. The point is, it's not about no one is anyway. There are rights that accrue to the polity you belong to, and if there's a negotiated arrangement for the coexistence of the citizens of that polity, then that's the reality, and it's true for Ngāti Toa as it is for Germans.
Yeah. Okay, next up, Paul Crystal. I think that's how you say the name. I think you were watching it more than I was, Stacey.
I think it's just Crystal.
Yeah.
In the committee, thank you, Elizabeth, for joining us and providing your submission. We're going to move to a submission now from Paul Crystal. Paul is going to join us online as well. Paul, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. We've got you for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll just invite you to begin your presentation.
Indeed, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And it's been interesting watching other people present on both for and against, obviously, and it's wonderful to be part of a democratic process where we can discuss the laws that are made that affect our lives. I'm not going to go through the my presentation because I understand that you've all read it, but I just wanted to briefly introduce this time before questions. In reading through some of the other submissions, in particular the Maori Council submission, they asked the question, what is the problem? So I thought I should start just briefly there, and it's really a set of questions. And the question is this: how did we arrive from 1975 Treaty of Waitangi Act with its idealism and its constructive nature and the success it brought, and end up now being a country that where we find that we spend millions of dollars playing whale songs to kari trees to check whether that will in any way cure kari dieback? How did we go from the brilliant settlement that Ngāti Whātua achieved, and then their extraordinary success, their investment success, and then end up being a country where professional bodies such as land agents have to go through obsequious, trite courses on to be a Te Treaty partner? How did we go from the settlements of mid-North Island tribes and find that the port of Tauranga was unable to be developed for several years as it was stonewalled by parties who were seeking large emoluments of money? And I guess above all, how did we go from that idealism and the practical constructive nature of the settlement legislation to a place now where we are dealing with the utterly impractical issues and proposals of say he puapua? So the proposition that I put in my submission was simply we got to this position because we made a mistake. Parliament made a mistake. It did not define the principles of the treaty. And the subsequent mistake was the mistake that started with the perhaps inadvertent use of the term partnership in the lands case, but it's nevertheless now been concreted into our modern understanding of the treaty. And partnership, in my view, is the doorway to the questions around sovereignty and the issues of differential voting rights. And so it's sovereignty and partnership that we got wrong. And I'm not going to go through the clause by clause analysis that I put forward in the paper. It's not, in my view, controversial. It's there are left and right wing people that accept or believe that the courts have simply misunderstood the treaty and partnership is a contradiction of the clause of the treaty. But I do want to just, before I stop, reflect on that fantastic debate between Epirama, Tanui, Frederick Manning and Hobson, when they asked Hobson and suggested instead of sovereignty being offered to the Queen, that instead it would only be offered over Pākehā and sovereignty would be retained by Maori over Maori. And Hobson absolutely rejected that proposition and said sovereignty is universal and it must and indivisible. And so these negotiations were had at the time, and if people have the time to, and I believe everyone should read the transcripts later of the Koimaramara conferences where these things were reconfirmed, I think we come to a position where we can no longer leave the evolution and the endless evolution of what it means and what the treaty means inside of our legislation. We need to be able to see it addressed by Parliament. That's all I have to say. I'm just open to questions.
Thank you, Paul. We do have time for questions. The first one is from Tuck Pierce.
Kia ora, Paul. Thanks for your submission. Hey, I'm just wondering if, there's been a lot of talk about sovereignty, cessation, yes, no, the other thing. But internationally, if we really get down to it, if there's indifference in interpretation of the two treaties that our country deals with, then through a act of international treaty law called contra preferendum, the indigenous language version wins out. So I'm just wondering if you can point out for me in the Māori text of Te Tiriti o Waitangi where Māori cede their sovereignty.
I think the easier way to do it is just to simply say, could you point out to me at what point Tamati Wakanini did not understand the ceding of sovereignty?
Well, the text is the text. The text is the text. It's what we have to deal with. Sorry, the text is the text. So it's what we have to deal with.
He signed the
text.
text.
Said a lot of things, but I'm just asking you if it's in there in the Māori text somewhere.
I would have thought clause 1's clear enough for you using the Ka Whārau translation.
Or just again in the Māori text, if you can point it out, that'd be great.
I've just pointed it out with the Kawhara translation.
Is that the Māori
You don't
text?
want to hear my I don't intend to speak to them in Maori. Wonderful language, but it's not something that I'm,
Okay, folks, is there any further questions for Paul? No, Paul, there's no further questions from the committee. Thank you for your time this afternoon and for providing your submission.
I have to be honest, I always like how Takuta's always being smack on the money with all his questions, and he always riles up people who have a very unrealistic point of view on things.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
He's
only but
so
laugh
good.
at that one.
That was good. I hadn't heard that one. I really liked that. I liked what that fellow said. Again, he came across as being genuine, and he was coming at it from a reasonable angle. I won't say what was wrong with it. I'll let someone else speak now, but I've got a very clear view about
The
where he
chat
made a
will
mistake.
solve that problem.
Oh yeah, chat is absolutely going through everything wrong with that. But I love watching Takuta just pick apart all the holes that people leave in their submissions. He is just so much fun to watch.
I'm proud, even though I am on the general role, to have him as my Māori local MP.
Doc, I used to teach at the Wānanga Raukawa, and Doc Otapu was actually one of my students, and that was 20 years ago. So we were both much younger, but he's grown into a very impressive young man. Hey, look, if I could just share one thought about the indivisibility of sovereignty and the mistake of the partnership frame. See, the treaty doesn't actually, or Te Treaty of Waitangi actually doesn't speak to partnership. But what it does is explicitly signify or speak to the ceding of governorship to the British and the concurrent acknowledgement of the existence of rangatino rangatiratanga or total chieftainship of the tribes. So there is an obvious logical tension between the idea that the British get to come here and exert their laws over their people in the lands of the tribes that have agreed, and the chiefs and their people will get to take care of themselves. And at the same time, British law and rights are going to be made available. There is logical tension there in the coexistence of Kāwanatanga and Rangatiratanga. It actually was a pretty wise Gordian knot solution of the courts to identify a partnered way of reconciling that logical tension. That's the only observation I'd make.
Yeah, all I would add is that I find it ironic how a lot of these people just agreeing with the bill rather middle-aged people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Funny that.
Yeah. Let's move on to another trusted name, because I think Paul is one of the most trusted first names, to Paul Goldstone.
We do appreciate you being with us and speaking to it. Thank you. Just going to move on now from Paul Goldstone. So if Paul's in the room, he can come up to the table. Thank you, Paul. Welcome to the committee. We have you with us for 10 minutes this afternoon, so I'll hand over to you to begin your presentation.
Strange to sit here instead of over there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and particularly the committee staff who have been working very hard on this bill. I'm Paul Goldstone. I support this bill and recommend that it be passed. I will summarise my submission and then take questions. I was a specialist in 19th century New Zealand history. I've worked on treaty issues in various roles, including here in Parliament. I currently work in the private industry. Obviously, my statements are my own personal views. I wish to make 3 high-level points. First is that the definition of treaty principles should be determined by Parliament. Treaty principles should not be some sacred mystery. Parliament should be able to clearly state what they are, given that Parliament created them. The concept of treaty principles was created by Parliament in 1975, but did not have any real effect until principles of the treaty were put into the SOE Bill in 1985. This was done by SOP at third reading without debate. As politicians, as MPs, I'm sure you have an understanding of what that really means. To the surprise of many MPs, in 1987, the Court of Appeal effectively interpreted this vague treaty principles to have an almost constitutional effect. Since then, Parliament has remained silent in defining the treaty principles it has somewhat haphazardly put into law. while the courts, the Waitangi Tribunal, public agencies and officials have somewhat enthusiastically sprouted various principles. What we have at the moment is that treaty principles are vague and are determined on an ad hoc basis by often unaccountable bodies. Leaving important political questions up to judges and the bureaucracy is Parliament abrogating its core duty and is not tenable. Principles of the treaty should be determined democratically through Parliament. Second, defining treaty principles in law. There are currently anywhere from between 3 to 8 various inconsistent and ever-changing principles developed by various bodies, government officials, courts, and the Waitangi Tribunal. It was notable that when 2 MPs from the same party spoke out against this bill, they confidently espoused principles that were completely different from each other. This bouquet of principles is nonetheless used by government officials to determine policy. Employees or professionals in various bodies are expected to have a commitment to the principles of the treaty, or must take into account the principles of the treaty in their work or various applications. The treaty principles, I believe, should be founded on a reasonable interpretation of the 3 clauses in the 2 texts of the treaty itself. Broadly, these are sovereignty/kawanatanga, protection of Maori rights/tino rangatiratanga, and that all New Zealanders have the same rights. I have some reservations about the exact wording in clause 6, especially the second principle. I prefer the 1989 Labour government's articulation of principles, the principle of kawanatanga, the principle of rangatiratanga, and the principle of equality under the law. If the committee does not agree to these 3 principles, then what are the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi? I challenge members of the committee to put forward what they think are the principles based on a good faith interpretation of the 2 texts and put those into legislation. Third, I argue that defining treaty principles is inevitable when New Zealand becomes a republic. I appreciate that this committee will spike this bill. But when New Zealand becomes a republic, it will almost certainly be on the basis of, 1, that New Zealand is a sovereign republic by the will of the people, and that all New Zealanders as citizens have the same rights and are equal before the law. And of course, I expect as a process it will be ratified by a referendum. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We've got a number of questions in line. I'm going to go to Ginny Anderson, then Todd Stevenson, then Tam Paul.
Thank you, Paul. I think I remember you from in this place when I worked here too, a while ago. Can you unpack for me where this argument, from your view, about judges not having a role in our democracy? They do that every day. We make the laws, they interpret the laws on a multitude of cases on a day-to-day basis. Where does the ACT Party or your views, where does that arrive from, that in this particular space, that courts don't have a role?
Courts have a role in interpreting law, but where on fundamental political issues, it should be dealt with by Parliament, who, after all, are the responsible for making those laws. The role of the judiciary is to simply interpret those laws. What we've seen, though, is that because of the vagueness of this term, you've seen judges in other bodies, in particular in the public sector, just simply stretch out what this means, that are unaccountable.
So your point is that they still are a part of our democracy, but they are restricted to simply interpretation
of the law. Yeah. But law comes from Parliament.
Thank you, Jenny. Todd, and then Tim.
Thanks for your presentation. You said that the current principles, so not the one in the bill, but current principles are vague. Some other submitters have said they're conservative or benign, and then you've said there's 3 to 8 principles. I mean, what is the consequence of actually not getting some definition around these principles for the country going forward?
Well, you end up with just complete confusion ultimately. I mean, there are simply no set principles. This idea that there is an established body of law around treaty principles, you simply have to go online and see for yourself that it's continually changing. And in fact, the fact that 2 ex-senior ministers couldn't even articulate what treaty principles were consistently with each other is an indication of the fact it's just confusion. Now, when government bodies are being asked to make decisions, when people applying for positions are expected to explain a commitment to the principles of the treaty and so on, when actually it's a moving feast, that's just not good.
Thank you, Tim.
So Paul, my question is, in your submission you've written, to claim that anyone by accident of ancestry can enjoy special rights is repugnant in any democracy, you know the rest. What makes it so repugnant? Because there are heaps of democracies that have special rights, whether it's language, race, religion. So what's so repugnant about New Zealand doing what is actually quite normal in other democracies?
I don't think it is normal. I think in most democracies it's pretty clear that you shouldn't have specific rights based on your ancestry.
But do you understand that other countries do have special rights based on things, not just race, also language and religion and a whole lot of other factors, that's normal?
I don't agree with that. I think in most Western democracies it's a standard principle that your political rights, particularly political rights, are completely not related to your ancestry.
Okay, I'll send you some links.
Thank you. Any further questions? Taka first.
Yeah, kia ora iho. I've just got a simple question. Do you think that Te Tiriti o Waitangi gives every person in this country the constitutional right to be here?
Yes, it creates the document that creates the government of New Zealand.
But does the constitutional right come from the treaty?
No, the treaty is the foundational document for creating the government of New Zealand.
but the constitutional right comes from the treaty.
Well, actually, the constitutional right for me to be a New Zealander is that I was born here.
I didn't say New Zealander. I said in the country.
Well, yes, if it's...
You're right. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. That's the time for today. So, Paul, just...
I wonder if James purposely makes Takuta last just so the rings can be left running around.
Yeah. The thing I found weird about that submission is he took some left angle and some right angle, so some angles from Labour, and then the current bill, which I found really weird. It's like he's in two minds or something, even though he supports the bill. Anyone got anything to add to that?
You're on mute, Stacey.
Yeah, you picked it up, I didn't.
Honey, sorry, I was talking to Ray before, so I had to mute my microphone. Sorry. So what I was saying is that a lot of people who are for the bill seem to be speaking that way, like they're in two minds about it when they're making their submissions. But the point that I want to bring up is he said when New Zealand becomes a republic. Did I miss something?
I don't know. I mean, do we have President Dame Cindy Kudu?
Wow.
Instead of, was it a Governor General as the King's representative?
Wow.
Yeah, you missed it, Stacey.
Yeah, apparently so. I know I don't pay a lot of attention to the news because the news is painful, but come on, really?
Hey, listen, I'd like to throw something in that doesn't get any airtime, and it's actually the elephant in the room. The principles of the treaty, of course, are fiction. And the position of the supporters of the bill is that they're not comfortable that the writing of that story is coming from the courts, and they'd like our political class to define them. But it doesn't change it that the principles are a fiction. And the only reason that we actually are forced to have recourse to principles is because nobody has the honor to actually just do what the words say.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the truth of the matter. If we steered clearly at those words and did what they say, there's no need for interpretive effort by politicians or judges. That's the real elephant in the room and the problem. Now, this fellow and the fellow before, I forget his name, Paul, I think, called it impractical. Really? The truth and justice is impractical. Kia ora for that.
And actually, something you mentioned on there, when there is a situation where the courts have declared a law inconsistent, the Supreme Court has actually been known to say, Parliament, you need to fix this up. And the most recent Supreme Court ruling was giving 16-year-olds the right to vote.
Boom.
I
don't know if you know this, but if you're a New Zealand citizen and you right now, you can, if you are arrested for and imprisoned for something that places you in prison for over 1,050 days, you can't vote.
Yeah, that's correct. It's same with the Mental Health Act as well. If you've been under that for longer than 3 years, it's the same thing.
And if you're under 18 but over 16, you can get married, you can die in a war, you can get a license, you got to pay your taxes, but you can't vote. There are endless examples of differential rights for citizens that just makes a lie of it. Hey, just one last thing, though, that also doesn't get any airing from the supporters is that even when they're making the case for change, on what principle of justice does unilateral change make sense? Even if they make a compelling case for a need to change the terms, any agreement, in terms of natural justice means you both come back to the table and talk about it. Nobody on the support side ever says that it is a legitimate thing for ngā hapu o Aotearoa to be brought back to the table if there is going to be a renegotiation. Just
Now,
another observation.
Now, before we get you to go, we need to cover this next one. Because, so I say, please get your popcorn ready. And how long it talks, you can chuck it in the microwave, will be ready by the time it finishes.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you for your submission. Welcome back, albeit temporarily, maybe. And we appreciate your time here this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move now to submission from Hobson's Pledge, and I understand we have Elliot with us. Good, Elliot, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the committee. You've got 10 minutes with us this afternoon, so I invite you to start the presentation.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Elliot Hickey, and this is my colleague, Thomas Newman. Hobson's Pledge is a civil rights group driven by 140,000 supporters who believe that all New Zealanders should be equal before the law, no matter their skin colour, no matter when they arrive in the country. We draw inspiration from the words of Governor Hobson during the treaty signing, which is He iwi tahi tātou, which is, of course, we are one people. We educate on treaty and related legal issues. We expose apartheid-style policies being quietly spread throughout the New Zealand system. We fight through various mediums, such as front pages of the New Zealand Herald, to stand up for equal rights and have fun in poking, often taxpayer-funded, bears of racism that we have seen expand and exponentiate, especially over the last decade. We receive requests from help up and down the country from many, many people in different industries, and this is even outside of the 140,000 people on our lists. Now, before moving into our commentary, we also want to bring up a public point here, which is we learned this morning that Hobson's Pledge had not been given a time to present. This is outrageous when you consider our leading voice and the tens of thousands who support us. We want to thank Democracy Action for giving us their spot that was done pre-hand, which was done beforehand. We were expecting to be given a voice on Thursday. That didn't happen. We also want to thank those staff members and the clerk for being able to confirm that we were indeed here as per Democracy Action's brave sacrifice. Again, Mr. Chair, it is incomprehensible that we would not have a voice to speak at. There are serious questions that need to be asked on that. Now, I'll pass over to my colleague in order to start that commentary process.
Thank you, Elliot. Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Thomas Newman. I'm a practicing civil litigator in law based in Auckland. I'm a recent appointee trustee of Hobson's Pledge. I will be addressing you today on Principles 1 and 3 of the Treaty Principles Bill. Elliot will be addressing you on Principle 2. Hobson's Pledge supports Principle 1 of the Treaty Principles Bill. Laws must be made by a sovereign entity. Sovereignty must be unified and laws applied equally to every person within a jurisdiction. Otherwise, they are not laws. The fact is that this Parliament is the sole sovereign of these lands. There is no other serious contender for sovereignty in New Zealand. It has this authority as a matter of political fact, but it continues to have sovereignty because it is a representative institution, with members elected through free and fair elections. Sovereignty is derived from the people who are governed. Now, these facts are reflected in Principle 1 of the Treaty Principles Bill. Principle 1 acknowledges the right of the government of the day to govern, Parliament's authority to make laws. Now, these empowering elements are balanced by explicitly stated limits. Governance and lawmaking must be done in accordance with the rule of law and to maintain a free and democratic society. Principle 1 therefore complements the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act 1990, which similarly acknowledges Parliament's sovereignty, but permits only such limits on protected rights as can be justified in a free and democratic society. Principle 1 is simple, elegant, and reflects constitutional orthodoxy and political reality. Some argue that it does not, which is one of the reasons why the Treaty Principles Bill is necessary. Principle 1 is not, or at least shouldn't be, controversial, so it should not stop the bill progressing to a referendum.
Principle 2 is critically flawed. It states, the Crown recognises the rights that Hapu and Iwi had when they signed the treaty, Te Tiriti. The Crown will respect and protect those rights. Those rights differ from the rights everyone has a reasonable expectation of to enjoy only when they are specified in treaty settlements. Now that's effectively saying that New Zealand will treat all people equally, but not really. That is not equality. While we generally support the treaty settlement process, the committee must consider the following issues that will become present. 1, the exact agreed rights in 1840 are unclear and likely will remain so. This ambiguity will perpetuate conflict and litigation, and it will be taxpayer funded. I don't think there's a doubt about that. Existing treaty settlements contradict Principle 1. And number 3, many settlements are yet to be concluded. This is likely to create rights superior to those of other New Zealanders. And perhaps this is why we see in our culture, our workplaces, even today in many, not all, but many of our submissions today, an articulation of white guilt on one side and victimhood on the other side. These do not help our people. They do not help our nation. We need to get rid of them. As currently worded, Principle 2 invites the creation of laws based on differences by bloodline, making a mockery of Principles 1 and 3, indeed Articles 1 and 3 also of the Treaty of Waitangi. Hobson's Pledge recommends that Principle 2 return to its original intention, simply guaranteeing the property rights of all akin to Article 2 of the treaty itself. We are happy to now take questions.
Might need to address Principle 3. Turning now to Principle 3. So Hobson's Pledge supports Principle 3. There's a qualification there which I'll turn to a little bit later on. But this principle states that everyone is equal before the law, entitled to equal protection and benefit of the law, and has the same fundamental human rights. Things like affirmative action in health and education, co-governance in central and local government, or privileged access to power through consultation obligations are said to be justified by the treaty. This violates the principle of equality. Now, I'd just like to make a note here on consultation. Many submitters have complained
that Maori have not been consulted on this bill. This is demonstrably false. Many of the submitters today, and presumably in future hearings, are Maori or Maori groups, and being Maori did not disqualify any of them from participating in this process. This is a consultative process. Many submitters have made historical and legal arguments based on the treaty why we should have all of the things that I referred to earlier. They pay lip service to Principle 3, to equality, saying that it is already a part of our law in one breath, while attempting to justify different treatment in the other. Not only are these arguments incoherent, they are distractions. No technical knowledge of any sort is required to understand that different rights for different people, especially on the basis of race, ancestry, or belonging to some imagined separate polity, is a recipe for disharmony and resentment. It is also simply wrong. Equality is essential to a harmonious and just society. It does not require that people be the same, value the same things, or frankly even like each other. Free and equal people in a democratic society are allowed to be different, to value different things, and to lead different lives. Understanding this should deal with much of the fear that people have about what the passage of this bill would mean. I'd like to now turn to the one qualification we have to our support for Principle 3, the use of the phrase equal benefit. We're concerned that the inclusion of this phrase in Principle 3 as currently articulated would introduce the concept of equity or substantive equality. We would remove this phrase from Principle 3. Sovereign parliaments can and does legislate to address material inequality, but it should not be a constitutional guarantee or principle. Now, just very quickly, in closing, and I realise there's probably not going to be much time for questions, but I'd like to just say, there's some phrases and words, ways that people get identified in conversations of this sort. One of them is Pākehā, another is European. Well, I'm neither of those things. I'm not my ancestors. I was born here. I'm an individual. I'm a New Zealander, and I don't think it helps to talk really in any other way than that. My rights in this place, to address Mr. Ferris's question earlier, don't depend on a document signed in 1840. And frankly, the suggestion that they do is wrong. Thank you. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, Tom. So just sort of clear up a perceived misunderstanding. Hobson's Pledge was invited in the first emails that went out to make a submission, and unfortunately they weren't able to respond by the deadline, and so those slots were filled up by those submitters who did respond in time.
It's possible we have a
it is very good to
We've been very much
we really appreciate the time that you've given us this afternoon. So thank you.
Special Chair.
Folks, we're going to move on now. Let's
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So they managed to evade themselves to Dakota RAF.
They did.
Honestly, I would love to be in a formal, adjudicated debate with all of that. That is where that young fella finished off, saying that being in this land does not derive from Te Tiriti or Waitangi is so intentionally ignorant of our historical reality. You know, it's like, bro, explain yourself, right? That's just bizarre thing to say. Did he say belonging to an imagined something?
Yes.
Mate, I'll tell him to go to Tuhoi and tell them that you're an imagined. Go try that. Go down to Tainui, come to Ngāti Toa and tell us that my people are imagined to belong to our tribes. Just because his reality is so bereft of the reality of the indigenous community in this land really reflects poorly on them. The last thing I'll say, and I'm sorry to suck all the oxygen out of the kōrero whānau, is that the one thing that just drives me crazy is the insistence of those who repeatedly say that Parliament is sovereign. Okay, where did that come from, whānau? And what were the terms that gave rise to the British claiming sovereignty and 1850? What was the terms? Says that all of them, Hobson's Pledge to the fore, just want to pretend that our history didn't happen, and we just want to look forward, forget all that. You know, it's just mindless, disappointing. Weak.
Okay, now here's something that I actually found was quite interesting, off topic of Treaty Principles Bill, but this Helmut might, as we know how small the world is. Dame Iritana, was it Tawhewhirangi? Is that how you say last name? I will check with Grandma on Tuesday. Grandma Joyce turns 97, and if Ken was still alive, he would be turned 104. I believe that they were in the same year at Teachers Training College as, was it Dame Iritana? I will check
right vintage.
Yeah, and because the part that also gets me is the reason why my grandparents got married in 1949 was because if you got married as a woman while you're on the teachers training college program, you were taken out because you're meant to be a housewife.
Beautiful.
And the interesting part is, Iritana and my grandparents got married in the same year, which is exactly 1 year after teachers training college, because once you're qualified, you as a married woman were allowed to keep teaching.
Yeah.
But this is very scary how small the world is.
It's actually a very sobering thing to reflect on how recently we have been so very different. You know, whether it's gender, whether it's race, whether it's anything, you know, the journey we've been on it's not very long, and all of those who are so keen to shout from the rooftops of the strength of liberal democracy. Well, how's that doing around the world, whānau?
Oh, yeah,
how's that going? You know, we've only been at, this is version 1. We inherited this version from the 19th century. How's that working out for us, whānau? I think a more fundamental question, if we're wanting to talk about strengthening our nation, is for us to be talking with clear eyes about what a 21st century liberal democracy that doesn't do violence to pre-existing rights, but is wise for the future. Now, that's a conversation I'd like to have.
Oh, yes, yes. So certainly.
I still can't believe they use a platform sticker on the...
I'll be honest about one thing. It was good to not see Don Brash fronting Hobson's pledge.
Yeah,
yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta love you and leave you. Thanks for inviting me on, Sam. Good to be with you.
Thanks for joining us again.
Go well.
You have a good night.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
The thing that makes me laugh about the Hobson's pledge submission is that there are more than 5 million people in this country, and they want to make such a big fuss about 140,000 supporters on their list.
I mean, put it this way, more
people in comparison.
There's more people who submitted to the Treaty Principles Bill by a factor of 2 than on their submission list. Yeah. Oh, it amazes there. Okay, well, time to sit there and swap up the panel. We'll see you back in a moment.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Who's Got the Order Paper Podcast. YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Who's Got the Order Paper Podcast.
Welcome back.
Hey, how you doing? I noticed we don't have Wayne with us, but we do have another
No. He's just sent me a message back. Give me a few minutes, still driving. So, you know,
Oh,
that's
okay. I was gonna say this guy over here who's biting my arm can be our panelist in the meantime. Hey, buddy.
Panelist.
Oh,
that was an interesting hour.
Yes.
I was watching your comments in the chat, but then I was doing the same thing in the previous hour.
Yeah. I'm sorry that I almost gave you a heart attack when I was hosting, because it's like, oh my goodness, everything that went wrong possibly went wrong. And I thought I did have a wired connection with my internet. It turns out that, well, I do, but because I live in a house full of lots of people, the modem is bloody overworked or something. I promise I will get that sorted the next time I'm master host.
Yeah, mate. My suggestion is you get 2 modems. So you get one that does all your Ethernet, and then you have your wireless come off your main router to have a sub router that just deals with the wireless. But I can picture, you know, your house probably has about 30 devices running off the wireless network at some times.
When you got a big family, everyone's on the internet, and it's like you're hogging up all the bandwidth, and then you get glitchy streams. So I'm sorry about that, everyone.
Yeah, and it was like me trying to figure out, chuck on a Ray's computer, because I know Ray's computer's very grunty. Like, Ray's computer's gruntier than Stacey's. But they had the same problem with the wireless.
Yes, and I thought, oh, okay, maybe if I download the video, which I did, and then I was like, okay, play. Do not glitch. It didn't glitch, but we had no freaking audio, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going to have to spend 10 minutes figuring out the audio, and I'm like, Stacey, help!
It's literally like trying to fix it on the fly, because it's like, here's the solution. Oh shit, that's collapsed.
Yep.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, you know, that's not. I'm not surprised. Shit happens. Shit happens.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as I say, there might be a 35-meter Ethernet cable on the way to your house. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, shit happens, just like this bill. This bill is shit that happened.
Yeah.
And now we're discussing it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to was it Rangatana Awado?
We're going to move to a submission now from Rangatane or Waido, and with us is Corey Heaven, who's the general manager. So Corey, thank you for being with us. We've got 10 minutes on the clock today, so I'll hand over to you to present your submission.
Tani whetu ki te rangi, ko rangitani ki te whenua, tēnā koutou ngā mema o te komiti parimata, ko Corey Heaven tōku ingoa, he uri ahau no Rangitane o Waido. I'm here today on behalf of Rangitane o Waido to oppose the Treaty Principles Bill in its entirety. I'm joined by the co-chair of our Rangitane o Waido Settlement Trust, Janice Stafiri. We're grateful for the opportunity to present orally to the Select Committee, especially given that there will be thousands who will not have that opportunity despite asking for it. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge you, Mr. Chair, and your recent appointment as Minister for Te Waipounamu. You have already outlined a strong focus on advocating for Te Waipounamu and driving economic outcomes for the mainland. Rangitane is one of the 9 iwi of Te Waipounamu looks forward to supporting you and seeing you succeed in your role. When whānau Māori and Te Waipounamu thrive, all of Te Waipounamu thrives, and when Te Waipounamu thrives, Aotearoa thrives. Also want to acknowledge our local MPs, Pakuta, Rachel and Jamie, tēnā koutou. But the matter before us, the Treaty Principles Bill, let me state our position very clearly. We oppose this bill. This bill is a step backwards for Aotearoa. It undermines decades of progress and threatens the very foundation of our nation's identity and constitutional framework. Te Treaty of Waitangi is a living covenant between tangata whenua and the Crown, promised to work together for the benefit of all people in Aotearoa. For decades, iwi like Rangitane have worked tirelessly to uphold that promise and to rebuild what was lost through taupatu, treaty breaches and dishonourable Crown practices. Our 2014 settlement was a significant milestone for us, but it was not the conclusion of our journey. Settlements are not the full expression of Māori rights. They are simply a step towards restoring some balance. Through our settlement, the Crown committed to re-establishing a relationship with us. To quote, be one that was based on mutual trust, cooperation and respect for the Treaty of Waitangi and its principles. Yet here we are, addressing a government bill that seeks to redefine those very principles. This bill violates Article 2 of Te Tiriti, which guarantees tino rangatiratanga over our lands, taonga and resources. And the attempt to restrict treaty principles merely to historical settlements disregards the spirit and intent of Te Tiriti. It is an affront to Mai Tupuna Ihaya Kaikoura, who signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi at Horahura Kākahu in the Port Underwood on 17th of June 1840. The exclusion of tangata whenua from meaningful consultation during the drafting of this bill is, frankly, an egregious breach of good faith on part of the Crown. How can a bill that profoundly impacts Māori be introduced without the input of those who it most affects? This legislation has been made about us, but without us. Where is the mutual trust and cooperation in that? Te Tiriti o Waitangi is Aotearoa's foundational document.
Its principles are woven into legislation, and they serve as a cornerstone of our constitutional framework. Attempting to narrow and redefine those principles undermines that foundation, leaving it cracked and unstable. By removing the judiciary's ability to interpret treaty principles, this bill attempts to consolidate power within Parliament and the executive, and it weakens the checks and balances that have upheld the Crown-Māori relationship for decades. If passed, this bill will have profound and long-lasting consequences for Māori. It perpetuates inequity, it undermines trust, and it risks further alienation of tangata whenua on the whenua. As the Waitangi Tribunal has stated, this bill represents one of the most significant breaches of te tiriti in modern history. Rangitane urges this committee to recommend the withdrawal of this bill in its entirety. We are not opposed to a meaningful kōrero about the place and the role of te tiriti in Aotearoa's future, but this is not that process. Te tiriti is a document, yes, but it is more than that. It is a promise and a commitment to work together. And it is one that has been reaffirmed through decades of legal precedents, grassroots advocacy, and Crown Māori partnership. So to this government and to this committee, Rangitane asks you this. History will judge you. Will you be remembered as those who honoured the promise of te tiriti or as those who tore it apart? And with those remarks, I'll leave the remaining time available for any questions that you may have.
Kia ora, Corey. It's very good to see you before the committee again. You've got two of your local MPs that would like to ask you a question, and rather than have a scrap, I'll go to the first in time and ask Rachel Boyack to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Corey and Janice. Lovely to see you here today. My question is around your Settlement Act from 2014, I believe it was. You mentioned in your kōrero that the agreement actually references the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. So I'm really interested in your views on how this bill, if it were to proceed, would potentially undermine your settlement. Maybe some practical examples of how that would undermine things or potentially be in conflict with your settlement because it specifically references the principles. So if those principles get amended, what's going to be the impact for your settlement and how it plays out going forward?
Yeah, that's right. So the deed of settlement we signed with the Crown in December 2010 included the apology from the Crown. And that apology is lengthy and it was hard earned to get the settlement, but also to get that apology from the Crown. What I would say is that it does mention principles, but more particularly it references respect and mutual trust, cooperation. This bill is about more than just undermining the principles, but it undermines te tiriti itself. It undermines the relationship. It undermines the value of that settlement because it directly goes against what we have entered into in good faith. What I would say in terms of the second part of your question, some practical examples of where this might come into play is simple processes like working on legislation like this, having the opportunity to kōrero, to have mutual trust and respect with one another, with those who represent the Crown at the time. Yeah.
Good, Corey. Thank you. Talk to Pierce.
Kei aku whanaunga tēnā kōrua Janice, tēnā rawa atu ki a koe Corey, kōrua tahi. My question is more around the ohana. To the chair, Mr. Miga, welcome to looking after the whole of Te Waipounamu e hoa. Look, like it or not, Tiwi Māori throughout Te Waipounamu are a significant player today in its economy and one of the biggest and fastest growing into the future. It doesn't matter where you stand politically or whatever, that's the reality. And iwi have been very patient and gracious in dealing with the Crown over the last 10 to 15 years as they move through settlements, but they now have in their hands significant resources, significant cash assets, and it's really dependent on a good relationship with the tiriti partner and its government. So my question for you is, how does this current action and direction of this government, given they have such a firm focus, a laser focus, ruthless focus on getting the economy back on track, how does that make you feel working with them into the future?
Tēnā koe te whananga, ngā mihi. So what I would say, firstly, around the economic value of the settlement, I fondly remember working closely with Mark Solomon through our asset holding company several years ago. And Mark spoke of the value of treaty settlements relative to the loss that had been quantified. So we're talking about a 1% settlement value against what was lost. Anyway, we're moving forward and we are working hard now to re-establish ourselves, and that has provided us with that basis to do that. How does it make us feel in terms of working with the Crown? Well, in many respects, the treaty forces us to work with the Crown. That is the nature of the relationship that we are in, and Rangitane will work with whoever it needs to work with at the time. But we will also stand on our own 2 feet. We will be providing opportunities for our people, and we'll be using the settlement base that we have to start with for now to build a better future for them, and certainly one that is better than the likes of my grandparents and those before them inherited.
Kia ora, Corey. There's not time to squeeze one quick question.
A very quick question, which we just need a quick answer, which is the previous submitter noted their views around equal rights. One of the things we know in Aotearoa is that Māori have significantly lower life expectancy of around 7 years for both male and female. In your view, does that represent equality?
Absolutely not, and that's just the start. You could go to poorer cancer outcomes, hospitalisations at higher rates, especially for respiratory diseases, higher rates of homelessness, higher rates of unemployment. Where to start?
Kia ora, Corey. Thank you. Thanks for being with us today and for spending the time here this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Rightio.
Sounds like a much more positive submission.
Yeah, I mean, Rangitane is one of my local iwi. So, yeah, I mean, the Treaty Principles Bill, Helmut brought up a really interesting point that the principles are a compromise rather than being a direct interpretation of te tiriti. And we currently have a coalition in power that wants to undermine that compromise. And that includes, the obligations that the Crown has towards iwi, like rangatane and taranaki, as we saw before, and Ngāti Toa. So, yes, and this idea that democracies cannot coexist between sovereignties is false. We have contemporary examples, with the EU, and we have historical examples of this.
Yeah.
I find the arguments against I find the argument for this bill, to be just lacking in logic.
Ooh, sorry. This is what happens when you've done a paper run. It's was it 4 a.m. this morning? Again. Yeah. Okay, let's kick off with Ngā Waihui o Parangi. I think that's how you say it. We'll find out.
And so if you present your submission now, we'd appreciate it.
O tēnā koutou katoa. Ko hana nei taku ingoa, I'm tangata tiriti. This is a term coined by Sir Edward Taihakure during 1989 when he was chair of the Waitangi Tribunal. He referred to non-Māori as tangata tiriti, those who belong to the land by right of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And he noted that without the treaty, they wouldn't have a lawful presence in such numbers nor any legitimate political role. My partner is of Ngāti Rangi, tangata whenua, people of the land, and together we have 4 children, all of Ngāti Rangi Wakapapa. While my ancestors come from France, Germany, Scotland, Orkney Isles, our children know that culture, know that history, but we choose to live in this land, and that choice brings with it responsibilities and obligations. This land is based on a covenant by which the first people, the people of the land, tangata whenua, negotiated with the Crown, the model for a unified nation. I give that background firstly because I believe that like a relationship, a personal relationship, that Te Tangata Tiriti, that Te Tiriti o Waitangi is a living document that is fundamental to the way that we live our lives, both personally, professionally, politically, and publicly. And so, speaking on behalf of Ngā Waihui o Parangi, you will have seen in the submission our 4 principles that guided our settlement to uphold the spirit of the treaty. Where the Crown goes, so too does Ngāti Rangi, acknowledging the mana motuhake of Ngāti Rangi and the restoration of a cultural, economic, familial, environmental, social base. So why are we so concerned to oppose this bill? We believe that the treaty settlement followed decades of advocacy and action by our whānau, many not here to enjoy the fruits of the work. And we are doing all we can to meet those obligations. But as part of that, the principles of their participation were that Ngāti Rangi would live longer, healthier, more independent lives, a 1,000-year plan, if you like. Te Tiriti o Waitangi obligations and principles underpin our approach to whānau ora. They underpin the way in which we do our work every day. And so the principles by which our organisation bases our contribution to the community, the economy and the wider nation is about mana wakahaere. So we are stewards as tangata tiaki over health and well-being of our people. Mana motuhake, Māori self-determination, exercising authority. Mana tangata, the principle of equity, that the Crown has to commit to achieving health outcomes for Māori and contributing to Māori wellness. And mana Māori, the principle of active participation, active protection, ensuring that Māori can live as Māori, as well as the principle of options, requiring the Crown to provide for and properly resource kaupapa Māori. Over the last 25 years, since the introduction by the late Dame Tariana Turia of He Korowai Oranga, my work, the work of thousands of hauora providers, iwi entities, Māori organisations, has been guided by these principles. They acknowledge the engagement, the design, the delivery of Māori as being co-designers with the Crown, not consulted after the event. Those principles dictate our terms of engagement, just as the principles by which my partner and I negotiate our relationship based on living in this land, so too is every aspect of our work. And yet what the Tribunal found with this bill, and in particular the approval of Principle 2 under the Seymour Bill, was that it was an outright breach of the principles of rangatiratanga, kāwanatanga, partnership and active protection. I know that you want some time for questions. I wanted to bring whānau ora into this debate in respect of the late Dame Tariana, but also that her life was about ensuring that we could thrive through the protection of Māori well-being, of the right to equity for Māori and health outcomes, and that Māori participation is absolutely critical into ensuring long-living, thriving whānau. Political manipulation of our base covenant shouldn't be misused as a party political manifesto designed to capture votes. The exorbitant cost of this exercise, the disruption of goodwill, the ridiculous sham of exposing the nation to a bill that was pronounced dead months before the call for public submissions is inexplicable. We have to move forward as a nation, honour the promises made by all our ancestors, correct injustices of the past if we are to lay the groundwork for an equitable future. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Helen. Thank you for your submission. I hope for the sake of your relationship, you don't need the court to interpret the terms of your partnership. But we'll go to some questions now. We'll start with Debbie Ngārewa Paaka, then Todd, and then Steve.
Tēnā koe te tia mana. A tuatai ngā mihi, kei a koe te tuakana, a ngā mihi te wāpauri, mō tā tātou whanaturia a hoki. My question to you is, and acknowledge all the mahi and the moemoeā of Ngāti Rangi, why do you think this bill, the Treaty Principles Bill, has been kept alive for 6 months?
My view is that it distracts us from the other 28 pieces of legislation where the treaty principles are going to be deleted. My view is that this has been a costly exercise which spearheads and galvanises the action of Māori against this bill. But in the meantime, there are so many other bills that require close scrutiny, oranga tamariki, the work around the resource management, the conservation estate. And so that's my particular perspective, that the bill has been kept alive in an effort to reduce the spotlight on some of the other legislation.
Thank you, Helen. A question from Todd then, Steve.
Yeah, and thank you for your presentation this afternoon. I just want to go to pages 6 and 7 of your submission. I want to thank you for actually going through the clauses of the bill and actually having a response. Just in regards to Principle 3, or might be regarded as clause or Article 3 of the treaty, what do you think that principle should be, or how do you think that article should be reflected? Because you say it has no resemblance, but you don't actually go on to say what you think it should say.
Because my basic tenet is that we don't need to redefine what already is determined by the way in which we do our work, that the current principles is defined by the Waitangi Tribunal, defined by the court, and the articles of the treaty embody the spirit of partnership that we believe is enmeshed in that notion of active participation, protection, and partnership. So I didn't want to provide a contrary verse because I already believe that we have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd. And Steve.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. Your quotes in your Ngāti Rangi deed of settlement, the Crown apology, that it is sincerely remorseful, that it is not treating Ngāti Rangi as the friend and ally you have always been. For all of the harm this has done to your sacred connection with Mātua Te Mana and the waterways of your rohi, the Crown unreservedly apologises. Above all, it is with profound remorse that the Crown admits that it has not honoured Ngāti Rangi's partnership with the Crown under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And with respect and integrity that you deserve, the Crown humbly apologises. How do you feel that the acts of this Parliament and this government presently are consistent with the authenticity, supposedly, of that apology?
It is not consistent with a meaningful and effective apology. I believe the courts have referred to the treaty as an embryo. It's rather than a fixed set of ideas that we continue to develop it, to discuss it in relation to the changing circumstances of our life. And that withstands the vagaries of time. It withstands political opportunism. But we can't do that if we don't keep to a full and final settlement, which is the words of the settlement. The apology had to mean something. We believe that meant everything that you have said, that you repeated to us, that direct apology for the past failings shouldn't open our government up to another episode.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Helen. That's the end of the time for the submission.
Now, just for those who may have got the first shot, we got this as well. Oh my God, is that Pauline Hanson? But no, it's not. And maybe Pauline Hanson could take actually a lesson from Helen on how to be a decent, respectful, non-racist politician.
A good redhead.
Yes, yeah.
Helen's actually a friend of mine on Facebook, and I used to work with her in one of the organisations I worked with, Zero Hunger Collective. So it was good just to come back on and see her blazing. And one of the questions I want to ask: are you running this at double speed?
1.5 times.
It's good because it's faster. It's faster, but it's audible, so yeah, it's a good speed to run it at.
Yeah, it's so we can compress as much footage with commentary in there. And put it this way, we're a bit behind on what we had planned tonight.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, we're trying to compress 10 hours of footage in 7 hours with commentary. Yeah.
Like I came on earlier today and I had to go off and do other things, and I've just come back in, and I'm impressed that you're still running at a fast pace. So well done, team.
Oh, you weren't here at 5 o'clock then.
Yeah, you didn't see me try to host the show.
Should we just say Ethernet cables are the best thing? And I'm very tempted to get a song on Sono to go, I want my Ethernet cable. I need it back or something, Considering somebody does bring up some good voice ones.
Put it this way, my failing is a good advert for Ethernet cables. They can set in the check.
We might need to have one. Why you need to cable things? It's like and use what went wrong.
I'm an ex-computer technician, so I understand technical problems.
Oh yeah, and it's amazing how many people just use wireless. It's like, no, I want an Ethernet cable. I Ethernet cabled my system from the Starlink router to my coffee cart router to the Armada controller. Yeah. Okay, let's kick off with the next oral submission. Stacey only put Andrew Little, but I'm pretty sure it's the Honourable Andrew Little.
this afternoon. Thank you for being with us and speaking to us. We do appreciate you spending the time.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Folks, we're going to go now to submission from the Honourable Andrew Little. So I'll invite Mr. Little up to the room. I didn't recognise him. He looked like a young man. I don't know what this is about. Parliament, but Mr. Little, thank you for joining us. You're very familiar with the process. I'll hand over to you for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, kia ora tātou katoa. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to submit. I do acknowledge that it is a great honour, given the 300,000 submissions that you will be no doubt diligently considering over the next few months, to have the opportunity to speak to my submission. Can I also say just an acknowledgement of some of the more recent discourse that this exercise is unimportant. I just reflect on some of the words that were spoken at Ateneo on Friday, that too much is being made of this. I don't agree with that. The political judgment has been made to bring this legislation to the House, and notwithstanding the so far majority commitments that it won't survive a second reading, nevertheless, you have several months of work ahead of you as committee members to consider submissions and to hear from no doubt hundreds of people, and you have a second reading debate to go through as well. So this is an important debate. What people say and the sort of collective understanding amongst the nation about the treaty is, I think, going to be very important. I think this time will end up being an important touchstone in our nation building journey. So I acknowledge the work ahead of you, each of you, and ahead of you collectively as a committee, and indeed of this Parliament, and say that your task is an important one. I've kept my written submission as brief as I could. There's only one other point I'd really like to make. It somewhat draws on the points made in my submission, and that again is a response to some of the public commentary that has been around for a while, but it's been sort of elevated more recently by sponsors and supporters of the bill, that somehow this bill acts to rectify or correct the fact that there are not equal rights for all New Zealanders in all New Zealand. And in fact, if you look at the ACT Party website and the special website they've set up on treaty issues, they use that language, that not everybody is treated equally. The point I want to make is that those comments imply or assume that rights are not presently equal or not equally enforced or upheld, and that the treaty represents a source of inequality. And I just want to say that must be totally rejected. The treaty, if it represents anything, is a recognition of pre-existing rights, the pre-existing rights and interests of Māori and the promised protection of them. And the journey we've been on is not only to see a wholesale and egregious breach of those rights over decades and decades, but in the last 50 or so years, the journey of reconciliation and restoration, as we come to understand the treaty, its importance, the fact that it was breached, and that there must be some redress. Correcting wrongs does not create inequality. It restores the situation to what it was or should have been. To deny the ability to uphold the terms of the treaty would itself be an act of inequality, and it would make treaty rights secondary or inferior to any other legal rights, and would therefore make Māori unequal before the law. And to the extent that this bill claims to address that, it is not addressing anything at all, and it's for that reason that my preference would be to see the bill not continue. So those are remarks I want to make. Take questions now.
Thank you, Andrew. We'll start with questions. We'll go first from Dr. Webb, then Debbie Ngāre Paaka, then Glenn.
Kia ora, and good to see you, Andrew. Thanks for your submission. You kind of headline with your role as Treaty Negotiations Minister, but you're also Minister of Health, amongst other things. I'm really actually quite interested for a perspective from you as a minister as to how the treaty assisted you in managing the kind of conflicting demands on government and making sure that essentially you did a good job for all New Zealanders against the kind of background of the claim that you just talked about, that giving treaty recognition of treaty rights is in some way unequal, and how you don't agree with that.
Yeah, I think any minister, I think in this day and age, knows that the treaty plays a fundamental role even in their day-to-day work. The right of kawana or kawanatanga is exercised alongside the rights of Māori under the treaty. Both are rights reflected in the treaty. So a minister must conduct themselves in a way that is consistent with the treaty and the Crown's obligations under the treaty. And I think that's, I don't think I'm different to any minister, indeed a lot of ministers from a range of governments over the last 30 odd years that have sought to do that. We know when we look at public services, the services the Crown takes responsibility for, and health is foremost amongst them, that the achievements of those public services for the people of New Zealand is different depending on who you are, sometimes where you live. And we know that for Māori, health outcomes have been abominable, certainly on average considerably less than for the rest of the population. So a minister considering their obligations under the treaty will be thinking about Māori and their health as a taonga that has to be, that the Crown has a responsibility to protect, and we'll be thinking about tino rangatira and how Māori can provide leadership for better health outcomes. And that was what we sought to achieve in our, amongst many other things, in our health reforms.
Yeah, thank you. We'll go to a question now from Debbie Ngāre Paaka.
Thank you, Timana. Kia ora, good to see you here. I want to draw on, and we've had a lot of submitters, really great kōrero about the legality, the framework of the treaty. I'd like to delve into your experience on reconciling with iwi, whose natural development was interfered with quite horrifically. And in that experience for the rest of Aotearoa, if you could share with us, did you sense any violence, any hatred, any non-love for their whole nationhood. And in that reconciliation, as you were trying to restore interrupted rights and obligations, what was your sense of the future and the sense of the spirit and the thinking of many of those hapu and iwi and looking forward?
I think the reflection I had was often, given the harm done to Māori, and not just, the land confiscation is pretty serious. Shooting and killing people is pretty serious too. Failing to provide protection, causing Māori to leave their areas that they whakapapa to in order to survive economically. Those are huge intrusions. I think what I reflected on was the extraordinary patience that Māori have shown, I think largely because of faith in the treaty, but also faith in the Crown. And if you think about the Māori's early relationship with the Crown, the pre-treaty relationship between Māori and the Crown, and Hongi Hickey visiting the UK, meeting King William IV, Māori's relationship with the British Crown, well predates any New Zealand representation of the Crown. And my sense was that it's Māori's faith ultimately in the Crown to deliver on the promise that it made in the treaty that held Māori together, focus on the objective of having a living treaty that was truly honoured. And so there was no sense of, splitting New Zealand asunder, far from it. It was recognising everybody's place in it, the place for Māori as reflected in the treaty, and the place for all newcomers to Aotearoa New Zealand as well. The treaty, in my view, is a unifying document. When understood and when its historical context is understood, and we should embrace it on those terms.
Thank you, Andrew. We probably have time for one quick question from Glenn.
Kia ora. Hi, Andrew. Ngāti Rangi called this a distraction. Jane Kelsey called this a political stunt. We're here because of a coalition agreement between ACT and National Party. What do you see the politics of this bill?
I prefer to not engage in done my time in politics, thoroughly enjoyed every second of it. The political judgments of the day get made. It is what it is. I think what I hope I get to bring from the benefit of my knowledge and experience, particularly experience as a minister and as Minister of Treaty of Waitangi negotiations, are some insights that help to understand the treaty and its place and the future of Aotearoa New Zealand under it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you for your time.
Apologies that we couldn't get to that question, but thank you for the time this afternoon. We appreciate your submission.
Okay. Seems to be no fireworks from that submission.
No, but Andrew Little did bring up a really interesting question. Why do Māori have faith in the Crown? Especially after the history of, Crown breaches towards the treaty. I've never really asked myself that question, but I do often wonder if it's just down to the kaupapa, the way how we work as Māori.
I think the problem is there. We have to have faith in the Crown, because if we don't, we've got actually nothing to hold on to. That's it in simple. I'm really glad that I come back on Andrew's submission, because from the experience he had, he was quite succinct, to the point. He's held all the portfolios which are relevant for him to be speaking on the subject, and obviously they weren't going to have any questions from the other side, from the opposition. From the government. That would say anything to him, because they know he's held all the positions which are relevant. He's been party leader. He knows what he's speaking about. He's got a legal background. He's done in the time that he was in, especially holding a lot of the major portfolios that he had. He addressed a lot of these things, and the Labour government moved to address them on the long term. And then all of a sudden, Labour's out, National's in, and then everything's literally been flipped 180. You know what I mean? And so one of the things I've learned from historical reasons is that Māori have to hold on, because we've lost so much already. There's only a little bit to hold on to. And I think what's happened is it's hold on to the little we got or lose it all.
I think it's also because we have seen that there are Pākehā that are willing to engage in good faith. We've seen that, and we hold on to that. We value that. What we don't value, and this is why this bill is really insulting.
Okay, one more, because the submissions are long. This one is the Tangata Whenua Social Workers Association.
We're going to now invite to the table the Whenua Social Workers Association, who are with us in person. And I'm sorry, I don't have the names of the submitters, so if you can come to the table and then introduce yourselves, and we'll start your 10-minute submission.
Hoi anora, tēnei tīruna tēnei ki te wairua ngā mātua ngā tifuna kia tau mai rā ki wainuri a mātua I tēnei wā. I te whakarongo ake nei I ngā kōrero ko raranga hia nei te tini te mana. Orira ki wairua mai rā kuita. E mihi, ka tika ki ngā mate tari ana tō tātou kingi, ko re rawe mutu ngā tangi mō rāwatahi, mō rātu katoa whetu rangitia. Hoi anora nei rā mātua ko tai mai rā ki moi te aruaro o koutou. I una atu nei tō koutou taringa ki te whakarunga I ngā wairua o tēnei kōrero ko rere haere atuana. Orira nei rā mātua e mihi atuana kia koutou, huri no tēnā putau, tēnā tātou katoa.
Nā whakamoe me te whakawheta e ue, mō au mana ki tanga ki te wi e tau nei, ko koe te piringa, ka puta ki te oranga, e te ariki, pai mari e.
Hoi anō rā kōrera we mutu ngā kupu ko puta mai rā tō tātou kingi. Kia Māori tātou ia te rā. Koi tū te Treaty of Waitangi, koi tū te mana mutu, te mana Māori mutu hake, orira tēnā tātou.
No, very much. Tēnā koutou e nā rangatira. You will have read the contention presented by the Tangata Whenua Social Workers Association. I would just like to add a little kōrero before we open up the floor to Paaka. The points of contention that the association would like to add to what has already been presented are as follows. The sovereignty of knowledge is often at the expense of the rangatiratanga of the whānau, tamariki, hapuri, hapu and iwi. The power of recognised qualification, predominantly tertiary, tends to marginalise the kotahitanga of collaboration and experience. Risk aversion, both as organisations and in practice, dominates the imperative nature of tiakitanga or custodianship. The determinant of perception undermines the sustainability of connection in uritanga. The association contends that the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi will exacerbate the points raised above and for the profession and practice of social work, impede an effective delivery of service by the non-recognition of distinction, which then influences the potentiality of engagement of people and structures to address life challenges and enhance well-being. To diminish accountability both of organisational systems and competence in social work practice to navigate the uniqueness of difference and respect for diversities. The focus on averting risk marginalises the centrality of tiakitanga and oranga, therefore need to not meet either in longevity or in sustainability, thereby jeopardising the potential for social change and development. The paramountcy of perception will subjugate the uritanga of whānau, tamariki, hapuri, hapu, and iwi, and in this, the empowerment and liberation of people will be severely impacted upon and the promotion of social cohesion decimated. The association would like to leave the acronym as follows. Perception, the dominance of, accountability, the limitations of, and connection, the constraint of. And therein lies your acronym of PAC. Nō reira, tēnā koutou tira Māori ora tātou.
Thank you for your submission. I'll take questions. The first is from Maimino Papakini, and then we'll go to Duncan Webb.
Okay. Tēnā koutou nau mai haere maira, ki tō whare. Ko te pātai tuatahi. And so it's, I'll just go straight in. How does this bill harm Māori social services and community development? You make quite a few points inside your submission, but that's probably the...
Why, there's a wānanga in itself.
Yeah, no, pono.
I think the way it constrains, and I will talk about tangata whenua social workers in particular, is the language that is often utilised. And let me exemplify that by looking at the word culture, in my opinion, and certainly that of the associations. It limits the potentiality of language in that we're not talking about culture, we're talking about identity. So I think this is where, as has been referred by previous speakers, the limitation of culture already sets a tone which then inhibits the potentiality of practices tangata whenua social workers. The second point that the association would add to that is the power of connection. So as tangata whenua social workers, we have the opportunity and indeed I would say the potentiality to connect. And that's both with whānau, tamariki, hapu, hapuri, etc. And I think that connection is often minimised by the perception of what is social work. And because social work comes from largely a tradition that is perhaps in some respects separated from us as tangata whenua, it in many ways limits what for us is the beauty and power of pauka, I would say. So languaging and applicability of language
constrain practice and the perception of our discipline, in our opinion.
Thank you. Question from Duncan.
Kia ora, thank you for your submission. Look, I'm really interested in your expertise in the social work field. This bill seeks to reduce the treaty down to a kind of bundle of individual rights. Can you talk about your work as social workers and the importance of kind of communities, context, belonging, family, and histories, and how the treaty assists you in your work in kind of helping people through the situations they face?
If I may respectfully respond to your pātai, in that our work as tangata whenua social workers is not limited to the individual, that the individual has connections, and that's where the potency of uritanga becomes so pertinent, is that once you start as social workers unpacking what might be a referral to your service, you then start drawing connections to the trauma, to the mamaitanga, to the hurt, to the pain that has been threaded right throughout that whānau, and I would suggest, and we would suggest, generations before. I think this is where the limitation of connection and often diagnosis to that individual situation prohibits or indeed constrains the power of that connection. And if I may just briefly diverge for a while, we talk about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but actually we go back as far as whakapūtanga. So the historical connection is what leads to the turbulence of today, which then generates what is to come. And I think it's that connection generationally that becomes really important for us as tangata whenua social workers.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's the end of the time allocated. Steve, I'll prioritise your next question. Thank you.
Okay, that was a very nice, how do I call it? Polite, nice. We oppose this bill, but we show you respect.
Yeah. Now, that submission kind of reminded me of Act's other bill, which is the repealing of Section 7AA. Please refer to that video where I absolutely lose my rag at Karen Shaw for context. But the Section 7AA puts the 3 Ps into practice, and that's our compromise, remember, folks? That seeks to improve relations between the Crown and iwi. And, you know, being social workers, they've probably seen a lot of kids end up in state care. And having Crown services and Crown funding to keep kids out of state care is really important. It keeps kids in connection with their communities and their iwi and hapu and their marae.
Yeah. Anything you want to add, Wayne?
No, I think you've summed it up there exactly. You know, it affects our people in so many ways, and because we've got so many in state care in the prison system, what she says basically relates to that directly. And after all the submissions, you know, a lot of it is integrated into each other, and I just think, you know, I haven't been here all day like you two have, so you know, a lot of it.
We're not sure if Stacey would jump in, but we can take 3 of us.
A lot of it's the same thing dressed up as.
Go away.
And a different story, you know what I mean? So, yeah.
So the one time we do that when there isn't an empty chair there, that we do as a joke, like, look, there's an empty chair. Yeah, no, it has been a interesting day. I don't know. It's been weird trying to pull it all off.
Yeah. I think it was a good idea, though, because, like, a lot of people, like, I only saw some of the submissions because I was busy that day. So I got to look in, look out, and I didn't get to see a lot of submissions one after the other. So it was good to be able to,
we don't normally do it that way. Like, this was one of, it was such an important bill. How do we do it off? And this was a trial run to see if this is something we might do in the future.
Question I wanted to ask is the comments down the side here. Can we reply to those comments?
Yes. I'm not sure if you physically can on Restream, but if you went onto your own YouTube account, yes.
Oh, I can do it from YouTube. And so I can go to my YouTube with this stream on YouTube to do it.
Yes, yeah. It'll be live right now. Yeah.
Okay,
You can do that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll open up another window so I can do that.
Yeah. It's definitely. it's yes, that's quite good about what's it called? Kiwi Skip's comment on here. I've only been here since 7 p.m. Don't think I could do the whole 7 hours if I don't know. Well, yeah. On the other one, it's prepared Laura ready for Newtown Festival Day.
Yeah, I mean, apart from the IT issues, I think it went okay. We just got to fix the internet connection, and it should be all right.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's not far away. Now the submissions, the submissions are closing in the foreseeable future. It's not just the next week. The broadcasting. You've got to get TARDIS to put a submission on that one because that closed 2 days ago. Delete. Okay, let's get to it. Okay, the resource consent, resource management consent and other matters and changes amendment bill closes at 10. It closes tomorrow? I assume at midnight. The crimes legislation stalking and harassment amendment bill closes on Thursday, the 13th of February. The crimes increased penalty for slavery offences amendment bill closes on Thursday. The Paiora Futures 3-day postnatal state amendment bill closes on the 17th. The gene technology bill closes on the 17th of February, and the local government water services bill, which is one of the bills to replace the free waters reform, closes on the 23rd. So, and thank you, Stacey, for putting all those links into the chat so everyone can actually see what's happening on there. So, yeah, it's been oh God, that was an interesting day. But yeah, it made me nervous. Do I go out, do the banking, get the dumplings from Basin Noodle House, kind of fanboy from the side of the room at Craig Reddy?
Yes.
I was nervous when I left, and I was watching the stream as I was going. And I was like, oh my God. Well, at least you're trying to figure how to fix it out.
We got there in the end, thanks to Stacey.
Yeah, and I think it's that lovely thing of an Ethernet cable.
Well, you know us, Sam, we're good at making it work on the fly.
Oh my God, yes.
All those talent shows.
Where there are things that have gone, or like when things have gone wrong, but no, like audience, online audience has not picked it up at all.
Yeah.
Shit went wrong there, or like I remember the Welcome Bay Hall, and it was something like the cell phone signal dropped out when the traffic light went red outside, and a whole heap of people jumped on their phones at the same time. Yeah. So outside the Welcome Bay Community Hall, where we were in Tauranga, there was a stop-go traffic light. And we worked out whenever the problem started up again, it was approximately when cars used to stop. So that was where we discovered you have to put the router on the windowsill, in that particular case, in the kitchen, 20 metres away from the computer. That's the reason why I keep a ridiculous number of Ethernet cables in that box. Which, funny enough, came actually quite handy at Vinegar Hill, because someone said, it's going to be unusual, but do you have a jug cord? And it's like, yeah, actually we do.
I've got Ethernet cables. I think the problem is just with my modem. I probably need to get a bigger modem.
Yeah.
Usually it's not a bigger modem. Usually it's the router, which is the problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will figure it out.
Yeah, that's why I do think you might need to split it into a couple of devices.
Yep.
So at least each device. At least it means because I know it's one thing when you have if you have a wireless router off a router that's going in and out, but the wireless signal is coming on its own Ethernet port at the final point, it puts less strain on the actual final point before it heads to the fiber box and out.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's little things about loading, and that was one thing we learned is how to decrease that load. Okay, well, we'll see you all back here next Sunday, and for those who want to, we can stay for post-show chat conversations. That was good. And we'll see you next week. Thank you for watching tonight's Order Paper podcast marathon.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for watching the Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/it'sintheballot. The Order Paper podcast is brought to you by It's in